Chapter 1101 Golden Retriever. The head of the crow and the flaming chicken absorbed energy from the Phoenix King's feathers. The two feathers seemed to have lost their spirituality and landed slowly on the ground. Aoki directly put away the two feathers. Even if there is no energy of Feng Wang, but it is still the Prince of Feng Wang, the value is still high. Estimated to be able to change a lot of good things. Unfortunately, there are no organizations interested in the King of the Phoenix in the elven world. Of course, except for the monks in Yuanzhou City. Otherwise, Aoki felt that the two feathers in his hands were worthless. Watching the three elves enter a special state, I don't know how long they need to absorb. According to the analysis of the chip, Gengui may take a long time. Flaming chickens and crowheads are much faster, but it can't be done in a day. Then choose to camp directly here. As for what King Feng said, hurry up. Just don't hear it. Throw the elven ball. All the elves are summoned. After the explanation of the dumb king, they probably understood what just happened. Some sigh. I did not expect to be able to see such a powerful elf here. Roar. The scaly-tailed dragon on the side of the rod roared lightly. Aoki's face changed slightly when he heard the roar of the scaly-tailed dragon. I don't know when, in the forest around him, a lot of elves were actually densely packed. In Aoki's perception, the weakest one is the existence of a Quasar level. All the elves slowly approached, eyes staring at the flaming chicken and crowhead that were absorbing the energy of the Phoenix King. Eyes congested. At this moment, the Phoenix King, who had finished communicating with the pink petite elf, was about to get into the volcano, but suddenly stopped. Is it because I don't have any explanation? Feng Wang's eyes were a little confused. Soon, he sensed the change under the mountain. A smile appeared unconsciously on his face. Let's think it's a cheeky punishment. Suddenly, the slightly depressed mood was instantly better. One headed into the volcano. Below, the scaly-tailed armored dragon has converged its breath. Aoki did not let himself fight, so he would not choose to intervene. Who made him just frighten himself with a Pluto dragon? Aoki looked a little serious. He saw the expressions and gazes of the wild elves, and knew why. The flame chicken and the crow's head are now citrons. Even if the attributes don't match, do you want to come in? There was a hint of coldness in Aoki's eyes, but soon it came back. This is the chassis of the King of Feng. If he kills it will under his eyes, will he be troubled by him? Can't control so much. Ready to fight, buddies, Aoki said to the elves behind him. Class! Exclamation mark. Include! Exclamation mark. Chamo! Exclamation mark. They cried out, spreading their momentum to the extreme. Fighting or something, favorite. Then, a vigorous war began. The name of this battle is defined as Extreme Invincible Flame Chicken, Crowhead Guard Battle. The elves that appeared this time were not weak, much stronger than the group of elves on the grassland last time. Fortunately, all the elves participating in the battle are the main force of Aoki. During the battle, there was also the command of Aoki, and the elves cooperated with each other, so the results appeared even faster than the last time. And Mrs. Huiji, a large nanny, helped. The rest of the elves just have to do their best to fight and play. The fight went from day to night, and then from night to day. Even if the elves were fine with their bodies, they were mentally overwhelmed. Fortunately, there are so many elves around, and all of them are less and less after lying on the ground, being hurt. These elves slowly recovered their sanity. At the same time, Aoki did not choose to keep his hands on the elves who behaved extremely badly. Even if this is the chassis of Feng Wang, Aoki is relentless in the face of these elves, and Feng Wang has reason to come to Aoki. But he didn't know that now the King of Feng didn't want to see him at all. Bangla, sitting on the ground panting, looking at the sorrows and coma lying on the ground, the sense of accomplishment immediately came up. The flame chicken and crowheads are under their guard, and the process of energy absorption is very smooth. The head of the crow woke up first. The red gold energy was completely absorbed by him, and the crow's head and chest resembled a white feather with a scarf and a bit of beard, with a ray of gold in it. Golden Retriever Crow. It looks very conspicuous. Ha! Exclamation mark. the crow yelled excitedly. Then he noticed the surrounding situation and suddenly hesitated. What the hell? The dumb king gave him a nasty look and told him what had happened. The crow's head can only sneer to express embarrassment. Aoki was very interested in changing the head of the crow. I don't know what kind of changes the Phoenix King's Yui will bring. Still slightly expected. Reached for the crow's head. Fly to Aoki. The head of the crow itself is much larger than the average crow head. So he was able to fly Aoki for a long distance, but not for long distances. Now my body seems to have grown slightly, but it is not very obvious. After a closer look, Aoki found that the feathers on the head of the crow were more fluffy and smooth, and the whole mental appearance changed. Even Aoki was able to describe him with the two words Shin-jun. I have to say that this is a change in temperament. The chip scanned data from the head of the crow. Pokemon, crow head light blue, gender, male, level 67. Attribute, evil plus flight. Characteristics, overconfidence. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, punishment, surprise strike, feather habitat. Basic skills, beck, fright, chase, wing attack, night golem, malicious chase, provocation, key to assault, bluff, rogue, fraud, delay. Teaching skills, wind, snatch, downwind, divine slam, frozen wind, snoring, hot air. Skill learner, evil wave, hold, stand-in, harsh sound, power of awakening. Middle dot electricity, provocation, shadow avatar, shadow ball, swallow return, dream talk. The level was raised from 65 to 67. www.untilnovel.com. It did not exceed Oka's expectations. However, the qualification was suddenly upgraded from teal to light blue, which made Aoki slightly surprised. But carefully, it is reasonable. After all, it was the feather that the King of Feng fell off, and there was still pure energy in it. How many people can get it? In fact, if Aoki really knows the value of these two feathers, even the last little surprise will not be the two queen feathers of the King of Feng, but one of those who can pay back that elf. You have to know that things are valuable, and human feelings are priceless. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1102. Holy Fire. The crow's head absorbed the energy of the Phoenix King. The 67th level has become the highest level of existence in the Aoki elves, the same as the Doll King. And because of Yuya's sake, her qualification has also been upgraded to light blue. Formally enter the blue level, and the gap will slowly manifest. According to the current situation, the strength of the flying skills of the crow head may be stronger than the evil skills. The crow's head resumed combat effectiveness, which further ensured the security of the camp. Even if a group of wild elves attack the camp now, the overconfidence characteristic of the crow's head will definitely play an unexpected role. After the crow's head was over, it didn't take long for the flame chicken to successfully absorb the energy in the Phoenix King's feathers. The overall appearance of the flaming chicken did not change too much, but the feathers on the body were more bright. There seemed to be a flame in sharp eyes. After the absorption was completed, I played the body vigorously a few times, feeling the change of the body and the change of energy in my body. A flame flared from the right hand, and the original red flame had completely turned golden yellow at this time. Although it did not reach the level of flame in the Phoenix King Yuiu, it was a lot higher than before. And when the flame chicken narrowed its eyes and condensed with all its strength, it could see a flash of red gold flame from the flame. Rarely, hardly anyone noticed. Aoki used the chip to scan the data of the flame chicken. Pokemon, flaming chicken dark blue, gender, male, level 62. Attribute, fire plus fighting. Features, acceleration. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, flame splatter, high speed movement, treasure, falcon. Basic skills, flame kick, second consecutive kick, flash charge, flame punch, flying knee kick, grab, cry, spark, sand splash, beck, energy storage. Flame strike, flash of electricity, bodybuilding, gas gathering, split, brave bird onslaught, sky fist. Teaching skills, hot air, kick down, sharpening, Holy Fire Remnant Edition. Skill Learner, Hold, Earthquake, Spitfire, Swallow Back, Kick Off, Spike Attack, Sword Dance. After looking at the data with the crow's head, Aoki was not too surprised at the two levels of the Flame Chicken and the qualification promotion to Dark Blue. Although the Phoenix King is a fire and flying spirit, his strongest attribute is the fire, so the Flame Chicken should get more benefits than the Crow Head. The important point is that in the column of teaching skills of the Flame Chicken, there is an extra Sacred Fire, a residual version. The last time I saw the residual version of the skill, when I evolved from Era to Shake Era, I learned Gul'dor's exclusive skills, the Sword of the Cliff. I did not expect that the Flame Chicken could actually learn the Sacred Fire skills from the Phoenix King. From the scan results of the chip, this Sacred Fire is a bit excessive, only about 5% of the true Sacred Fire. In other words, it's just called Divine Fire. It doesn't look much different from ordinary fire. It may carry the characteristics of a Sacred Fire. Maybe it has something to do with the concentration of the flames. Aoki thought so. The flame of the Flame Chicken should be the flame of the Phoenix King with a fundamental difference. Because the flame that appeared from the feathers before was red gold, and the flame of the Flaming Chicken was golden at this time, or a grade worse. Holy Fire skills can only be used by Phoenix King and Emperor Yan. But in fact, Yan Emperor used it, in a strict sense, as a defective version, but his similarity is relatively high. Aoki's heart moved slightly. At this time, the similarity of Bangula's Sword of the Cliff has reached 30%, and the similarity of the Sacred Fire of the Flame Chicken has reached 5%. From this point of view, some of the exclusive skills of Divine Beasts are not impossible to learn, but the learning conditions are relatively high. A thoughtful expression appeared. Divine Beast. What exactly turned into a Divine Beast? The Elven world was created by arceus, and many of them were also created by arceus. But before arceus created the Elven world, many beasts actually existed. So where did these beasts come from? This is a problem that goes straight to the source. Even if Aoki wants to break his head, it is impossible to think of it. It is beyond his knowledge. Flame Chicken, try it. Use Sacred Fire on this tree, Aoki said to Flame Chicken. The Flaming Chicken nodded solemnly. He also just found out that he seems to have learned another skill. Just don't know how effective and powerful. Hold out your right hand. Flames rose again on his fist. Aoki's eyes narrowed as he saw the action of the Flaming Chicken. It seems that different spirits use this skill differently. The color of the flame on the fist gradually faded, from the original red flame to a pure golden flame. Then the Flame Chicken exerted its strength again, and from the center of the golden flame, a red-gold flame spread out. Both Aoki and Flaming Chicken who stared at this time found the appearance of this red-gold flame. But no matter how hard the Flame Chicken works, there are only so many flames. After struggling for nothing, the Flaming Chicken gave up. Running towards a tree in the distance, the flames on his fist fluttered in the wind as he ran, without any intention to dissipate. A straight punch. Boom! Exclamation mark. It was as if a missile was bombarded in a tree. Centered on the fist of the Flame Chicken, it presents a fan-shaped diffusion range, splashing damage. The trunk of the big tree that was hit by the front of the Flaming Chicken turned directly into black ash, and the big trees behind this tree also had some pitted black potholes on the trunk. Everything that came into contact with the flame evaporated instantly. It didn't catch fire because of the flame. It seemed that after leaving the body of the Flame Chicken, the flame lost the burning substance. Ordinary tree is not enough to be its fuel. The Flaming Chicken looked a little daunting at the power of his attack. Can flames be used like this? Aoki looked a little dignified. 5% similarity can have such power. The Big Great Tree. www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki rummaged a little in the black ash. Sure enough, a seed with a little green fluorescence was found from the black ash. Sure enough, is the fire of the Phoenix King, Nirvana Reborn. Aoki watched this seed come out. The sacred fire of the Phoenix King is used to the extreme, which can resurrect the dead elves, and can also transform those 3 elves into beasts. That is now all gone. Yandian Shuijun. It is not surprising that the sacred fire of the flaming chicken can leave a seed on a burned tree. Aoki collected the seed. At that time, plant it on the island and see how different it is from other trees. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1103 on tracks. Both the head of the crow and the flaming chicken received great benefits. But this is not just a short-term benefit. In the long run, the benefit may be even more. Trim the day. Originally thought that Gengui would be like the flaming chickens, and it would be absorbed quickly. Even if it was slower, it would not be much slower. But it was a bit worse than I thought. Long waiting period. Without the slightest preparation, I just waited for Gengui every day, then evolved to be stationed here. 2 full weeks. Aoki never thought that Gengui, who was riding Raidina, actually absorbed it for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, when he was about to take the elves out to fight, he had remained motionless, and the Gengui surrounded by thick grey and black mist finally changed. Immediately put down the things in his hand and walked to the open space where Gengui was. The grey-black mist seemed to be attracted by the vacuum cleaner, and all of it suddenly entered Genghis' rolling belly, Gengui slowly opened his eyes and screamed softly. Seeing Aoki, he didn't know how long he had passed. It felt like a moment, and it felt like a century had passed. The energy of riding Raidina is really powerful and very aggressive. Gengui can only grind a little bit, slowly digesting this energy. If you absorb it rashly, you may lose your mind. Fortunately, Gengui had absorbed a ray of riding Raidina's energy in his body. Now the problem is not too big, but it is more troublesome. Unlike Feng Wang Yu, which is all energy that can be absorbed at will, so the crowhead and flaming chicken can end so quickly. Aoki looked at Gengui. The spikes on the back are sharper, and the dark purple body has a black feeling. The color is darker. The rest have not changed much. Pokemon, Gengui Blue. Gender, male. Level, 68. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Feature, Cursed Body. Carry item, Poisonous Orb. Genetic skills, Fire Fist, Ghost Face, Black Mist. Basic skills, Shadow Fist, Hypnotism, Tongue Lick, Resentment, Black Eyes, Curse, Night Shadow, Strange Light, Assault, Tooth for Tooth, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Evil Wave, Same Life. Wrongdoing. Teaching skills, Sleep, Shadow Ball, Spiritual Thoughts, Trait Exchange, Snoring, Song of Doom, Freezing Fist, Thunder Fist. Acting. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power Grass, Dream Words, Poisonous, Provocation, Poison Strike, Venom Shock, 100,000 volts. Last time, after absorbing the black energy in the body, Genghis' qualification was upgraded to light blue. After absorbing such a large group this time, he was able to be promoted to the blue qualification. Aoki did not express much accident. The level is also increased by 2 levels, reaching 68. Beyond the head of the crow and the dull king once again become the highest level elves in Aoki's hands. What's the point? Gengui is capable of super evolution. According to the super evolutionary level accumulation method, after the super evolution, Gengui will have the strength of a senior heavenly king. Senior king. Now Aoki's teacher, the agent of the 4 heavenly kings in Feniyun area, Liu Shenggen's strongest elf is the senior heavenly king level. After seeing Genghis' skills, he was slightly disappointed. There was a gap in my heart. Did not learn to ride Raidina's exclusive skills, Shadow Attack. But think about it and feel relieved. Still cannot be too forceful. Not all elves can learn the unique skills of the legendary elves. The Shadow Attack is a physical attack, but Genghis' physical attack ability is really dare not be complimented. Even if he learned it, he could not exert his due power and effect. Now that Genghis' qualifications can be promoted, and his qualifications have been upgraded, it is enough. Gengui, how is it? Do you feel anything unusual? Aoki asked. Hearing that, Gengui felt a moment, then closed his eyes and felt it. Slowly shook his head, indicating that nothing was found. Seeing that Gengui was not affected by the ride, Aoki was slightly relieved. It is also too daunting to ride Raidina, who is afraid of what riding Radina will do on Gengui. King Feng said that it didn't matter, it should just not matter, but Aoki had to be sure before he was assured. It was determined that there was no problem with Gengui, and the last stone in Aoki's heart fell. Slowly, a thick pride emerged in my heart. At this time, I finally have the strength I have always hoped for in the previous life. Although it is not yet possible to achieve independence in the wizard world, at least it has a little self-protection ability. Of course, you also need to count the scaled dragon, Crow's Head, Dull King, Gengui, Dragon King Scorpion, Madara and Madame Huiji. All 6 elves have reached the level of the official Heavenly King, and Gengui can also undergo super evolution, and the strength burst out in a short time can be comparable Senior King a level elf. Bongila, Flaming Chicken, Boscadora, and Giant Numa have all reached the Uranus level. In these 2 weeks, the Giant Monster also successfully entered the Uranus level. These 4 elves are all capable of super evolution, and the short-term explosive power can also reach the official Uranus level. It's just the super evolutionary stone of the giant marsh monster. Aoki hasn't got it yet. The 3 elves, Bangla, Flamingo, and Boscadora, Aoki has very high expectations for them. Their upper limit may be related to how far Aoki can eventually grow, especially Bangla. Aoki is now the only elf in purple to touch. Owned the resources of the beast. Then came the crustaceans, Spurs, Chilulian, and Leoli who had just joined the training. The potential of these 4 little guys is not weak. And they may grow more slowly than Bangla. Because Oka's basic combat power has taken shape, they will have more time to consolidate themselves. When these little guys also grew up, it almost represented the complete formation of several tactics of Aoki. Crustaceans and Chilean are also good for Ulu. The potential of these 3 elves is not inferior to Bangla, and Aoki has high expectations for them. Among them, the crustaceans and sea Spinosaurus are relatively high. At this time they have reached level 39. On the edge of the elite level. Aoki hopes to develop their potential a little bit and promote them to elite level. As for Chilean and Leo Road, the difference is a little bit worse. Finally, there are small broken diamonds in the mutation and the moving ape that has just been conquered. How to cultivate these 2 elves? www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki has not been determined. Little broken diamond needs to wait for her metamorphosis to end. At this time her body shape has changed significantly, and she is more slender. And overactive apes. Oka's goal is to cultivate it as a leaf king that can burst out of combat at any time and is not affected by characteristics. Even if it is not affected for a short time. But it needs to be done, and it needs to be studied. Over a short period of time, ape will not be used by Aoki. It will take a long time to truly tame him. Everything is on track. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1104 Restless Alliance. Now that Genghis assimilation is complete, Aoki is not going to take the elves to fight again. Too long to leave. A month and a half. Although the initial preparation took 3 months, that was to prepare for an emergency. A month and a half now. Aoki has felt a long time. And there are no dreams here. The Phoenix King is here, and the rockets can't take the Phoenix King. The transmission device on Aoki's hand has been fully charged. Packing everything and the elves, Aoki pressed the switch. Unlike when he came, Aoki was an intermediate superpower at that time, and his sensitivity to space was still relatively vague. Now promoted to become a high-level super ability, feel more sensitive to space. There should be no problems on the way back. Tokiwa, Kanto region. Inside the rocket space Dream Lab. After a month and a half, Xiaobo almost forgot Aoki. In his estimation, 1 month should be the most. But 1 month passed without any news from Aoki. The monitoring system failed, and Aoki's backup devices were not placed. In Xiaobo's consciousness, Aoki was either buried in the space passage or was buried in that space. It's hanging anyway. Coupled with the recent fusion of fantasy genes that has broken a bottleneck, his attention has been focused on it. Until today, Master Xiaobo. The spatial fluctuations of the transmission device have appeared. The experimenter who was in charge of this transmission device immediately found Xiaobo. Xiaobo was still busy at this time. Huh? What transmission device? Sir, the teleport a month and a half ago. Halfway through the staff, Xiaobo responded. Go and see. Then, Xiaobo strode out. I really want to forget. I didn't expect to come back alive. All I can say is that luck. In fact, Xiaobo didn't think the main reason that Aoki was able to return was the transmission device. Because it is an incomplete product, the transmission distance in the previous experiment was relatively short, so the impact of space was not large. But the distance to teleport to that space is too far. If there is not enough space superpower, 80% will die on the road. At this point, Xiaobo didn't tell Aoki, and didn't tell Sakagi. In his view, isn't it just a member of the Rockets who just became a cadre? The person who came out of the trial island had no background, and this matter could not be found on him. Aoki is dead. He can get the benefits from the Jinkun family. Aoki did not die, and it has no effect on him. Looking for dreams or something. The Rockets have been searching for so many years and haven't found it. He is confident that he can create an elf stronger than dreams. Don't look for it if you can't find it. When I came to the transfer room, I saw Aoki slowly come out of it, with a smile on his face and neatly dressed clothing. The entire mental appearance has become better, and there is no wilderness atmosphere in the harsh environment. Dr. Xiaobo, I'm back. Aoki saw Xiaobo, and there was a hint of coldness in the bottom of his eyes, but it looked harmless to humans and animals. Aoki himself is not a fool. He also thought about it in the space of Feng Wang. This space channel is obviously very unstable, so he needs a super ability with space ability to stabilize. This is right. But Shaber installed a listener in the space installation and has not told him. And if you don't have the energy ball support of Rokia in your own head, you may not be able to arrive smoothly. So what is the purpose? Ha ha ha. I know that there is no problem with Lord Aoki. I have sent someone to inform the leader. I believe the leader will notify you soon, Xiaobo also said with a smile. How much genuineness is in the smiles of the two sides is open to question. Only one can understand it. Aoki glanced around, and the instrument was more or less contaminated with dust. The smile on his face was even stranger. Xiaobo noticed Aoki's gaze and a subtle embarrassment flashed on his face. But soon, it was resolved by the voice of the communicator. Aoki took it out, and it was Sakage's correspondence number. You see, the leader still values you very much, said Xiaobo. Aoki nodded and didn't speak, waving and left the laboratory directly. Xiaobo looked at the back of Aoki's departure, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Interesting. He drove straight to Sakage's office. See the office door open. Sakagi was working on a document with his head down and noticed that Aoki came in. Closing the door, you can sit down and take a rest, and wait for me to finish the matter, he said without raising his head. Aoki is not restrained. After you become familiar with Sakagi, you can know that Saki is not a person who likes to stick to small knots and vanity. As long as you have enough value, even if it is a little bit wanton, he will not mind. But if you have no value and are still in front of you, then you are going too far. If you have no value, you are going away. Who are you against? Aoki sat on the sofa, picked up some fruits on the coffee table, and ate directly. Although there are many valuable things in the Phoenix King's space, these humans can eat only a few ordinary fruits. Fade out a bird? How? What conclusion did you get? Sakagi put down his pen, looked at Aoki who was eating, and asked with a smile. Aoki immediately put down the fruit in his hand. There is no dream. There is no dream space. There is nothing about dreams in it, Aoki said bluntly. Hearing that Sakagi is not suspected of having him, nodding his head, it seems that it's really time to give up my attachment to dreams. It's better to focus on studying an elf stronger than dreams. When the Rockets were the leader of Sakage's mother, They began to pursue the fantasy of the elf. It's almost time to give up when we get to Sakagi. Oki didn't say much. This is the Rocket's policy, and he can't catch it. In your 1.5 months, it seems that the harvest is not small, Banmu said with a smile. Even Xiaobo can see the changes in the spirit of Oki, not to mention Sakagi. Oki also received the support of the scale-tailed dragon, and the original feeling of a little timidity and slackness disappeared. Although you don't feel like you are invincible to the elven world at once, but a change in a person's strength www.mtlnovel.com and a change in the whole card will indeed change the mind in his mind, even if it is unconscious. Yes, Oki noticed his changes, and converged slightly. Sakagi waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You have as much strength as you have strength. But you need to pay attention to the fact that the alliance is not peaceful now. Please ensure your safety before you take the rest. Upon hearing Sakagi's reminder, Oka's heart moved slightly. Nodding again means you know. Later, Sakagi asked about Oki and ended the conversation. It is obvious that Sakagi's attitude towards Oki has changed a little. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1105. Give me some hints out of Sakagi's office. Oki left here directly, non-stop. Took a special plane to Feniyun area. During the Unianda half-month period when he disappeared, many messages were received on the communicator. Although they said hello in advance, they were still a little worried about Oki, who hadn't seen him for a long time. The special plane went directly to the headquarters of Feniyun Alliance. Liu Shengen's latest message to Oki was to let him go directly to the Alliance headquarters when he returned. In addition to Liu Shengen, many others sent messages to Oki. Ogo and Furong asked if Oki was back. Called them back directly. Then there is another communicator, Sky and Rose. They send messages to Oki regularly to report the situation of the Sky team. At this time, the Sky team is completely on track. Rose has 2 Emperor-level elves from Oki, and the Sky team is no less inferior to other forces in the high-end combat power. It has also successfully established a foothold on the battlefield and obtained the benefits that its own should be allocated. Coupled with the Iron Spin injury, no one can restrict the development of underground forces in Zijing City. Rose told that as long as Oki came back to sit in town, she was confident that she could swallow up the entire underground force in Zijing City. Rose, who had never been pregnant before, took over the post and fully revealed her talents. The relationship with pirates of the brigade is also relatively harmonious, and no contradictions have occurred. And because of the strength of the relationship, slowly stepped into the position of the main person in charge of the Purple Sky team. Oki doesn't have time to manage them for the time being, still have to go to the Alliance headquarters to see what happened recently. Liu Sheng's message to himself seemed urgent. Stayed on the plane for a whole day. Came to the headquarters of Feniyun Alliance. Oka's outfit was changed to the chief search officer's costume when he got off the plane. People on the road saw him and the medal on his chest, and stood still. The identity of the chief search officer is already at the top of the league at the headquarters of the league. Without any obstruction along the way, he went directly to Adam's office. When he first called with Liu Sheng, he told Oki to go directly to Adam's office. Teacher, President. Oki greeted the two in the office. At this time there were only Adams and Liu Shenang in the office. Adams nodded and motioned to Oki to sit down and say. Oki sat next to Liu Shengan. Oki, what have you been doing for so long? Adams asked, without much expression on his face. Oki was slightly surprised, and there seemed to be a slight change in Adams' attitude. However, he honestly replied, I entered a different space, so I can't be contacted for this month and a half. His teacher Liu Shengen's expression was also not very good. Taking note of the expressions of Adams and Liu Shengen, Oki stunned a little, and his expression gradually condensed. What happened? What happened? Adams and Liu Sheng just stared at each other, and finally Adams said, Heavenly King is injured. Hearing the news, Oka's heart shook. Genji King. This is the strongest Dragon King in Feniyun area. Will he still be injured? Moreover, when the two looked and came in by themselves from the beginning, their attitudes were a little bit wrong. Oki had some speculation, But the shock on his face was not false. The person who can cause damage to Genji is either the other person has an advantage in number or is attacked. Sneak attack? Exclamation mark. Aoki looked at Adams with embarrassment. Chairman, are you doubting me? That's right. Adams hadn't spoken yet, and the door of the office was opened directly. Walking in from the outside alone, a middle-aged person, a little older, looks like he should be in his 40s, pushed the door open and walked in. Snapped. Adams saw the people and patted the table angrily. Ergas. This is the Fenian Alliance, not your Guandu Alliance. If you do this and break into my office directly, believe it or not, even if the chairman is improper, you have to go to Guandu Union to ask, how did you handle it? Exclamation mark. This man named Elgas belongs to the Guandu League. This is the General Alliance of the Elven Alliance. Aoki squinted and looked at the middle-aged person who came in, only to see that his eyes had stayed on his body, with a smile on his face. It looks like a winning ticket. Oh, I'm really sorry, President Adams. I will write a report to you later, but this matter is important, and the headquarters also pays more attention. There was a hint of helplessness in Elgarth's tone. Adams looked ugly. I said that this is a matter of our alliance, and you don't have any evidence. You just think that you are right. Watching the anger on Adams' face grew, Ergas understood that Adams was really angry, and immediately converged his previous attitude. Although he is from the League, but facing the president and champion of the league such as Adams, but also a hero, he still has to respect enough. Otherwise, Adams really taught him a meal, and even if he reported to the league, no one would give him a shot. Anyone who can become the president of each regional alliance is not a simple person. With the exception of the Supreme Council of the Union, no one can say anything about their identity and appointments. President Adams, please anger, we are also following the rules, but just to communicate with Mr. Aoki. Elgarth respected a lot. Adams' face was only slightly better, but the anger on his face did not disappear. Liu Sheng, who was next to Aoki, had just come in from this person, and his face had not looked good. Aoki looked at the middle-aged man thoughtfully. If not, this person should be the chief search officer of the Guandu Alliance. Like Aoki, investigating alliance traitors. Is a chief search officer investigating a traitor investigated by another chief search officer investigating a traitor? Why are you so silent? Can you tell me the cause of the matter? Aoki asked from a seated position. Hearing Aoki's words, all three eyes turned to him. A smile appeared on Ergas' face. This is one of the famous twins of our alliance, the chief search officer of Aoki. Hello, I am Mr. Elgas. Hello. Aoki also appeared with a smile on his face, and stood up to shake hands with him. Ergas looked surprised at Aoki's performance at this time. www.mtlnovel.com. It was the first time he was looking for a door, and the parties were able to behave so lightly. Mr. Aoki is still so calm, so I can tell you the whole story well, said Ergas. Adams and Liu Shenggen's expressions have not looked good. It seems that things are really serious. No wonder Sakagi told himself that keeping himself is the most important. Anyway, give me some hints in advance. It was so sudden that I was fine. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass, plus 12 for the rewards of the Big Brother. Chapter 1106. What happened a month and a half ago? Fenian Alliance officially started its battle with the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild's main combat power in Fenian area was not much, so it was soon wiped out, and the person in charge was the Dragon King Tanzai. Elgas began to tell the cause and course of things. Aoki sat quietly and waited. What happened in this 1.5 months? It should be that it has nothing to do with yourself. Only a few people know that they have gone to the space of Feng Wang, but no one can prove where he is. It was just when the last one was wiped out that he encountered a strong resistance. According to reason, there is nothing wrong with the treatment of Genji. However, the other party's ability to escape was first-rate, running directly to the Guandu area. In order to cooperate with the king of Genji, we also sent experts to support the Guandu area, but there is a close relationship between the Hunters Association and the Rockets, so we could not win for a while. The two sides originally wanted to engage in a protracted battle, but Genji Uranus was wounded after being attacked, so this task could only be run aground. After listening to his story, Aoki said, "What does that have to do with me? We investigated your whereabouts and arrived in the golden city of Guandu a month and a half ago, but soon disappeared. It should be your dull king using teleport. I wonder if Fang is inconvenient to disclose what you did?" Ulgaz asked. Aoki nodded. "I told President Adams before. I entered a mysterious space and stayed there for a month and a half before returning." "Can anyone testify?" Ulgaz continued. Aoki didn't hesitate and shook his head frankly. "No, this space is for me to enter alone. No one knows." "I'm glad, Mr. Aoki, for your honesty. Since you haven't proven that you aren't present, then you are still one of the suspects." Ulgaz clapped his hands and said, he and his men noticed the existence of Aoki from a very early age. It was only that Aoki's identity and status were not high at that time, which did not attract his attention. In addition, the last time the League encircled a rocket space, the information was disclosed by Aoki. So he completely put aside his preconceptions about Aoki. If it were not for this incident, they would not have noticed Aoki. After hearing Elgarth's words, Aoki was happy at once. "So, it's not just me. Other people who have not testified will become the object of your suspicion?" No, we don't just doubt someone alone. Since I started this job, I haven't missed it yet. Listen to me first. Before Genji Heaven was injured, we fought with the rockets, and finally successfully captured a cadre-level member of the other party. From his mouth, I learned that you are Aoki, and that there are not many people who can approach the Genji King at will. And most importantly, we detected fluctuations in superpower energy in the office where Genji Uranus was attacked. As far as we know, Mr. Aoki, you are also a superpower. Listening to Elgarth's words, Aoki nodded again and again. It seems that I really have become an important object of doubt. Aoki's heart was getting heavier. It seems that someone is designing himself. Maybe the rockets. Actually using a cadre as a consumable is really a big deal. But it may also be accidental. But how small the chance of this contingency is, he need not say more. I don't know where Genji was injured, and who are the masters sent by Guandu Union. And isn't King Genji awake now? Aoki asked one after another. If these conditions are not well understood, Aoki will have to doubt himself. Arrived in the Guandu area, disappeared in the Golden City, can pass by people close to Genji, coupled with superpower fluctuations, and a confession made by a rocket cadre. It's no wonder that Adams and Liu Shengang looked so dignified when they entered the office. However, Aoki was not very worried about himself, and he had a way to prove it. He was just curious who did it, what purpose it was, or purely accidental. The location is in the Light Trader City in the Kanto area. We have sent the Orange King of the Ghost System in the Kanto area, and the local museum owner, Azu, in the Light Red City. Although he is the owner of the Doguan Pavilion, his strength is not weak at all, and he can pass the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings, so he can capture a cadre of the rockets. Ulgaz said with a hint of pride in his face. The strength of the Guandu area is the strongest in all regions. Some powerful museum owners can fully serve the position of the 4 Heavenly Kings in other regions. Heaven King Yuanzai hasn't awoken yet. He has a toxin in his body that he doesn't know what it is. Without the help of Master Liu Shengang, it might be. As Earl accelerated, Aoki's eyes narrowed slightly. Orange! Exclamation mark. The Hunters Guild paid a big price for Aoki, or is Orange asking for it? He probably guessed a little. But one thing is certain, the person who shot was Aoki. If anyone in the entire Elven world has the best ability to assassinate, Aoki will definitely push it to the first place. As for the reasons for leaving the superpower fluctuations in place, it is probably to cover up the toxic energy fluctuations left by his work. Where did it come from? Don't forget that Nazi is a much stronger superpower than Aoki, and the captured rocket cadre was afraid of being threatened, so he said everything. Fortunately, his own teacher, Liu Sheng, was just here, So Genji Heavenly King did not die at this time. So it seems that the chance is really a bit higher. The Fenian alliance was really up and down again. Taixuan just woke up not long after, and the position of Uranus was resigned, but then it became the strongest Uenohara Wano. Adams is estimated to be sad. Oki looked a little serious. I don't know where Genji Uranus is. I might have a way to detoxify. I have studied the most about detoxification. I believe that as long as Genji Yukin wakes up, all doubts about me will disappear. Ergas shook his head. Sorry, for the safety of Genji King, now no one except Master Liu Shengang and President Adams can approach. Of course, including Mr. Oki. Your suspicions have not been washed yet. Clear. Oki showed a ridiculous expression. Mr. Elgas, you are not a superpower. I don't blame you, but don't you have a superpower inside the search officer? Anyone who is a superpower, the fluctuations of superpowers are different, and even because of different people, when using superpowers, the expressions are different, and the most intuitive is the color. With that said, a mass of superpower energy emerged in the hand. Here is my superpower. You can investigate, and the frequency of superpowers is not impossible to simulate, which is not enough to be evidence. Also, if it is really my hands, do you think I will not be able to erase the fluctuations of superpowers around me? Don't you see such obvious planting? One last thing, www.mentalnovel.com. Although no one can ever prove that I have entered a different space, but I can prove that I have gone to a different space, and that I can prove my own thing. Except for me in this world, no one else should have it. Speaking of which, Oki took out a golden feather directly from his storage space. It's the King of Phoenix. Although the energy in it was absorbed, its charm remained. At a glance you can see the extraordinariness of this feather. Seeing this feather, Adams and Liu Sheng just stood up and stared at Yu in Oki's hand. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1107. Red face, black face. That's right, this is the legendary beast of the Phoenix King. In this world, only I should be right. If you doubt the authenticity of this feather, let the masters of Yuanzhou City take a look and believe that they should be able to tell the difference. Oki said lightly. Phoenix King, you are you. Adams and Liu Shengang both exclaimed. Ergas also looked at the feathers in Oki's hands, looking incredulous. The Phoenix King is the legendary elves that are widely circulated in the Kanto region, that is, the Kanto and Sungdo regions. There are many trainers and religious worshippers in the Chengda region. The old monks in the bell tower of Yuanzhou City are among them. The King of Phoenix represents peace, and if this person's heart is too dark, he will not recognize it. Although Oki is a member of the Rockets, it does not mean that he is a killer. He has his own bottom line. For those who are good to themselves, Oki will not be able to do such sneak attacks until the other party does it. This is his bottom line. If even this bottom line is gone, it is not much different from a beast. The emergence of Feng Wangji can represent many things. At least it proves that Oki's alien space is not from Huyan. It also shows that there is no absolute darkness in Oki's heart. Of course, no one can even have a little darkness in their hearts, but some people hide deeply, while others hide shallowly. Furthermore, it seems that it is not good for me to shoot at Genji King. If it was really my move, would I get back in the first place? Oki stared directly into Erga's eyes. Look right. All right. At this moment, Liu Sheng just patted the table and stood up from the chair. The expression on his face was extremely serious. Oki is my disciple. From accepting him as a disciple, and with such a long time together, he has never done anything to disappoint me. They have made a lot of contributions. Feniyun Gemini, the owner of the Museum of Fuai Township, the top 4 of the God Olympic Games, and found the Fairy Department. Which one is not a contribution to the League? Are the Alliance people going to kill the next generation of the Alliance like this? Believe it or not, I announce the Oki incident. And you, Adams, if you don't stand again, I will take Oki to other areas. The president of the Carlos area has also contacted me before, and the relationship between Girona and Oki in the Shinao area is also good. Let's go together. who I don't welcome. Liu Shengen hardened all of a sudden and startled everyone, especially Elgas. Liu Shengen also went out of the Guandu area. Although he does not serve in the Guandu League, no one would underestimate his influence. Really want to start a surge, the Alliance Breeders Guild. But there will be a lot of old guys follow the storm. Adams smiled bitterly. And of course he knew that Liu Shengen was talking angry. But he also knew what Liu Sheng was angry at. In fact, for a moment, Adams did have some doubts about Aoki, but he was quickly obliterated by him. But now things have come to this point. A chief search officer in the Guandu area went to his office to find a chief search officer he personally appointed. He also made a look regardless of who he was. And he felt chill, especially after seeing the Phoenix King Yui from Aoki. Adam's regrets did not disappear. It was also the serious injury of Genji, which made him start to doubt everyone. Aoki, as the chairman of Feniyun Alliance, I apologize to you here. Then, Adams bowed directly to Aoki, apologizing. It can be seen from this that Adams is definitely a person who can afford to let go and can serve as the chairman of Feniyun Alliance. Not just his strength. Aoki saw Adam's look, and immediately stepped aside and avoided it. But Liu Shengen was standing still, just watching Adams bow. The expression on his face looked better after the end. Adams said to Liu Shengen again, Xiao Gang, you also know what the current Feniyun Alliance is like. Iron Chain and Yuanza's successive injuries have made me a little confused. President, I did not blame you. This Mr. Elgarth is also following the rules. If I am in his capacity, I will probably do the same as him. Aoki told Adams to say that there is no idea in mind that is impossible. But the smart people's cleverness manifests itself. Oneself and his teacher, Liu Shengen, sang red faces and black faces one by one, so that Adams could be taken down a step, and the future compensation would be even less worrying. Adams glanced gratefully at Aoki. What a great kid. It was really disturbed, and they began to doubt. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with Aoki. So he can be so straightforward. Ergas stared at the trio stunned. Why do you suddenly become an outsider? Although Aoki was shocked to be able to take out the Phoenix King Yu, it seems that Aoki's suspicion has not been cleaned up yet. That Ergas just said. Let's go and look at Genji. Aoki, maybe you have a way. I have forgotten that you are a genius breeder here. Maybe it's blue now. Adams came over and patted Aoki's shoulder. You must look great. Liu Shengen's expression also converged, becoming pale and light. Everyone has grown up. When do you not know what to do? The ghost knew if he was really upset just now, or if he colluded with Adams. In short, the three men strode out, leaving Ergas alone in the office. Looking at the three men far away, Ergas didn't know whether he should follow him. Aren't you suspicious? Soon, the four came to the highest ward in the Elf Center at Alliance headquarters. There were guards in the corridor and outside the room. Aoki led Adams and Liu Shengen into the ward and saw Genji lying on the bed. His face was a little pale, but his breathing was smooth, but he kept his eyes closed and didn't wake up. What about Genji's self? Aoki asked. The elf has no problem, and it is also protected by the Tyrannosaurus, so he can be treated in the first time. The opponent is a direct attack on the person, and the sneak attack is extremely bad. Adams said. Aoki nodded, showing no surprise. Although O's strength is good, the strongest place is still assassination. The frontal battle is certainly not the opponent of Genji. Teacher, what is your diagnosis? Aoki asked Liu Shengen. Although I don't know where the ability of his disciples has reached, it is very misconduct for a teacher. But Liu Shengen had enough trust in Aoki. Even if Aoki can't heal Genji, he will never mess up. Poisoning. www.mentalnovel.com. Mixed toxins. This toxin is not the kind that is usually contacted, only effective for humans, not effective for the elves. So only the Joey family and I can do nothing. What we can guarantee is Genji physical function. But the longer it is, the worse it is for him. Liu Shengen said. This is where the Elf League is awkward. The research on elves is indeed excellent, but on human beings, it is still at a certain stage. It is mainly the alliance that admires trainers for battles between elves, and very few will directly deal with humans. And general antidote is common to humans and elves. Wherever I have encountered this situation now, even if the toxin is mixed, it only works for humans. In this world, is there really any research dedicated to humans? Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1108. Stop breathing. Aegis' strongest is his ninja ability, better than commanding elves to fight. As a ninja, of course, toxins are deployed, especially some special toxins specifically targeted at the enemy. It is estimated that these things are used on Genji. Various toxins are mixed in different proportions, and people who don't know the proportions simply cannot detoxify. Unlike the elves, their physical fitness is much better, and they can give heavy medicine in the face of serious illness. But the human body cannot. Only the composition ratio of toxins can be analyzed. For others, this is the most difficult and troublesome thing, and it can only be explored slowly through repeated experiments. If you are lucky, you may be able to analyze it within a month. If you are unlucky, it is estimated that you will not know until the death of King Yuji. But this is not very difficult for Oki. The analysis function of the chip is strong in this place. Isn't simulation time and time faster than others doing experiments time and time again? That's why Oki proposed to let him take a look. Heard Liu Shengeng's explanation. Mu took out a pair of white gloves and a mask from his pocket and put it on. Can I do it now? Oki asked, looking at Adams and Liu Shengeng. You still need to agree with these two people before you can start operation. Liu Shengeng nodded directly. Of course. Adams did not hesitate. Elgas, who was standing behind him, just wanted to refuse, but when he saw that the two big men agreed, he didn't say much. After all, it is the four heavenly kings of Feni Yuan, and he has no right to interject. With their consent, Oki nodded. Take out his own tools one by one, and then take some blood from Yuan's ice fingers. A chip analyzes the composition of toxins, Oki said to the chip in his heart, but on the surface he studied the blood of Genji calmly. The technique and operation are still quite skilled. If it's a disease, the breeder won't do much. In terms of detoxification, the breeder is better than Miss Joey. Liu Shengeng looked at Oka's tactics and nodded. In practice, there is no problem. We can see the skills of breeders. The chip was crazy analyzed in Oka's brain, and some of the more obvious toxin components were quickly analyzed. Water poison, fire poison, various kinds of toxins are mixed in Oki according to the results of the chip analysis, one by one from the storage space. You take out the corresponding antidote. Looking at the several antidote and order that Oki first took out, Liu Shengeng nodded again. Similar to his analysis, these are the most obvious toxins, and he has also analyzed them. 2, 3, 4. The expression on Liu Shengeng's face slowly changed. 2 or 3 are okay to say, but more and more toxins were discovered later, then it's different. Many of the ingredients, Liu Shengeng are guessing, cannot be determined, but Oki analyzed the ingredients after 1 or 2 tests. Even proportional. Looking at Oki, who was buried in his head, the other 3 almost held his breath, as if one breath would affect him. Xiaogang, how? Adams noticed Liu Shengeng's expression and couldn't help asking. Liu Shengeng looked dignified. His expression was solemn, and he whispered, very well. It has already exceeded our achievements in many days. Upon hearing that, Adams was deeply surprised. How long has this been? It's been less than an hour, right? It has surpassed Liu Shengeng's research for so many days. What kind of genius is this? Exclamation mark. Ghost! Exclamation mark. Did you almost let yourself go? Elgarth, who was standing behind them, heard the words of the two and swallowed subconsciously. Did you mess up with someone you shouldn't mess with? With the talent that Oki is showing now, if the real old guys in the League of Breeder Guilds really know that, it is estimated that they will really come out of the deadlock. right? The breeder of that age, its connections. Eggers shook subconsciously. The camera in the room is on, Liu Shengeng asked. On. Adams nodded. I'll take it out later. I'll show the old guys if I want to get out of the deadlock and build momentum for the little ones. Liu Shengeng's expression was extremely solemn. At the words of Liu Shengeng, Adams stared. Being able to show the expression of the president of an alliance in a region can show how surprised he is. The old guys in Liu Shengeng's mouth are those of their previous generation, those who were in charge of the alliance. It's just now closed, and I don't know how many are alive. But as long as they don't show up, it's the League's whole card. This is also the essence of the Alliance as the most powerful force in the Elven world. Aoki didn't understand what they were talking about, and now he has focused on the study of the toxin in front of him. I have to say, he has something. By analyzing this toxin, Aoki himself can make it. At that time, if he does something bad, he can still blame him. Not bad. In order not to surprise Yanaji Uao, Aoki also deliberately slowed down. It's critical, Liu Shengeng said. With his ability, although he didn't know why Aoki was able to resolve it so quickly, he could see that Aoki's operations were completely in the normal order. It can only be said that Aoki's luck is so good. I can roughly guess what toxin is based on the characteristics each time. I will only analyze the proportion of it later. What Liu Shengeng said is the key, that is, the last ones. As long as it is resolved, there is no problem with the poison on Genji. So fast, Eggers said subconsciously. Aoki frowned. No sound. Adams and Liu Sheng just stared at Eggers. Eggers closed his mouth obediently immediately. Aoki said again, the air conditioner sounds too loud. It's off. Elgarth trot past it. Whose watch? Aoki frowned again. It was Elgar's again, and he quickly covered his watch with his hand. In this gap, Aoki analyzed one of them again. It is still the last one, and it is also the one with the smallest proportion of toxins. Often the smallest proportion of this toxin cannot be ignored. May play the most critical role. Stop breathing. Aoki growled slightly at the three. When heard, the three stared. Stop breathing, stop breathing. Adams still took the lead, covering his mouth and nose with his hands. Elgarth could only do so. www.mentalnovel.com. He suspected that Aoki was probably correcting him, but he had no evidence. The suspected car is without evidence. It is helpless. Soon, Aoki analyzed the last ingredient, which turned out to be highly toxic. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now that it's resolved, it's easy to handle. Any cultivator can make an antidote. Aoki did not have a big name, and just happened to have all these materials on her body, and they were taken out directly to make antidote. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1109. I want to be the fourth king. Genji was awakened. However, because the coma was a little long, after she proved the innocence of Aoki, she soon fell asleep. Genji expressed surprise that they suspected Aoki. It was really unexpected that they would associate the whole thing to Aoki. However, although it was proved that it was not made by Aoki, Genji could not confirm who it was. Because the other person's body is very well hidden, he is obviously a master who specializes in doing this kind of thing. It's not surprising that this talent can be found in the Hunter Guild or the Rockets. The Hunters Guild in Fenny Yuan was uprooted, and the Lava and Ocean squads, which were clamored by the wind, now dare not show up. Let Yuanzi take a good rest and strive for an early recovery. Adams left with everyone. Back in his office again, Liu Shenggen felt exasperated, not only because the suspicions of his disciples have been washed away, but also because of Aoki's demonstrated capabilities and methods. They are completely comparable to advanced breeders. He once asked Aoki that he must reach the level of a senior nurturer within a certain period of time, otherwise he would give up the direction of a trainer. Unexpectedly, only 1 year had passed, and Aoki was finished. As for why they did not participate in the assessment, Liu Shenggen and Adams had already completed their own brain supplements. Muxi will be destroyed by Lin Feng. High profile is good, but too high profile is not necessarily all good. Aoki, I did not do well this time. In order to apologize, You can ask me for a request within my ability," Adams said to Aoki with a smile on the chair. After hearing that, Aoki was lost in thought. "I want to be the 4 heavenly kings. I wonder if you give them." Of course, Aoki's most wanted thing to do now is to become the 4 heavenly kings, but if you don't count the super evolution and the existence of the scaly-tailed dragon, you still have a lot of gaps. Obviously becoming the 4 heavenly kings is also unrealistic. However, this incident also gave Aoki a wake-up call, who said that no one in the Rockets believed anything except Sakagi. "Although I don't know who this Carter was arrested this time, why do I know that he exists?" But the words of a Carter-level member are still a bit heavy. Otherwise, the League will not send someone to investigate itself. After this incident, it is estimated that it will not happen again for a long time. But no one can guarantee the future. Aoki can only improve his strength faster, and has responded to emergencies ever since. In addition, there is also the need to improve their status as soon as possible, to an extent that the League cannot doubt. For example, become the 4 kings of a region. The future Orange is his own example. If the Rockets Carders can pull a 4-day king into the water, it is estimated that Sakagi would be happy to do it. To be a 4-day king is to get a talisman. Even Sakagi could not easily leverage the identity of the 4 heavenly kings, let alone the Carders of the Rockets. Even the weakest 4 heavenly kings doesn't matter. Aoki never had such a desire for the position of 4 heavenly kings. Really not. Junshaw family, Joey family can also consider it. But for the sake of life freedom, this can only be used as an alternative. The last choice. Master, can I enter the Alliance's general data room? There are a lot of questions that I want to get answers from, Aoki said after thinking a little. At the request of Aoki, Adams froze. Is this also a requirement? Even if there was no such thing, Adams would have nodded in agreement if Aoki made the request. Are you sure? Adams confirmed. Aoki nodded. Now I have no shortage of resources for the time being, sweeping the Rockets Resource Exchange Office. And the resources I get are enough for half a year. Only 1.5 months have passed, and there is still a lot of inventory. The number of your own elves is also enough, and you don't need to take them back in a short time. Aoki still hopes that his elves are fine and not many. Then it is only to expand its own chip database, which is the biggest help at present. Last time, a lot of information about the elves was downloaded from the Rockets database. But the Rockets are the Rockets after all, and most of their data are partial. For example, how to quickly improve the power of the wizard, but the price is the potential of the wizard. How to improve the qualifications of the wizard, the price is the life of the wizard. Rocket scientists are really powerful, but these things are unnecessary means. Aoki has not yet reached such an urgent time. Some of these methods can refer to integration, but cannot be used directly. As for the normal training of elves, it must be the most comprehensive data of the Alliance. Bongila, Flaming Chicken, Bosco Dora and so on will not talk about him. Liolu, Chilulian, Sea Spike Dragon, these elf Naoki are the first training. If we can get the experience of our predecessors, we can definitely take a lot less detours in the future. Seeing Aoki without hesitation, Adams did not reluctantly. The pen in his hand quickly wrote on the paper and handed it to Aoki. This is an hour of reading for the library. You can go by yourself. Taking the note, Aoki saw Adams' signature and seal above. An hour, if it is a data-filtered download, is enough. Holding the note, Aoki and the two gestured, and left. Adams looked at the left Aoki and said to Liu Shengang, Xiao Gang, have we done too much before? The request made by Aoki really made me feel ashamed. Liu Sheng just glared at him. Don't get involved with me, you are too much. However, a complex look quickly appeared. Rest assured, this little guy is not an ordinary person. His thinking is more mature than his peers. He doesn't care about your attitude at all. The actual benefits may be more attractive to him. At the words of Liu Shengen, Adams sighed helplessly. In the future, we still have to find a way to compensate him. An opportunity to consult the information is not a problem at all. Looking at Elgas, who was still sitting aside at this time. Don't beat up in one place. It's all the sky, and he vowed to go to www.mentalnovel.com and brought the investigation order of the Federation. Yes, it's all him. Adams seemed to find the best vent for himself. Feeling that Adam's gaze was sullen, I have kept silent as much as possible to not show my sense of existence, but did not expect to be noticed by Adams. Aoki cleared his suspicions, which made the whole thing fall into the unknown mystery again. But now he doesn't have time to think about this. How to calm down the anger of Adams and Liu Shengen is the key. Although they do not belong to them, if they go to the General Union to sue, with the energy of the two, it is estimated that they will be prepared to wander in the outside area for a long time. Fourth more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1110. Under cover of the lava team, Aoki soon came to the reference room of the Alliance headquarters. With Adam's note, there was no obstruction. The management of the Alliance will be much more formal, but no matter how it is, the chip cannot avoid downloading data from it. As long as Oka's hand can reach the host where the main database is located, even if it is only a little skin contact, he can secretly download the information he needs. When coming out of the data room, Aoki was satisfied. Sure enough, as he initially guessed, the data of the League's database are more orthodox. It is to teach the trainer how to train an elf from his birth to the level of the Uranus, and even higher. It is these things that Aoki needs. Integrating the data of the rockets and the data of the Alliance is a complete set of elven training manuals. Of course, there is also a lot of partial knowledge and tips. Because there was an hour, Aoki also specially downloaded some elves' combat skills training and other materials. Can be used as a reference. The abundance of the database eased Oka's original sense of urgency a little. Now that everything is in place, there is only time left. As long as there is enough time, the future will not be difficult. After Aoki came out of the Phoenix King's space, the polygon on the island was connected to the chip again. After a brief observation and confirmation, Aoki teleported some elves in his body. Teleported with the scale-tailed armored dragon. The poisonous algae dragon that was conquered last time had the presence of a scale-tailed dragon, and Aoki didn't worry about what would happen to him. Just obediently on the island. Everything on the island is going very smoothly, and the ecosystem and biochain have been fully formed. Then just wait slowly for the harvest. After coming out of the reference room, Aoki went to Adam's office and made a round. After confirming that he did not have his own task, Aoki left directly. After all, there are a lot of things that are not convenient to do here, and there are a lot of things to do in Oka's plan. Get on the special plane of the Chief Search Officer and head to Fuai Town. That's right. The Chief Search Officer's plane. This was specially provided for the convenience of the Chief Search Officer. Aoki had not sat before, but now I remember it. Because it was a small private aircraft, it was very fast and arrived in Fuai within a few hours. As long as he can use the aircraft at any time, even the driver is specially equipped. At this time, Fuai Town was completely on track. It also has a certain reputation in Fenyuan area. Because Fuai Doguan was established in the name of Aoki, many people came here in the hope of having a passionate battle with him. Unfortunately, this person, Aoki, has completely become a shopkeeper. As long as everything was working properly for Fuai Doguan, he was too lazy to manage it. Go straight to your home. But as he walked around the door of his residence, Aoki's face changed slightly. Immediately from his shadow, a head merged. Gengui. Aoki opened his superpowers, slowly opened the door, and walked inside. Although it didn't seem to have any effect, it was too quiet and slightly weird. That's why Aoki scans with superpowers, but doesn't find anything wrong. After entering, came directly to the lobby, actually saw a figure sitting in the hall. Gengui appeared directly beside Aoki, staring closely at the figure. Aoki frowned. Under the perception of superpower, the existence of this person was not found, but it was visible to the naked eye. I don't know who your excellency is. Are you waiting for me here? Aoki asked. The Aoki search officer is back, but it really made me wait. The second time, I should have met for the first time. Hello, my name is Tan Haoyu, he said, Haiying stood up and turned to face Oki. Tanhaoyu did not do any treatment to his face, so Oki saw Tanhaoyu's face as soon as possible. "Have we met?" Oki asked. "Well, to be precise, we almost saw it, but for some reason, we still couldn't meet in person, but it's not too late." Tanhaoyu pulled the black hood on his head with a smile, revealing his full picture. A good-looking adult with a stern eyebrow and a tall nose. The skin pack is also good. But as he pulled down his hood, Oki saw the flashing symbol under his black robe. Lava Team. Oki couldn't be more familiar with the logo of the Lava Team. An elf ball appeared immediately in the hand, and at the same time the chip was ready to teleport his elf at any time. Tanhaoyu was not surprised, and a little embarrassment appeared on his face. Did you still see it? It really is a search officer. Sorry for the urgency. I forgot to change my clothes. It seems that the old man didn't tell you about me, so I'd better introduce myself in detail. My name is Tanhaoyu, and the position seems to be the senior search officer of the Alliance, right? This doesn't matter anymore. And now my job is to work under the Lava Team and serve as the fourth cadre in the Lava Team. As for saying that this is not the first time we have met, do you still remember the relic space of Gulajuo in Chimney Mountain? Tanhaoyu didn't hide anything, and told her everything. Undercover? Oki frowned. Yes, I have been doing it for some years. I almost forgot my true identity. If I hadn't introduced myself to you today, I would have forgotten that I was a member of the Alliance. Tanhaoyu said mockingly, flashing after a trace of decline. Oki fell into silence and wondered if he should believe the person in front of him. Seeing Oki's expression, Tanhaoyu showed a helpless expression. Well, I know, how could such a word be so easily believed? And the old man is really, be sure to let me come to you. I don't know where is yours. You can only wait for you in your house. Who knows how long it takes to wait? The old man is, Oki said. Yuanzai. Master Yuanzai. Tanhaoyu waved his hand. You don't have to guess. I will tell you just the expression. After speaking, Genji lowered his head and rummaged on his own body, as if he was groping for something. Have it. Actually, no matter how much this doesn't work. After speaking, Tanhaoyu threw a card to Oki. Before approaching Oki www.mtlnovel.com, the card was suspended in the air, and it was confirmed that there was no problem before it was taken by Oki. Tanhaoyu, the senior search officer of the Alliance, full-time undercover work, directly under the control of Genji King. Oki swiped this Alliance identity card directly on his machine and obtained these materials. Then Tanhaoyu recounted something, only Yuanji and what he knew. Oki fully confirmed his identity. Fifth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add more for the grand prize of the Big Brother. Then I will say one thing. Hibiscus asks for monthly tickets every day. It is estimated that many people have bought 5 full tickets. If you have extra monthly tickets, you can add a full booking group 563,226,836, requiring 5,000 fans, and talk to the administrator Pippi. You can ticket exchange. Finally, thanks to all the big guys who are willing to exchange tickets for this book. Pippi told me that Hibiscus is in my heart. Thanks for your support. Chapter 1111. Good and Evil. Loki is not surprised that the League will be undercover in the Lava Team. Surprisingly, this undercover can actually reach the level it is now. The fourth cadre of the Lava Team was surprising. I don't know if there will be such a person inside the Marines and Rockets. Oka's heart tightened slightly. The surface asked indifferently, is there anything you've come to me? Tanhaoyu was helpless. It's time to report, but I can't contact the old man. I remembered the old man who told me before that if I couldn't reach him, I would come to you and be trusted by the old man. People, there should be no problem. After hearing that, Oki knew it. That's it. In order to ensure stability within the Feniyuan Alliance, the incident of Yuan's injuries was not announced. The iron spin injury has a very big impact on Feniyuan Alliance. If the news of Yuan's injury is spread now, it is estimated that Feniyuan Alliance will really have a big mess. At least, the prestige of Feniyuan Alliance will be minimized. Tanhaoyu in the Lava Team did not know, and it was normal. In a few days, you should be able to contact the king of Genji, Oki said lightly. When Yan, Tenhao Yi. Is there something tricky for the old man? Tenhao asked. Oki shook her head slowly. These things can't really be said. In short, in a few days you will be able to contact King Haruka, intelligence or whatever. You still have to tell him yourself. Oki now really does not want to blend into the lava team's affairs. It's better not to participate if you can't. Hearing Oki said that, Tenhao did not force it. He was helpless to find Oki. Since Genji can be reached in a few days, it doesn't matter if you wait a few more days. Tenhao nodded and walked outside. The laziness and smile on his face gradually disappeared. As an undercover, although there is no mask like Oki, in fact, this real mask is much better than those masks installed. When I walked past Oki, from the momentum alone, I felt completely changed. Typical momentum of lava team cadres. Tenhao paused for a moment. The voice reached Oka's ears. Sometimes I have been with the lava team for a long time, and it is easy to forget my identity. In the lava team, I also saw a lot of mistakes made by the league. Oki, what are you doing in this world? The sound is very light, as if asking a question, and whispering softly. Being able to hear it clearly showed that Tenhao was telling him. Oki was in the same place and felt that the person behind her had disappeared. But his words let Oki fall into meditation, struggling on the edge of good and evil, seeing evil in good, and good in evil. Oki looked complicated. In fact, he is a bit like Oki. Oki is a cadre in the Rockets and a chief search officer in the league. But Oki was a little different from him. Oki has lived through a lifetime and has long understood the sinister world. And he is slowly approaching good from evil, so he has no special aversion to the evil in the good, and does not touch much about the good in the evil. But Tenhao is different. He is close to evil from good. As a member of the Miao Hong Alliance, it must have been brainwashed by the Alliance's thinking from the beginning. Make the league good and the lava team evil. But from the evil in the lava team, he found precious goodness. This made him very surprised, and after further contact, he discovered the existence of evil from the good of the Alliance. In this way, he was shocked from an early age, and his firm will was shaken. Although the lava team is an underground force, he has given many poor people who did not have the opportunity to become training plus, giving them the opportunity to turn around. Although the Alliance is an organization that advertises justice, it views the social class as too important and ignores the struggle of the lowest people. These are all seen by Tenhao. So now he is very confused. He doesn't know whether he is right or wrong, or even what he should do. Oki has experienced the worst and most evil things at the bottom of the elven world, and when approaching the Alliance of Justice, he can understand some of the relative evils hidden by them. But Tenhao has always lived in the ideal utopian world, and suddenly came into contact with the darkness at the bottom of the elven world society, and was shocked in his heart, and suddenly lost. A poor man. Oki sighed secretly. Tenhao must be struggling at this time. Would you like to talk to Genji Heavenly King? Oka's eyes flashed with some intentional light. There is a certain operating space. He took out the communicator and sent a message to Yuanzai about how Tenhao found himself. As for the state of Tenhao, hesitated a little, Oki deleted the content that had just been edited. Then plug the communicator into your pocket. People who have experienced these things can understand something that some people will never perceive, murmured softly. Oki restored everything in the hall to its original state and slowly approached the backyard. False alarm. But this Tenhao's strength is really not weak. Oki could feel the thick threat from him. Weng. One thing just ended, but another communicator in Oki-san's shook. Take it out and take a look. It's really one wave after another. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone, but more were surprises. Information comes from the Carlos area, to be precise, Vladely from the flash flames. When King went to the space of the Phoenix King, he asked him to send people to find a place in the Carlos area that was forgotten by humans. The Nibel Plateau. I did not expect that in the past month and a half, The flash flames really found this place. Oki put the communicator away. www.mtlnovel.com Nebel Plateau. If you remember correctly, where is the elf who lives in the Nebel Plateau now? Oki thought. The Nebel Plateau is not clearly marked on the Carlos area map, because this is a place that humans have forgotten, and there are a lot of elves living there. All of them are far away from human beings. And this Nebel Plateau has become a legendary elven, where Polkanian lives. What interest Oki is not this Polkan, but the kingdom that brings mysterious science to the extreme, Azot, and the highest crystallization of the mysterious science of the Azot kingdom, that almost made the entire kingdom into a turbulent existence. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1112 Nebel Plateau. I wanted to trim it a little, but now it seems that time is tight, Oki said to himself. Oki originally wanted to stay in Fuai Town for a while, sort out the data obtained from the rockets and the leak, and then make a set of the most suitable way to cultivate their elves. It seems that there is no time left. Go to the small broken diamond cave in the backyard and take away all the diamonds they produced during this time. This is definitely not enough for Bongil and Boskadora to eat, but if you save some food, you should be able to persist for a while. He had a hunch that the small broken diamond should be completed soon. At that time, there might be a continuous supply of diamonds. Fortunately, the special plane has not yet flown away. With a surprised expression of the pilot, he asked to go directly to the Carlos area. The pilot did not dare to ask more questions, and did his own job honestly. Only then did Oki discover the benefits of rights and money. Evil class system. Still a bit cool. The Carlos area is far away from the Feniyun area. Even though the speed of this private jet is relatively fast, it is not possible to arrive in a day. It happened that Oki was able to get a little understanding of the information on the chip on the plane. See if there is anything that can inspire him. Carlos area. My air city. Oki let the plane send himself here. Then he let himself go. After a few laps in my air, we went to the base of the flash flames. Make sure no one noticed his presence, and let the Dull King appear outside the base of the flash team using teleportation. The outfit has been completely replaced. The face is also covered with superpowers. Oki is now a high-level superpowered person. Except for people of Naz's level, I believe no one can see through the superpowered film directly. Base mouth. I greeted before I came and someone greeted me at the door. A fat man with a handful of red hair on his head said to Oki with a smile, Master Everand. Welcome back, Mr. Koselowski. Oki nodded, his voice slightly husky, making it impossible to tell his true age. Koselowski's face was very respectful. As to how much respect he had, he didn't know. He has always been following Vladari, but I don't know why Vladari actually respects Oki so much. Master Fradari has been waiting for a long time, Kozelowski said with a smile. Nodded, motioned him to lead the way. Oki's heart was like a mirror to Kozelowski's heart. But as long as Vladari was there, he couldn't turn around. As for the other members of the Flash Flames, Oki also has the means to deal with it. Led by Kozelowski, came to Vladari's office. Mr. Everand. Fradari looked at Oki and immediately walked up with a smile. Opening his arms to welcome him, he was stopped directly by Oki. It is best not to have physical contact. Vladari was not angry, and asked Oki to sit down. Mr. Priest, don't know what you are looking for in the Nebel Plateau? In the history of the Carlos area, the Nebel Plateau has been called the Forgotten Land, and there are many elves that have been forgotten by human trainers. Fradali asked. Mr. Fradari forgot what I showed you last time? Oki asked without answering. Upon hearing that, Vladali frowned slightly, as if thinking of something bad. He nodded heavily. So it is. As far as I know, not far from the Nebel Plateau, there is a kingdom called Azot, which is also far away from modern civilization like the Nebel Plateau. The development of this kingdom is completely different from the direction of modern society. Their specialization in machinery and mysterious science is very important for us, and it will greatly help our future plans. Oki said. He paused a little and continued. Find the Azot kingdom first, and sent someone to lurk in. I'm very interested in one of them. Wait for it to help me find this person. Oh, is there such a place? Fradari was surprised. Unexpectedly, there is still room for developing mysterious science in the Carlos area. As for how Aoki knew these things, Vladari had already completed his brain. Definitely from above. In this regard, Vladali is convinced. Aoki had already figured out how to explain. Seeing Vladali didn't ask, it saved him a bit of trouble. If let him know what Vladari thinks, Aoki will definitely sigh. It is really good to be a stick. Kauselos stood respectfully behind Fradari, watching him communicate with Aoki without interruption. But I was not very interested in this mysterious science. No matter how mysterious science is, can it still be compared with the science and technology of today's society? Give me the location of the Nibel Plateau. I'll check it out myself, Aoki said. Vladari nodded and pulled out a small device from the drawer. The small screen showed a map of the Carlos area. The position of the Nibel Plateau has been marked with red dots. Aoki did not stay too much and chose to leave. The Flash Flames team has just begun to develop, and there are many things that need to be prepared. Aoki does not have so many elves involved in these trivia. Vladari didn't force it either, watching Aoki leave. After Aoki disappeared from the office, the Koselos wizard behind Vladali said, Mr. Vladari, why do you respect Mr. Priest so much? He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, and now, with the appearance of Aoki, he naturally asked this question. When he heard the question from Koseloski, Vladari groaned, because the future. Koseloski repeated these words in puzzlement. At this time, Aoki had sat on the desert dragonfly and disappeared into the mountain forest. I saw Vladari today. Aoki was really a bit surprised. I didn't expect that the seeds that were planted by last time could have such an effect. Aoki thought secretly. This is a good way, but in order to get the effect, there are a lot of prerequisites. The most important point is to understand the weaknesses of the other party, what kind of person the other party is, and what they want. Only by showing him what he wants to see, and then a little bit of subtle hypnosis and induction, can an effect like Vladari be seen. To put it bluntly, Vladali's mind is too strong, but Aoki happened to seize it, and then slightly altered the goal. This change, no matter what instrument, what device or what ability, cannot be detected. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1113 Bricklon and the Fiery Red Fox. One day later. The fringe of Carlos. The Nibel Plateau is also called the Forgotten Plateau. Not many people know the Nibel Plateau. Even if some people know it, they don't want to say more because it is regarded as a gathering place of shame by many people. Aoki rode in the desert dragonfly for a day and night before barely seeing the shadow of the Nibel Plateau. If it weren't for the coordinates provided by Flash Flame, it wouldn't be sure that this place was the legendary Nibel Plateau. Sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly and looking away. The scenery here is really nice. The morning sun slowly rises from the other side of the plateau. The mist in the forest and the clouds in the sky seem to be connected in series. Under the illumination of the early morning sun, it is dipped in gold. It's actually a good place. Why should it become a place to forget? Aoki sighed secretly. It is a pity to mention that such a beautiful scene was forgotten, but also sorry for the elves living here. Any elf, if abandoned by his own trainer, will be a huge blow to this elf, because the spirit of the elf is very simple. You become his trainer, and he will treat you wholeheartedly. He will not betray anything until he is absolutely disappointed. If, in this case, the trainer abandons the elf, it is tantamount to the parents abandoning the children. Living here together, you don't feel lonely, you don't feel like you are a special being. Patted the back of the desert dragonfly and landed slowly on the ground. The way back, we have to go a little bit by ourselves. Throw 2 elven to summon the Crow's Head and Madara. The elf here may have a high degree of hostility towards humans, but it is better to walk down a little loke. Crow's Head and Mataro are not usually able to fight because of Aoki's identity. In the space of the Phoenix King, Aoki mainly trains Bagheera, so it is good to summon them now. The 2 elves are more flexible, smaller in size, and much smaller in motion. Walk towards the Nibel Plateau on foot. A string of rosary beads appeared in his hand. These are reinforced by the crow's head with evil energy, so the effect of blocking superpowers is better. Aoki has now developed this good habit of exercising superpowers anytime, anywhere. Strive to increase the level of control of your superpowers at an early date, and use instant movement at an early date. It may be because the area is relatively remote, but just from the edge of the Nibel Plateau, the level of wild elves is higher. Originally in other fields, many gentle-tempered elves did not need to be prepared for, but it was not possible here. Maybe here we'll encounter a very hostile elf. Aoki must not take the initiative to attack. As a result, Aoki encountered many elves in the process of approaching the center of the Nibel Plateau, regardless of the strength of the crow's head and Madara's strength, and launched an attack directly. Fortunately, although these elves have higher levels than wild elves elsewhere, they are still somewhat inconspicuous compared to the crow's head and Magdalene. Aoki also expressed regret for the elves here, so they didn't let the crow heads kill them, but just stunned them and stopped them. But with the approach towards the center, the number of elves around them increased, and the strength of the elves gradually became stronger. The noise was getting louder and louder, and it was impossible to approach quietly. No way, Aoki thought for a moment, summoned Bangla and Flame Chicken. Then you can only hit it. Anyway, today is the center of the Nibel Plateau. He is going to fix it. After Bongil and Flaming Chicken came out, the speed of advancement increased again. On the whole, the Nibel Plateau is relatively large. It's just that its big concept is that it is relatively long in the horizontal direction, but normal in the vertical direction. Aoki just walks from the vertical direction to the inside, so he doesn't need to go a lot. But here the elves are blocking more and more, until Karan, Firefox. With the emergence of these two voices, the elves who originally intended to besiege Aoki stopped indignantly. A pair of eyes stared at Aoki with hateful eyes. Aoki's expression remained unchanged and indifferent. If it wasn't for the rosary beads in his hands that kept turning, he would have thought that it was a dummy. Originally, there was still a lot of compassion for the elves here, but later Aoki slowly discovered that the spirit of the elves had become extreme. It seems as if any human being appears to be abandoning their trainer. The look of desperate fighting made him feel a bit chilling. 2 green and 1 red elves appeared. Finally, there were some changes on Aoki's face. Bricklon and the demon Red Fox, 2 of the 3 royal families in the Carlos area. Another water system is the Cogger Ninja Frog that Aoki encountered in the space of the Phoenix King. Bricklon in the grass system and Red Fox in the fire system. From their appearance, let all the elves here stop. The prestige of these 2 elves here should be good. Maybe it was the elf head abandoned by the trainer. Aoki thought quietly. Karan. The 2 elves walked through the elven group, looked at the 4 elves beside Aoki, and Aoki stood in the middle of his face lightly and called twice. Aoki was a little surprised that the attack was not launched directly. Demon Fire Red Fox has superpower attributes. Using ECG induction directly, let Aoki understand what he meant. Human, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. The flaming red fox on the side also echoed. Aoki activated the chip. Pokemon, Brickalon Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 63. Attribute, grass plus fighting. Features, lush. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, photosynthesis, fast defense, sparing, enhanced boxing. Basic skills, spike defense, spike arm hammer, tapping, abdominal drum, impact, scream, rattan whip, rolling, biting, parasitic seed, missile pin, ramming, seed bomb, mud shot, bodybuilding, shan press share the pain. Teaching skills, crazy plants, snoring, iron wall, lame, brutal, iron tail, brute force, lightning fist, help, ultimate drain, true chi fist. Skill learner, hold, earthquake. Seeing this material of Brickalon www.mtlnovel.com, Aoki's eyes flashed a strange color. Such an excellent grass-based use and geo-elf, would anyone still abandon it? The cyan qualification has reached the level of Heavenly King in the wild, and it can be seen that its talent is not weak at all. If Oki could have such an elf as the initial elf in the beginning, he would probably wake up with a smile. All I can say is that some people really don't know how to be blessed. There are skills in the skill learner, and it is determined that this Brickalon is also an elf abandoned by the trainer. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1114 2-2-1. Then Oki shifted her gaze to the red fox. The chip also scanned her data. Pokemon, Fiery Red Fox Cyan. Gender, female. Level, 62. Attribute, Fire plus superpower. Characteristics, Fierce Fire. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Prayer, Hypnosis, Hot Air, Magic Reflex. Basic skills, Magical Fire, Foreseeing the Future, Playing, Dropping Bags, Shadow Balls, Scratching, Wagging Tail, Sparks, Long Puppets, Accumulated Flame Strike, Fantasy Rays, Flame Vortex, Lucky Spell, Light Wall, Spirit Shock, Jet Flame, Ghost Fire, Strong Mind, Sunny Day. Teaching skills, Explosive Flames, Iron Tail, Sharpening, Mind Movement, Snoring, Snatching, Swap Sights, Lightning Fist, Fraud, Fire Fist. Skill Learner, Light Wall, Meditation. The stats of Demon Red Fox are similar to those of Brickalon. Both elves have the strength of the Heavenly King level, and both are elves abandoned by the trainers. These two elves are also the most powerful elves that Oki has ever seen on the Nibel Plateau. After hearing Brickalon's words, Oki slowly shook her head. Sorry, I need to keep going inside. Oki's voice appeared in the minds of Brickalon and the Demon Red Fox. Hearing that, Brickalon and the Demon Red Fox changed their eyes, and gradually became fierce. Seeing them, Oki sighed in his heart. It seemed that he needed to play a game. However, to Oki's surprise, the eyes of Brickalon and Demon Red Fox gradually calmed down. They glanced around the elves around Oki, and then looked around at the elves around them, without their own anger erupting. Looking at their movements, Oki understood their thoughts. I'm afraid you're going to attack the surrounding elves. There are only 2 of them, and Oki now has at least 4 elves, 2 against him, and the remaining 2 are enough to solve the surrounding elves. And, as a trainer, will he only have 4 elves? Brickalon and the Red Fox are very clear. There is something you can't provoke, and you may never come out again when you go in. Human. I'm doing it for you, said Brickalon again. Can't provoke existence? Is it Polkin? Still shaking his head firmly. Sorry, I still need to go deep. Brickalon's eyes changed again, and he always felt that Oki knew something. You know that not only that guy is in the Nibel Plateau. At this time, the Demon Red Fox on the side said, Humans, don't you like to play against each other the most? Do you dare to play against us? As long as you can defeat us too, let you pass, but if you lose you have to leave. This, as a human trainer, must not refuse. Oki glanced at the Red Fox with a smile on his face. Will you use radical method? But it is in the heart of his own heart. Well, how are you going to fight? 1 by 1, or 2 together? Oki asked. Brickalon and the Demon Red Fox glanced at each other, speaking in unison. Together. Then I will not bully you. I have 4 elves here. Let you 2 choose. Oki has absolute confidence. If even the 2 elves who have been given up by the trainer can't be defeated without knowing how long, then you really don't want to mix up. Go home and make an energy cube. Brickalon and the Demon Red Fox looked at each other and discussed. The spirits of Oki are all eager to try. No matter who comes on the court, they are confident enough. In the end, Brickalon and Demon Red Fox chose Bangla and Fire Chicken. No way, they can feel a very strong threat from the crow's head and Madara's body. This shows that the hard power of these 2 elves is stronger than them. Although Bongil and Flaming Chicken are also quite threatening, they are not as big as Crow's Head and Madara. Moreover, the heads of the crows of the flying system and the evil system, as well as the Madara of the ice system and the evil system, obviously have greater restraint against them. As a spirit of the fire and superpowers, The monster Red Fox was severely restrained by the evil system. The flying system also restrained Bricalon 4 times, and the ice department also doubled it. In this way, it is definitely wise to choose Bangla and Flamingo. Seeing their choice of Crowhead and Magdalene didn't say anything, but Bangla and Flaming Chicken were very happy. Scared. Bangla and the Flaming Chicken fist bumped each other, and the tacit understanding between them is also impossible to say. Collision between Big Fist and Small Fist. The Battle of the Four Elves began directly. Aoki directly launched the Heart and Octans application command operation. The first to attack were Bricalon and the Demon Red Fox. The two of them also worked hard for their own homes. I saw the spikes on Bricaron's back emitting light, just like a missile, firing directly. Missile pin. On the other side, the monster who was on fire in the hands of the Flaming Red Fox didn't know whether it was a tree branch or a magic wand, and gently attached his superpower to the missile pin. Let the missile pin, which was originally hit by luck, become a directional skill. Just for the first attack, you can feel that their two elves cooperate very well with each other. The target of the missile pin is Bangla. Bangla didn't mind the attacks, and rushed towards them, because he believes that his companion will definitely appear in the first place. Sure enough, the Flaming Chicken rushed up from behind Bangla, with the help of Bangla's body, went higher, and then directed his fist directly to this missile pin. Boom. 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 After superpower acceleration, the power of the missile pin is even better. But he was still smashed by the fist of the Flame Chicken. Bagheera rushed forward. Her body seemed huge, but her speed was fast. Noticing the actions of Bongil and the Flaming Chicken, Bricalon and the Demon Red Fox face changed slightly. If approached by a physically powerful elf such as Bangla, it is estimated that both of them can't bear it. Especially the Red Fox. Bangla is evil spirit. After all, his restraint is very serious. But they only noticed Bangla, who rushed in front. But they didn't notice the Flaming Chicken. www.mentalnovel.com, which was behind Bangla at this moment. It was only because Bangla was so big that she couldn't find it immediately. Flaming Chicken is also much faster than Bangla, but he is not as fast. Under Aoki's command, he walked and jumped out of a special melody. This is a kind of ability exercised on Fengwing Island, using sword dance skills while running. Although this does not allow the speed of running to the fullest extent, it prevents the Flame Chicken from becoming a living target when using sword dance. A smile appeared on Bangla's face, and the rocks around him appeared. There is a sharp side to every rock. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1115 2-22. The target of the sharp stone attack is directly locked by the Demon Red Fox. Every rock is like a missile. Although the firing direction is not the same, these sharp stones, under the control of Bangla, all look like they have eyes and shoot at the Red Fox. The Flaming Red Fox stood in place. His face was slightly dignified, and the fire magic wand in his hand waved gently. Move ideas. However, it is not used for Bongila, but for yourself, so that you can quickly retreat and distance yourself from Bongila. It was impossible for Bricalon to stand still and watch the Red Fox being attacked. Karan, along with his roar, the spikes on his back glowed again. But this time it was not a missile pin. Flying out were a number of green objects that looked like seeds, with a faint fluorescence flowing on them. Seed bomb. When Bagheera saw the bombs flying over, under Aoki's command, she slowed a little forward, opened her mouth, and a hot flame blew out of Bagheera's mouth. The jet flame intercepted some seed bombs directly halfway. Detonate all these seeds halfway. There was a huge roar in the air, and the air vibration caused by the blast. Although the squirting flame skills of Bongil are not the skills of this department, their power is not weak, because the energy of Gyurato he absorbed was the original Gyurato, not the incomplete Gyurato that appeared later. Primitive Gyurato is a sprite with ground and fire attributes. Therefore, the power of Bangla's jet flame skills is still considerable. The contact between the seed bomb and the flame made the whole explosion more dynamic. In the end, however, A few seeds, under the control of Brickalon, bypassed the flames and rushed towards Bangala. Without any panic, Bangiro extended his right hand and waved in the air, as if something was received. The sand in the soil quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, a sand wall formed in front of Bangala, and seed bombs blasted on these sand walls. Boom. 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 Dot. Just smashing the sand wall. After all, he still failed to hit Bangla. However, with the use of the jet flame skills and the control of the sand, Bangjira's control of the sharp stone attacking stones has decreased a lot, and the demon red fox has successfully escaped the chase attack. On the way, I also crushed many rocks with superpowers. Brickalon's siege and rescue of Zhao this time is quite effective. But don't forget, it's good to be doubles. How can it be enough to deal with Bongi? The flaming chicken behind Bangla is now using the sword dance skills and the increase has been completed. Directly take Bangla's body as a ladder, 3 or 2 steps will get into the air. The flaming chicken, which no longer limits its speed, is definitely the fastest one among the 4 elves at this time. The flaming chicken who jumped into the air glanced at the audience and locked the target. The grass-like Brickalon is the most suitable target for his attack. He was still in the ascendant, and a raging flame rose from his body. The fiery red flame was doped with many golden flames. The reason why not all golden flames are used is because the consumption is too large. The effect of this mode cannot be too weak. It also saves more energy. The flame-wrapped chicken rises into the air as if it were a small sun. The speed of ascent is not fast, but the fall under the control of the flaming chicken is raised at once. Keeping one foot out, the flames of the body gradually dissipated, all condensed on the legs. Fire kick. With the fall of the flaming chicken, a heat wave came. Brickalon's face changed. His hands folded on his chest, and he bent down slightly, exposing his hard armor on his back to the attack of the flaming chicken. A layer of light green energy appeared on his back. Spiked defense. It's a bit like holding skills, but it has some different effects. The key is to be able to injure the opponent in the morning while keeping the opponent's attack. The flaming chicken's attack can no longer be stopped. Ha! Exclamation mark. A kick was on Brickalon's back. Because of the effect of the spiked defense, he remained motionless, and the flame chicken knelt down on one knee with a backflip, apparently being hurt by the rebound. Bangla used Brickalon to maintain a different defensive posture and rushed to him. A grit of glittering boulder quickly formed on the sandbag's fist, and smashed at Brickalon's face. But just as he was about to attack Brickalon, a superpower film appeared on his body, wrapped him back directly. It seems that Brickalon and the demon red fox really work well together. It is estimated that they have been living together for a long time, and the tacit understanding between them has reached a certain level. No wonder he chose to fight Oki in at Woontuo battle. The flame kick of flaming chicken has been regarded as a mistake made by Oki. Now if Brickalon escapes again, what trainer is it? So Oki guessed that there would be this hand. What is the best way to face superpowers? Bangla opened her mouth again and could see a black energy wave appear in his mouth instantly. Evil wave. Before Brickalon was rescued by the demon red fox, the evil wave hit him. Instantly, the effect of mind transfer is removed. Then Bangla's frozen fist blasted into Brickalon's face logically. Ha! Exclamation mark. There was a huge crash, and then there was the sound of the entire ground sinking. Bangira's fist is not everyone can be hardwired, especially after learning some power use skills from the moving ape. Even more scary. At this time, the flaming chicken also slowed down, directly gave up Brickalon, and ran quickly towards the demon red fox. Speed is increased to the extreme. The spirit shock of the demon red fox was just avoided by the flame chicken. Because of worrying about the state of Brickalon, the red fox is not too far away, so for flaming chicken, this distance is just a blink of an eye. There is no meaning of pity. Rushed in front of the demon red fox. In the panic, the flaming red fox waved his magic wand and used fantasy light against the flaming chicken. The superpower department restrained the fighting system. She has not completely lost her square foot. But Flamingo was ready. Yan returns. With the swivel effect of Yan Hui, a small range of rotation came to the back of the demon red fox. Combination skills are ready. Short. With the inertia of turning around www.mtnovel.com, she punched her into the sky with a punch on the back of the demon red fox. Then, because of her short body, her legs were bent straighten in an instant. There were cracks on the ground, and they sprang up at a faster speed than the flaming red fox flew up. The last is the end of the combination skills, kicking, boom, exclamation mark. Like the red brick dragon, the demon red fox created a hole in the ground, dash. Fifth, more. Adding more to the rewards of the orange youths. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1116 Sticky Dragon Bagheera on the other side also settled Brickalon. They certainly didn't expect that defeating them was an elven whose attributes they had restrained. Looking at the two elves falling in the pit, Oki threw to elven directly. How to say it is using GU elves, and it is also a king level elf, and the value is quite good. But the elven ball hit them and did not open directly as expected. It popped up, sure enough. At the same time it was abandoned. There was no unbinding of the elven ball, so that no trainer could subdue them. Seeing this scene, Oki's heart was slightly angry. Some trainers give up the elves. At least they will be unbound from their elven balls, so that these elves have a chance to be subdued by other trainers. But apparently this Brickalon and Demon Red Fox were not lifted. So Oki's conquest failed. The elves who looked around and saw that they lost their fighting ability, finally realized the difference in strength between the elves and Oki. Not afraid to attack directly, but they all opened their teeth and looked fierce. Looking at them, Oki slowly shook his head. It's all a bunch of poor elves. The anger in my heart gradually dissipated. Take out 2 healing sprays and apply them to Brickalon and Demon Red Fox. Simply dealt with the injuries on them. Soon, Brickalon and the Red Fox awakened. Looking at the bandages on his body, there were still wounds that were not so painful. Instantly realized that these were made by Oki. He looked at him with a complex look, not knowing how to face it. Karan, you won, humans, Brickalon said. Maybe it was Oka's last thing to do, and it didn't offend him too much. Brickalon yelled again at the surrounding elves. The elves who heard him had a reluctance on their faces, but they gradually dissipated. The wicked Red Fox walked to Brickalon. The two of them have been living together for a long time, and have long been the best partners. The Demon Red Fox has always looked at Brickalon first, and seeing that he did not mean to pursue it, she did not show much hostility. You can go in, but there are more than just the two of us here. There are also many powerful guys, especially after half of it. Brickalon didn't go on, but Oki understood what he meant, nodded and said nothing. Took out 2 bottles of healing potion from his pocket. Eating them will recover a little faster. With that said, 2 bottles of healing potions flew into the hands of Brickalon and Demon Red Fox under the control of his superpowers. Then, without looking back, he carried the elf toward the interior of the Nibel Plateau. Brickalon and the Demon Red Fox looked at Oki and the elves beside him. There was a hint of envy and decline in his eyes. Their relationship must be very good, very close. If only the trainer I met could be like him. There was a wave in my heart. Oki continued with the elves. There are fewer wild elves around. However, after continuing for a long distance, the surrounding elves increased again. It is probably because they have passed the management scope of Brickalon and Demon Red Fox, and the elves here are not under their management. Looking at the elves slowly coming up, Oki felt a little helpless. Although you are poor, it is not a reason to attack me at will. No way but to stun them all. It's heavy, but you can't blame me. Oki once again directed the elves to advance while fighting. At this point, we are halfway forward. If the movement is large enough, it may attract the elf. Oki can only slow down slightly. However, after fighting for a while, the surrounding elves finally stopped again. A figure slowly emerged from the forest. Seeing this elf, Oka's face appeared a little surprised. Will this kind of elves also be abandoned? What are the special ideas? Oki shouted subconsciously, Bangla beside them also looked dignified, because the elf who came over could feel a strong threat from him. He is tall and mostly purple-toned and looks very smooth. It has a huge tail with green patches around the tail and neck. Mucus is present throughout the body, with the most concentrated and obvious mucus in the hands and chin. The quasi-god spirits, dragon spirits, and sticky dragons of Carlos. I didn't expect to be able to see an elf like Nian Malong here. Aoki was really surprised. Will anyone in the quasi-gods choose to give up? Which young master and young lady don't care so much about the value of the elf? Nian Malong is a very meek spirit. For the favorite trainers, they will use mucus to wrap them. It may seem slightly disgusting, but this is the way Nymphosaurus expresses his love. As a dragon elf, the sticky dragon is very powerful because his body can expand and contract. The strength of the horns ejected from the telescope is equivalent to the power of a professional boxer. It is very scary. But this sticky dragon looks very indifferent. There doesn't seem to be anything good for him. Aoki saw his expression and determined that he was another elf abandoned by the trainer. Maybe not everyone cares about the appearance of the elves. The appearance of the sticky dragon is really not good. Plus the slippery slime. Presumably this sticky beauty dragon was abandoned because of this. Pokemon, Sticky Dragon Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 65. Attribute, dragon. Characteristics, wet body. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, melting, iron tail, poison tail, hold on. Basic skills, water tail, inverse scale, attack, impact, foam, drain, hold, patience, dragon breath, pleasure, grasp, Tarzan peak, turbid flow, dragon wave, strong whip. Teaching skills, meteor swarm, fire fist, wave of water, snoring, brute force, lightning fist, dragon wave. Skill learner, none. Aoki really feels very sorry to see the data of this sticking me along. Although the Cyan qualification is indeed weak compared to the quasi-god spirit. However, the level can reach level 65, which has entered the official level of the Heavenly King, and this Cyan qualification can be completely ignored. The quasi-god spirit can reach this level. www.mtlnovel.com. The combat power erupted is absolutely terrifying. If he grew up in the hands of Aoki, his upper limit would definitely not be the case. Quasi-god spirits are also worth the cost of making a potion of qualification. The original qualifications of Bongil and Crustaceosaurus in Aoki were not very high, but now they have completely crushed the sticky dragon because of the existence of a trainer. This sticky dragon trainer is a waste of elves. Sticky. Nian Malong called out, and the hostility in his eyes was not inferior to the surrounding elves. Compared to Brickolon and Demon Red Fox, this sticky dragon is more hostile to humans. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1117. Hail as a quasi-god in the Carlos area. Nian Malong is of course exceptional. What Nian Malong is best at is not attack, but defense. Mainly special defense. As a quasi-god, the race value of 600 points. The highest of which is 150 points. If the elves who are good at special skills encounter the sticky dragon, the battle will become very difficult. And as a pure-breed single tribute dragon spirit, the physical fitness of the sticky dragon can be regarded as outstanding among all dragon gods. Don't look at this elf seems to be soft. In fact, the strength of the body is far more than many other elves. The appearance of the sticky dragon made the elves of Aoki feel the threat. There's that excitement, especially Bangla and Flaming Chicken. These two guys are the belligerent masters. But Aoki looked at Mora, who was proud of herself. When he first subdued Madara, he saw his talent for ice attributes. Speaking of which, it was originally intended to deal with the fairy. I just don't know why. And slowly Heiju became friends. And because the position in the league is getting higher and higher, Madara represents the rockets of Aoki, which is more or less sensitive. Therefore, fighting cannot often occur. But this does not mean that Aoki has no expectations of Madara. Madara is still the strongest ice elf in Aoki's hands. Although Madame Huiji with the fairy system has more severe restraint on the dragon system, Madame Huiji is best at special skills, and it is more suitable to deal with the stronger stealth like the sticky dragon. Pokemon, Madara Teal. Gender, male. Level, 66. Attribute, evil plus ice. Characteristics, oppression. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, bite, frozen fist, boulder, icicle fall. Basic skills, grasping, glaring, provocation, flash of lightning, surprise blow, freezing wind, random grabbing, high-speed movement, metal claw, grinding claw, siege, seizure, revenge, malicious pursuit, trickery, throwing, harsh sound, dark assault key, snatch, punish, evil wave. Teaching skills, shoot down, snatch, knock down, sharpen, iron tail, skill learner, hold, awakening power. Middle dot flying, kick off, evil wave, frozen light, shadow ball, blizzard, hail, tile break, swallow return. This is the data of Madara at this time. In the Phoenix King's space, the level is increased to 66. Teal's qualifications in the hands of Aoki may be weak, but to others, Teal is definitely an ace of elves, and Aoki has never let go of her cultivation. Madara's mastery of the attributes of the ice system has never disappointed Aoki, and the level 65 sticky dragon is not without a chance to fight. The point is that there are advantages in attributes. He noticed that Aoki's gaze stayed on himself. Madara's expression remained unchanged, but her claws played a flower job, and a small snowflake ice crystal appeared out of thin air. Levitating in the hands of Madara, lifelike, slowly came to the front. Seeing Magdalene come to the front and meet the sticky dragon, the warfare on Bongil and Flaming Chicken also gradually converged. Aoki has decided on the opponent of Milong, so they have no chance. As for whether Madara will be defeated, in their eyes, the elves that Aoki chose never failed. Nula, Madara yelled. Her eyes sharpened suddenly, and she stared at the sticky dragon opposite. It took only a few seconds to get to the forefront from the sticky dragon to Magdalene. When seeing Magdalene, Nian Milong knew that the other party had to pass, so he could only defeat the other party's elves one by one. Sticky. The combat intention of Nian Milong is getting stronger and stronger. Mahara, grind your claws, Aoki said lightly. Hearing that, Magdalene's white claws rubbed against each other, making a faint metallic sound. Nian Milong didn't mean to show mercy. A few murmurs into the sky. I saw a dark rain cloud in the air. Dark clouds over the city. The puddle of rain fell quickly. Nian Milong's characteristic is a wet body. The rainy day is very helpful to him. The characteristic of the wet body is that on rainy days, the abnormal state of the body will be cleared. Let the weather be our choice. Madara, hail. Aoki said to Madara. The skill of hail is the skill that Aoki exchanged for Madara in the rockets before going to Sanshin Island. After so long exercise, I have already mastered it very well. Nula. Magdalene refused to let it go, using her ice energy to the extreme. The rain in the sky slowly changed from water to ice. After all, Madara is an ice-based elf, and Nian Milong is not a water-based elf. So in the end, the weather battle was still overdue by Madara. The rain turned into hail. Obviously, Milong did not expect the rain clouds that he had condensed and actually made a wedding dress for others. And hail was his least favorite weather. But there was no way. The hail had formed, and under the control of Madara, he could not change the weather even if he asked for rain again. Mahara, the freezing wind, Aoki said. Magdalene folded his hands in front of him, and a small breeze with a little ice crystal spit out of his mouth. The temperature of the hail has dropped and the effect of the freezing wind has been improved. The cold wind from Nian Milong shivered subconsciously. Some tiny ice crystals condensed on the body. The movement speed is slightly reduced. Madara ran quickly in the hail, and speed was his greatest advantage. Nian Milong stood tightly and stared at Madara. Now he knew that what his opponent was good at was the ice system he least liked. The battle is difficult. Blizzard, Aoki said again. Although Madara is not good at special skills, it doesn't matter. This skill does not mean how much damage is needed in the morning. even if it only reduces the flexibility of the opponent's muscles. Under the command of Aoki, Madara was not close to the sticky dragon for a while. Very aggrieved, spit out a light purple dragon-like energy mass from the sticky dragon's mouth. Dragon Wave. But she was eluded by Madara. The advantages of speed and the effects of ice and snow gradually became apparent, and Nian Milong's ability to move began to decline. Almost, Madara, icicles crash. Seeing that the sticky dragon's ability to move has dropped again and again, Madara's attack is really about to begin. 5 ice cones formed immediately above his head, hail coupled with blizzards, making a strong ice system everywhere. The release of ice skills is fast. The lower end of the ice cone was very sharp, and fell directly to Nian Milong to attack. There was a flash of anger in Nian Milong's eyes. This kite-like play made him very uncomfortable. Hands clasped www.mentalnovel.com. Then 2 flames appeared on his fist. Fire fist. Ha ha. 2 ice cones aimed at his body shattered instantly. The other 3 were close to his body and fell to the ground. Dash. Dash. Comma. The 3 ice cones seemed to form some sort of jail, causing Nylon to completely lose its ability to move. Dash. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. It's really cold today. Everyone should keep warm. Then the friends who are free can help me like. That is the thing that jumped out from the starting point, and Hibiscus doesn't know what it is. We follow the flow. Chapter 1118. Flexible stagnation. Madara rushed towards Nylon. While running, 2 sharp boulder came out of his hand. While running, throw away towards the sticky dragon. Sticky. Nian Milong knew what she was doing, but it was hard for a while. Just when he was trying to break free, Madara's boulder fell on him, letting the power that had finally condensed disappear. With boulders and throws, the combination of the 2 skills is quite good. The point is, as long as Madara is willing, the boulders can quickly condense, which is almost an uninterrupted attack. Lost and lost, Madara successfully rushed to Nian Milong. Suddenly, the white claws exude a metallic cluster, and then covered the metal with a layer of ice crystals. Metal claw plus frozen punch. Ha! Exclamation mark. Ha! Exclamation mark. Full force, banged on the sticky dragon. Sticky. Nian Milong screamed in pain. Icicles around the body were smashed. But he was not unprepared. At the same time as the icicles were broken, the body rotated 180 degrees by virtue of the impact brought by the skill of Madara's freezing fist. There was also a metallic sheen behind the tail. Iron tail. Ha! Exclamation mark. Madara couldn't escape, and was swept away by the iron tail of Milong. After rolling a few laps on the snow, he barely stopped. Nian Milong was also bombarded by the attack of Frozen Fist of Madara. In addition, he also used Iron Tail skills to cause damage to Madara, causing him to be unprepared for landing, sliding on the ground for some distance. The steel skill Iron Tail is still very harmful for the Ice-type Madara, and the strength of the sticky dragon itself is very strong, especially with anger and attack. It was just an attack, but it caused huge damage to Madara. Madara resisted the pain in her body and closed her eyes slowly, standing up. Quasi-god spirits. Really horrible. If you are attacked later, it is difficult to get up again. Madara thought silently. However, the sticky dragon is also uncomfortable. The continuous damage of hail, the deceleration of the freezing wind, the impact of the blizzard on him, the attacks of icicle fall and boulder skills, and the serial attacks of various ice skills let him at this time. There is also bitter self-knowledge. Facing the ice-based elf, the dragon spirit can't express his discomfort in words. After confirming that Madara was okay, Aoki instructed him to continue the battle. It is impossible to not be injured. After all, the opponent is a dragon-like quasi-god. What Aoki can do is to make Madara less injured, and then change the use of skills according to the fighting situation to help Madara win. This victory is crucial for Madara. At least it proved that he was no weaker than the quasi-god. At this time, the entire forest and grassland had been completely covered by snow and ice. The hail in the sky was still under the control of Madara, but the snowstorm gradually stopped. Madara ran again on the snow, and pieces of boulder in her hands were thrown towards the sticky dragon. Use strength to make up the lack of strength. The biggest advantage of the overactive apes conquered in the space of the Phoenix King is not that Aoki may have a Leve King that can break out of combat power at any time in the future, but all the elves of Aoki have greatly improved their combat skills. The biggest improvement is not the flaming chicken, but Madara. Because of the body shape and characteristics of Madara, it is most similar to that of the ape. The flaming chicken is a pure imitation of the action and strength skills of the ape, and slowly turns into its own. However, it is not necessary for Magdalene, because of the similar body shape of the hyperactive ape, and soon after learning, he found that it is also applicable to his own body. The boulder was dropping faster and faster, and Madara was running faster and faster in the snow. Nian Milong just stood up, and once again met the attack of Madara. There was nowhere to vent the anger in my heart. Sticky! Exclamation mark. An orange-yellow energy ball formed in his mouth instantly, and then spit directly into the air. Submerged into the black clouds. Seeing the action, Aoka's face changed. Meteors. Sure enough, within a second, a huge ball of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, and it began to bombard it indiscriminately. Even the hail weather in Magdalene ended prematurely due to the release of the meteor cluster, and the snow clouds were scattered. Madara also felt the strong threat from the sky, but her expression remained the same. Her eyes were staring at the sticky dragon, and she gave up the use of boulders. With both claws folded, a lightning blue and white beam hit the nymph dragon. Freezing beam. Nian Milong could not escape, and was hit by a frozen beam. In an instant, one of his feet was frozen directly into ice. Madara no longer dodged this time, rushing towards the sticky dragon. Under the attack of the meteor swarm, the only safe place is the place where Nimalong stays. As a last resort, Madara will fight melee dragons again. Nian Milong saw through Madara's intention and was not nervous. He has been waiting for a hand-to-hand fight with Madara for a long time. A bite of dragon breath spewed out of his mouth, but was forcibly blocked by the ice crystal shield formed by Mola instantly. Nian Milong didn't think that this skill could produce any effect. The flames appeared in both fists and the melee combat was achieved. As Madara was approaching Nymphosaurus, two boulder appeared in her hands, threw it towards Nymphosaurus, and then kicked hard with her legs on the ground and channeled directly. Nian Milong ignored the boulder that came over, and stared at Madara tightly. When he came over, he was in midair, and he had nowhere to borrow. Two flame punches were aimed at different positions, blocking the possibility of Magdalene dodging. Nian Milong had a slight joy in his heart. As long as he could hit Madara, he was confident that with his own power, he could definitely bomb him in the attack of the meteor group. At that time, Imela's small body would instantly lose the ability to fight, fists out. But Madara's movement was beyond his expectation. Aoka's mouth rose slightly. Madara has learned this skill with the ape. The moving ape can shuttle back and forth in Bangla's sharp stone attack to ensure its stagnation. Can Madara not do it? Kick your foot gently on a piece of boulders flying past www.mtlnovel.com. These two boulders are not intended to attack. With the place to use the force, Madara's body changed, spinning to avoid the attack of the fire fist. Then he punched his own fists, but he had already formed the frozen fist. I clicked again on another piece of boulders to ensure my balance. This is what he learned from the ape. His strongest ability. Flexible stagnation. Frozen fist passed through the gap in Nian Milong's arm and hit him with a severe blow on his face. Ha! Exclamation mark. Dash. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1119. Polkan Nian Milong was blown into the face by Magala. But because the entire right leg was frozen on the ground, Nian Milong suffered from pain, but did not fall. Kaka. Cracks in the ice cubes on the legs. Sticky! Exclamation mark. The sticky dragon that reacted knew that he had been tricked. With one foot still, the body turned. The tail attacked Madara again. As a dragon, the strongest body is still in the tail. However, Madara, who had suffered once, would certainly not be fooled again. Immediately short. The sticky dragon's tail passed the red hair on Magdalene's head, didn't cause damage to Magdalene. But at this time, a smell of flaming chicken appeared from Madara. Yan returns. The body rotates, and all of a sudden turns around the sticky dragon. This method was originally learned from the apes. The flaming chicken hasn't learned Magdalene yet. He can use it, and of course, it can also be used. However, the combination of the following combination techniques is different. It may just look the same. As Magdalene turned, a large amount of ice crystals condensed on her hand, banging on the back of the sticky dragon, and struck from the sky. Click. Hit up. Even the leg that was frozen on the ground, the ice cube was broken by the attack of Madara. Nian Milong was blasted into the air. Soaring Fist with Flame Chicken has the same magic. However, Madara did not jump up, but raised her hands, and 5 ice cones appeared immediately above the sticky dragon. Where there is no force in the air, Nian Milong cannot see this ice cone. Icicle Crash. Magdalene's open hands pulled down hard. Suddenly, 5 ice cones fell vertically under the control of Madara, and they fell with the sticky dragon. Boom! Exclamation mark. Smashed into the snow. The ice cone disappeared, but Nian Milong did not stand up from the pothole. Nian Milong loses combat ability. Madara was a little dreadful, and stood up to look at her hands. It turned out that before he knew it, he already had such strength. With his superpowers, Aoki quickly floated to Madara, looking at the sticky dragon in the pothole not far away, and smiled. She patted Madara's head and said, "Good job. I will continue to be confident in my strength in the future." Nula. Madara nodded firmly. Aoki took a new elf ball from his pocket and threw it at Nian Milong. Although there is a high probability that he still hasn't unbound his elf ball from his original trainer, Aoki still wants to try it. Anyway, there is not much money to try. What if it can be conquered? A quasi-god and a dragon elf who has reached the rank of Heavenly King is of inestimable value. I believe many people are willing to spend money to buy. Watching the elven ball hit the sticky dragon. Click. The elven ball opened, and red light was shot from it to collect the sticky dragon. Actually able to subdue it, Aoki looked at the only elven ball left in the pothole, which was unbelievable. Presumably, when this sticky Milong was abandoned, the opponent still did a good job, knowing to lift the bond of the elven ball. However, this sticky dragon is so disgusting to humans, it is probably impossible for Aoki to use it by himself. The biggest value manifestation is to exchange resources. As for disgusting humans, let buyers go to the trouble. The elf ball flashed a few times and stopped shaking. Aoki's superpowers took this elven ball into his hands. It is worthwhile to conquer this sticky beauty dragon. The elves who were watching around looked at Aoki and put away the sticky dragon, but they couldn't do anything about it. Sadness came into his eyes. This is the case with the elves. Humans want to subdue and subdue. The point is that there are a bunch of elves who choose to believe in humans, are willing to fight for them, and are willing to give up everything for them. It is ridiculous that they used to do the same, but after being hurt by humans once, they felt that they had seen through their faces. He received the elf ball containing the sticky dragon in his pocket, and then took out a few healing sprays to Madara to deal with the injuries on her body. Although Madara won, and was only attacked once by the sticky dragon, but only this time, it caused great damage to Madara. Allowing Aoki to heal himself, Madara showed a look of enjoyment. The surrounding elves were a little discouraged when they saw Aoki and Madara now. This seems different from what they imagined. Don't humans all use elves as tools? Why, the relationship between this human and this trainer seems to be very good. This human will also deal with injuries to the elves. Just when Aoki had just finished processing the wounds on Madara, there was a roar in the air. Banglu immediately ran to Aoki. Hear this sound similar to a steam engine. Aoki did not show any surprise. The battle with Nian Milong just now is so big that it will attract the other party's attention. This is for sure. I saw an elf in red all over the sky. On the back were 2 things that looked like pipes, spitting steam down. It was because of this that he was able to fly into the air. Aoki's eyes narrowed, looking at the elf in the air, murmured, "It really is you, Polken." This elf is probably only known by Aoki. Aoki's impression of him is also a movie that he has seen on Earth. and he has not seen this elven before. Beast, Polkanion. Polkan belonged to the beast, but Aoki didn't know what the clergy's priesthood was, and he didn't even know if the Polkan in front of him had the clergy. Just know that there is a Polkan here, but the strength is not very strong. This is relative to other beasts, not to say that his combat effectiveness or potential is not good. In Oka's impression, this Polkanian in the Nebel Plateau is indeed not a beast with crushing everything. Maybe, this Polkan is just one of this group. It's like flame birds, lightning birds and frozen birds. There is not only one. Of course, it is also possible that this Polkan is the one with the priesthood, but has not yet grown up. Everything must wait until he approaches before Aoki can conclude. Even if I knew the Nibel Plateau www.mentalnovel.com, Aoki may not come. But who made himself a very strong hole card now? Ha! Exclamation mark. Polkanian fell from the air and smashed a large pit in the ground. The tube that was originally jetting downwards has now been closed behind. Take a big step towards Aoki. Humans, you are not welcome here. Hurry up and release the sticky dragon, and then take your elf out of the Nibel Plateau, or you will be rude to you, Polkan said directly. I don't know why. Polkanian can speak the universal language of mankind. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1120. Real purpose. Aoki squinted at Polkan. Pokemon, Polkanian light purple. Gender, no gender. Level, 74. Attribute, fire plus water. Features, water storage. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, steam bomb, flash charge, ramming, white fog, black mist, energy charge, water fluctuation, stomp, hot water, weather ball, Tarzan peak, water cannon, flash charge, overheat. Teaching skills, brute force, lame, hot air, clear fog, snoring, force of the earth, wave of water, breaking water. Skill learner, none. After seeing the chip scan, the information obtained by Polkan, level 74, although it looks very high, but as a beast, it is relatively low. Now Aoki has confirmed that this Polkan is a beast, but it is not a real beast. How to say, it may be like the existence of Lokia and Little Lokia. Growing up, Little Rokia may become like Polkan as it is now. With the name of the beast, there is no position of the beast. Although I do not know how this Polkan appeared, it gave Aoki a little peace of mind. In this way, there will be less resistance to achieving your goals. In fact, from the beginning, Aoki speculated with a certain strength for this Polkan. After all, in the information he once knew, this Polkan faced other elves and did not have the crushing power, and felt that he was not a real beast. You need to know that the real beast, such as Lokia, flapping its wings can make a region storm for 40 days in a row. The sacred fire of the Phoenix King can resurrect the elves and grant them the role of and beast. Besides, the of the earth, Gerudo, was angry to wipe out the sea of the entire elven world. In contrast, Gauka can also turn the entire elven world into an ocean. Speaking of fantasy beasts, Shelby can travel through time and space. Manafi was able to control the ocean. Deluca and Palasai can control time and space. And this is Polkan? The thing he is most proud of is that he once smashed a mountain. I don't know how big the mountain is. Compared to other elves, such as Okispangler, this ability is not to say that it cannot be done. But Polkanian showed the posture of the beast from many conveniences. For example, the qualification of the beast, the race value of the beast, etc. Therefore, it was speculated that the Polkan in front of him might not be the beast that really had the priesthood, but a pseudo-beast similar to that of Little Rokia. After confirming his data, this guess is very likely to be confirmed. Polkan, the patron saint of the Nibel Plateau. Aoki put the elven ball originally in his hand back to his waist. It seems that no scale-tailed dragons are needed. Elves such as Polkan are very powerful, but their protracted combat ability is average. Mainly because he is a steam-like elf. When fighting, He needs a supply of water. Once the water in the body is consumed, many skills cannot be used. Relying too much on water is also one of his shortcomings. On the red ring on his back, these 6 blue represent the amount of water he has stored. Once the water is used up, the color of these 6 blue will change into red. Human. Do you know my name? Polkanin was surprised. He doesn't know how long he has lived here, and no one or elf has ever been able to call his name. A long time with the elves abandoned here by human beings has a prejudice against them. It seems that all humans are untrustworthy. Of course, Polkan, the elves who can destroy the mountains. Of course I know your name, Oki said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Polkanin's expression was even more surprised. Know that you have destroyed a mountain? I have told this thing to only one elf. An elven figure flashed in Polkanin's head. Soon he shook his head again. It could not be her. Since she came here, she has never left, and has never contacted other humans. Polkin, don't know if you can let me see Magiana. Oki spoke again. But this sentence touched Polkanin's inverse scale. Ding! The ring on the back broke off from the middle and turned into 2 pipes again, and then aimed at Oki like a cannon. A stream of white smoke wafted out of the tube. Polkanin was already charging. Bangjira strode up and walked directly in front of Oki, staring at Polkanin indifferently. As long as the other party dares to launch an attack, Bangla will definitely fight back directly. How could you know the existence of Magiana? Polkanin asked loudly. Nothing about the Nebel Plateau or the Sticky Dragon has anything to do with him. Living to this day. Her only friend is Magiana, and Magiana obviously has not left the Nebel Plateau. So how did he know she existed? Magiana. Oka's real purpose this time was her. Magiana, it can be said that she is an elf that is not inferior to Polkan. 1. An artificial elf. Before the dream was created by the rockets, there were still people who had created elves that were comparable to the legendary elves. It was Magiana, the most intelligent man in the kingdom of Azot, Eliphaz, spent all his life creating the elves. It is to hope that Magiana can become the patron saint of the Azot kingdom. In the beginning, the emergence of Magiana was indeed welcomed by the people of Azot, and Magiana got along very well with the heirs of the royal family. Seeing everything is on track, but the thing must be reversed. After some people knew the true role of Magiana, the Azots began to struggle to get Magiana. In the end this struggle spread to the entire Azot kingdom. Not only did Magiana fail to protect the kingdom of Azot, but it became the starting point of the kingdom's demise. In desperation, the person who created Magiana can only send her away, and finally to this forgotten place of the Nebel Plateau. And here, Magiana knew Polkan, who had just arrived here. So the 2 elves chose to settle here, and Polkan became the guardian of the Nebel Plateau. To be precise, it should be the guardian of Magiana. Oki mentioned the name of Magiana, which is the point that touches Polkan most. Anything is possible. www.mentalnovel.com. Only Magiana can't. Polkanin's character was already very irritable. Only by being next to Magiana, can she be a little quieter, and only Magiana can soothe him. Now, it is directly angry. The 2 huge pipes were aimed directly at Oki, and the rich steam was clearly visible. This is Polkanin's signature skill. And it's not that blocking. 5th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Adding more rewards to Black Duke Black Lord. If you are free, remember to like it, and then ask for a recommendation ticket for the new week, and the monthly ticket is even better. If you are full, you can find a full booking group of Pippi for exchange. L. Chapter 1121 Steam Explosion. Polkanin, the elven spirit, is also known as the Steam Elven. His signature skills: by inhaling the water directly into the body with high temperature, then compressed, and then sprayed out through a tube on the back. With the effective water properties, but it has a very high temperature. Similar to the enhanced version of hot water skills. The elves standing in front of Oki looked extremely serious, looking at the steam like artillery shells. Bangla put her hands on the ground and fully controlled the ground system energy. Then a huge sand wall appeared, blocking the steam. But in less than a second, the sand wall seemed to be broken. Madara immediately rushed up, and the frozen beam ability spewed on the sand wall, and the sand wall was completely frozen in an instant. Kakaka, still unable to hold on for a second, the ice wall began to crack. Nula, with a soft sip, Majira snorted, and 5 ice cones appeared instantly, stopping behind the ice wall. 5 ice cones formed a wall. Immediately after, the previous sand wall was completely broken and a large amount of ice was melted. Class! Exclamation mark. With a roar of Bagheera, the sand dug out of the ground again, matching the icicles of Madara. A wall of sand and ice formed again. The hot temperature of the steam instantly melted the ice cubes, and then evaporated again. The water vapor evaporated and merged with the original steam. However, the effect of ice is very obvious. At least the overall temperature of the steam explosion has decreased. The crow's head flew over Bangla and Madara, flapping their wings wildly, trying to fan the steam back. The flamingos stood near Uki and watched Bagheera's defense. He acts as the final barrier, and if Bagheera's defense is breached, then he will need to provide final protection. Uki stood still. He wanted to see how much they could do with Bagheera's attack in the face of Polkanian's attack. Polkanian's level is much higher than them, but it is still at the level of Uranus. So even if there is a gap, it will not be the other kind. The levels of energy are also on the same plane. Once they can't stop, Aoki also has the final preparations. Do not have to worry about their safety. However, I have to say that Polkanin is really strong. No wonder it can destroy a mountain. This explosive steam output cannot be blocked by Bangla alone without the ice skills of Madara. Kakaka. The icicles slowly shattered again, melting a little bit. Bagheera, Madara, hold on. Aoki said in time. If you continue to resist, you can't resist it. There is only blocking effect if you keep the skill. Boom. With the sound of Aoki, the icicles and the sand wall shattered together. 2 green hoods appeared on Bangla and Madara. Instantly, the steam exploded on them. In the end, the suffering steam explosion attack was finally over. It was just one attack from Polkan, but Bangla and Madara used all their abilities to defend. Although it is also because the ranks of Bangla and Madara are relatively low. But from here you can see the gap between Bangla and them. After an attack ended, Polkan did not launch another attack, but stared at Aoki with eyes, and the hostility in his eyes could not be masked. His own attack seems to make it difficult for the opponent to fight, but this human is still so calm. Does it still have this card? Aoki called Bangla and Madara to their side. Good job, Aoki praised. This is really well done. You know, this is Polkanian. Even if it is a pseudo beast without a priesthood, it is also a beast. And there are so many beasts higher than them. Being able to stop it was beyond Aoki's expectations. Bangla was excited. So excited. Able to fight such a powerful opponent. Aoki smiled and took out 3 elven and threw them directly. The Dull King, Madame Huiji, and Boss Kadoro appeared. Gengui also emerged from Aoki's shadow. Almost equals the gathering of elves. Looking at the elves that appeared next to Aoki, and the breath on them, Polkanan's face gradually slumped. Just 3 or 2 words are not a problem for him, but the other party summoned so much at once, so even he must pay attention. Polkan, I don't mean to be against you. I just want to see Magiana, Aoki said loudly. Although he said he didn't mean to fight against him, the elves around Aoki were all ready to fight. Aoki knew that if she wanted to see Magiana, she would definitely pass Polkan. Fortunately, the strength of this Polkan has not reached the level of the future. As long as you upgrade 1 level and break through the Senior King's puppet, the qualitative change of strength is very scary. Aoki has not fully confirmed whether this Polkan is a real beast. Maybe. Still growing. You will not be granted the priesthood by the world until you have fully grown up. This is a speculation of Aoki. After all, Even if the divine beast is born, it does not have an extremely strong strength at the time of its birth. It also slowly grows from a weak child to a certain degree before it is granted a priesthood. It is not certain whether there is another Polkanoki in this world. The only thing he can confirm now is that the Polkan in front of him has not reached that level. Human, do you repeatedly challenge my bottom line? Do you think you have the strength to fight me? Polkan said loudly. It seems. No matter what, you have to fight a battle before you know, Oki said with a smile. Then using electrocardiography, he said to the crowhead alone, Crowhead, you fly into the Nibel Plateau, find a sea of flowers, and see if you can find this elf in the sea of flowers. Then, the image of Magiano appeared in the head of the crow's head. The current Magiano is not strong, and it can even be said that she does not have combat effectiveness. As long as the crow head can find www.mentalnovel.com, you can bring it. Understanding the meaning of Oki, the crow nodded his head, fanned his wings directly, and rushed towards the sky, as if seeing through the head of the crow and want to do it. Polkanian was so angry that he aimed 2 cannons at the head of the crow, and the energy in it was madly gathered. The Dull King, suppress him, Oki said, placing his hand on the Dull King's back. The 2 superpowers are completely integrated. Suddenly, the superpower of explosive power suddenly increased by 30%. After Oki's superpowers reached the level of advanced superpowers, he finally broke out with his own superpowers like other superpowers. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1122 Bully less. There is still a big gap between Oki's superpowers and the total of superpowers. In fact, as long as they are superpowers, the gap between them and superpowers is great. Of course, exceptions like Nazi. Therefore, the combination of superpowers and superpowers is not an accumulation of totals. It's a bit like 2 pipes. The Dull King's pipes are thick and Oki's pipes are thin. But when the 2 pipes are put together, the drainage is much larger. This is how the combination of Oki and the Dull King's superpowers works. Just after the 2 barrels of Polkan had just been lifted, they felt tremendous pressure on him. Suddenly unable to aim. In the blink of an eye, at the flying speed of the crow's head, it disappeared into the air in an instant. Polkan, who knew what the crow's head was going to do, was completely angry. Human, you are challenging my bottom line. Then, turning his attention to Oki, the 2 pipes were also aimed at him. Oki did not panic, took out a keystone from his pocket, Gang Ghost, Super Evolution. Feeling the echo of the keystone in Oki's hand, the super evolutionary stone swallowed by Gen's stomach suddenly lit up. All the super evolutionary energies erupted, enclosing Gen Ghost. Super evolutionary energy comes fast and goes fast. The super evolved Gen Ghost is revealed. Super Sister Gen Gui. The smile on his face was even more ghostly. His fists fell on the ground. His eyes stared at the opposite Polkan, showing a dignity. Gengui is the main spirit of Oki facing Polkan. The Gen Ghost at level 68, after super evolution, the simulation calculation level reached level 72, which is also considered to be the level of a senior heavenly king, and the gap between Polkan was smoothed. Plus the Dull King combined with Oki. With the aid of Oki, the Dull King's fighting power burst out in a short period of time, and it was much stronger. Combining with the Super Gen Ghost, and a battle with Polkan, Oki has the confidence of a battle, Gengui screamed, sneaking into the ground silently. Bangla, let the sand fly. Oki said to Bangla. Polkan in the water and fire systems was twice restrained by ground and rock skills. Class! Exclamation mark. When Bangla heard Oki's words, she directly lifted up the sky, and then the sand in the soil flew out, and the sand dance flew up. Gengui drilled out of the shadow, then flashed red in his eyes, playing the role of Bangla. Yangshaw, double Yangshaw. Sandstorms are even larger. If you cannot adapt to the sand, you may not be able to adapt to the sight of the sandstorm. A flash of yellow light on Mrs. Huiji transformed her attributes into a rock system. Although Mrs. Huiji is best at the fairy and grass systems, it does not mean that other attributes cannot be adapted. After the emergence of the sandstorm team, The special person trained the rock and ground systems for a long time. Bangla and Boscadoro entered the sandstorm together. The remaining elves stood beside Oki and did not join the battle. After drowsy superpowers suppressed Polkanian for a while, they wrapped their superpowers in Bangla and Boscadoro, making them more convenient to move. Polkanian watched Huang Shifei fly away. His vision became poor, and indeed he could not use the long-range skills. Then he heard only heavy footsteps, and two giants, Bangla and Boscadoro, appeared in his sight. The target was locked instantly, and the two pipes on Polkanian's back were aimed at them, and the water vapor in them had condensed. However, before he released his skills, a dark shadow appeared beside him, and a small colored ball appeared in front of him and threw it to Polkan. Strange light. Don't ask Polkan to get into chaos, just interrupt his steam explosion skills. Polkan's attention was affected. Hiss. A large amount of steam was exhaled from the body. This is the performance of the steam explosion that was not used and leaked from the body. Polkan also noticed the presence of Gengui, and immediately turned his direction. The flames on his body suddenly appeared, wrapped around him, and rushed to Gengui. Flash flame charge. Gengui looked at Polkan, who was rushing over, and did not dodge. Two shadow appeared in his hands and were thrown towards the opposite side. Class! Exclamation mark. Bangla put her hand on the ground and roared. The special symbol on his chest lights up. On the way of Polkan, the sword of the cliff. Ha! Exclamation mark. Before rushing up, Polkan was hit by the sword of the cliff. Include! Exclamation mark. Boscadoro stomped on the ground, and the ripples of the earthquake rushed towards Polkanin. Although the attacks by Bongil and Boscadoro did not cause much damage to Polkan, they were annoying. Boom. Boom. After Bangla and Boscadoro's attack hit, Genghis double shadow ball also hit, a green energy hood appeared on Geng's body. Hold on. Successfully offset the attack. Then, because he was close at hand, Gengui shook his hands, and an inexplicable ripple appeared in his eyes. Hypnosis. Polkan was affected by such a sudden hypnosis, and he had been focusing on Geng's body instantly. I feel that my eyelids are a bit heavy, and it's a lot worse than falling asleep, but my spirits are a bit loose. Shaking his head, he wanted to launch an attack again, but at this time Bangla and Boscadoro arrived at him. Double-edged hammer. Spike attack. With the help of the Doll King's superpowers, Boscadoro regarded himself as a giant missile. Boom! Exclamation mark. With the advantage of weight, knocked over. Then sharp rocks rushed wildly towards Polkan. Ha ha ha. Dot. Round after round. Polkanian was extremely angry, but under the influence of Genghis' hypnosis, he couldn't do anything for a while. The pain caused him to regain his spirit, but then two mental shocks passed through the yellow sky and came to him. Weng, weng. Instantly dizzy again. A moonlight fell slowly in the sky, shining on Polkanian. Roared Polkan. Too aggrieved. What a terrible thing! Exclamation mark. More people bully less people. Although the power caused by each attack is not very heavy, it is very uncomfortable to add up again and again. And he has only been beaten. How can it not fit his temperamental character? www.mentalnovel.com. Boom, boom. This sound appeared on Polkanian, the blue ball on the ring flashing red and blue on his back, and white smoke spilled from the gaps up and down his body. Oka's face changed suddenly to see Polkanan's state at this time. Sure enough, is he furious? Is it going to be so fast? Oki thought to himself. Back. He said to the elves immediately. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. If you are free, please help Hibiscus. Although we don't know what it is, we follow the flow. It doesn't matter if you are free. By the way, Hibiscus is from Zhejiang. Chapter 1123. Give up. Bangla did not hesitate anymore, and quickly retreated. The superpowers of the Doll King helped them retreat together. Gengui dived directly into the shadows. Big explosion. But the Big Bang of Polkanin was different from other elves. His big explosion is similar to a steam explosion, except that it is not ejected through two pipes on the back, and after being compressed to the extreme, it is ejected from multiple holes and slits of different sizes on the body. The effect is comparable to the big one. Explosion, boom! Exclamation mark. A loud roar emanated from where Polken stood. Immediately after that is a powerful energy shock wave. The sky full of yellow sand was originally flying irregularly. Now it is because of the shock wave brought by the Big Bang of Polkenian, with him as the center, scattered. The speed of the sand is extremely fast! Exclamation mark. It is definitely very painful to hit the body. The Dumb King builds a superpower energy shield around Oki and himself, blocking the yellow sand outside. The remaining elves can only be blocked by their own abilities. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the original sandstorm completely dissipated, and a huge pothole appeared in the place where Polkenian originally stood, with a range of 10 meters and a depth of several meters. The intensity of this explosion is no wonder that Polken was able to blow up a mountain. The point is that such an explosion is not yet the full strength of Polken, and now Polken still has combat effectiveness, but it is only a little short-lived. Ahem, ahem, I saw two figures slowly rising from the sand, coughing constantly. It was Bangajla and Boskadore who escaped in time. It is also that they are physically strong. Otherwise, even if it is a shockwave, not all elves can bear it. Oku's superpowers swept away to find Gengui. At Genghis' speed, of course, it is not affected, and he hides in the shadows, and nothing happens. He appeared in front of Polkenian as quickly as possible. His hands flat, his eyes facing him. Use again. Hypnosis. It is estimated that Polken will vomit. At this time, the three blew on the round tube on Polkenian's back had all turned red, indicating that the stored water had been exhausted, and his water skills could no longer be used. But it doesn't matter. Genghis' hypnosis has worked for Polken, who is temporarily a little relieved. Eyelids started to fight. Oki glanced at the Dull King, and he immediately knew. Teleportation appeared in the pothole, not far from Polken. The Dull King spit out a bubble, shattered in front of the struggling Polkenian, and yawned. The last straw that crushed the yak. Whirring. The snoring sounded. Polkenian fell into sleep. However, Oki did not let Gengui use Dream Eating, and summoned the Dream Demon. Of course, the best way to deal with this scion is to make a dream, and the dream is very simple, as long as there are flowers and grass and Magiana. Oki put his hands on the Dumb King and the Dream Monster, and made a dream together. Polken wouldn't listen to others, except Magiana. Eyes shifted, and when Oki opened their eyes again, they appeared on a seemingly flat grassland with a small lake in the middle, and a strange tree and a flower bush beside the lake. Polkenian was sleeping by the lake, and then an elf who had never seen it was busy among the flowers. The whole body exudes metallic light white. The head is a gear, two red eyes, there is a red and blue area in the middle of the body, and the bottom is also round, like a skirt-like metal with a gorgeous pattern on it. Oki is pursuing Magiana. At this moment is holding a small kettle, watering flowers. Arsehole human. Polken, who was asleep, stood up suddenly, glaring around, but stunned by the scene in front of him. When Magiana came to Polkenian with a strange expression on her face. Seeing Magiana, Polkenian's eyes softened suddenly. Magiana, did any strange people or elves just come? Weng. Magiana shook her head, and when she moved, she made a sound of mechanical friction. This is because Magiana is made of special metal all over her body. Magiana asks what happened to Polkenian. Nothing. Maybe I had a dream. Polkenian shook his head and looked around again to make sure they didn't see Oki. I just feel that the surrounding environment is a little strange but familiar. Suddenly, Magiana's hand suddenly turned into a bouquet of flowers. Seeing this familiar scene, Polkenian's original doubts all dissipated, and a helpless expression appeared. I said I was pollen. A sneeze. Allergic. Polken started sneezing wildly before he finished speaking. Weng seeing Polkenian's appearance, Magiana laughed, covering her mouth. The picture is very beautiful, with a charm of beauty and beast. A smile with Oki and Oki who are not far away now, and then retreat with them, and the latter can be handed over to the demon. Come out of a dream. Oki looked at Polkin in a dream with a smile, some hesitation. A flip of the palm showed a valuable ball. This was Oka's special preparation before this operation. Now Polkinian is in a state of no resistance. As long as Oki is willing, I believe he can be directly subdued. Although Oki now grasps his weakness and is able to subdue him with something that is not very positive, it must be said that the beast is still a beast. Polkinian is now purely fighting with his own body, without much fighting skills and awareness. Because from the moment his consciousness appeared to the present, fighting or whatever, as long as his ability and strength advantages are brought into play, there is basically no opponent who can defeat him. This also led to his so arrogant character now. However, after considering it, Oki put away the valuable ball. I always felt that there was a sight in the dim world. When I wanted to conquer Polkinian, I noticed myself. I don't know where there is a pair of eyes looking at myself. This feeling is a bit obvious, especially after taking out the valuable ball. Not only that made Oki hesitant, the most important thing is that the character of this Polkin is definitely not obedient to Oka's orders even if he is subdued. What's the use of such an elf who doesn't obey orders? Even a beast? It may even be possible to launch an attack on the trainer after taking over www.metalnovel.com. Better not. I have completely more elves to train. Maybe it will cause trouble. No, there will definitely be trouble when receiving the service. The sixth sense of superpowers. The benefits are clearly not as good as the costs that may have to be paid. Oki chose to give up. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Polkin, I really can't think of his usefulness, and it has something to do with the later settings, so we don't look at it and don't accept it. Chapter 1124. Mainyana and Eliphaz did not wait too long. A small black spot appeared in the sky. This black spot grows rapidly. It was Oka's crow head that was sent to look for Mainyana. On the feet of the crow's head, a silver-white round giant ball was grasped. A bit like a magnified version of an elf ball. There were some strange lines carved on it, which looked a bit like a lace pattern. This is Mainyana. As a mechanical elf, her body can deform, and when it comes to danger or something you don't want to face, it will become what it is now. This is a way for Mainyana to protect herself. But in fact, if you really want to do something to her, it doesn't make much sense. Soon, the crow's head appeared in front of Oki. Looking at Polkin, who was asleep, was a little surprised. Before he left, he was worried about the battle between Oki and Polkin, so he flew at full strength and wanted to go back quickly. Unexpectedly, when returning, Polkinin had lost his fighting ability asleep, the giant metal elven ball formed by Mainyana was dropped directly on the ground. Her heavy body made her smash a hollow hole in the ground. Speaking of them, although Mainyana is a mechanical body and has no gender, the person who created her made her appearance like a princess, so in fact she is also a girl inside. But the whole body is metal, and the body is not ordinary heavy. So Mainyana hates most people talking about her weight. How can a girl be so heavy? The chip scanned the information of Mainyana. Elf, Mainyana light purple. Gender, no gender. Level, 50. Attribute, steel plus fairy. Feature, soul heart. Carry item, soul heart. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, trick defense, auxiliary gear, gear shift, iron head, help, sonic boom, rounding, phantom light, lucky spell, aurora beam, mirror light shooting, eye of heart, cannon light cannon, flower cannon, teaching skills, electromagnetic levitation, collection, sharing pain, electric shockwaves, healing ringtones, you first, iron wall, mind hammer. Skill learner, none. This is the information of Mainyana. In a strict sense, she can also be called a legendary elf, which is one of the beasts of gods, or a fantasy beast. It's just an artificial fantasy beast, like Super Dream. However, because Kamang inherited the ability of fantasy and a large number of other elven genes, even if there is no clergy, His combat effectiveness is also outstanding, because when the Super Dream was created, the purpose was to fight. But Magiana is different. The significance of her existence is guardianship, so Magiana is not good at fighting. Of course, if she is trained to make her like fighting, the fighting power that can burst out will not be much weaker, because Magiana has high physical and special defense racial values, but she has the highest special racial value, and there is a possibility of becoming a fighting elf, and this may be large, and the ceiling is good. The only problem is that Magiana's character is impossible to love fighting. She is a peace-loving elf. There is even a hint of cowardice in character. From the moment the crow's head was dropped to the present, there was no sign of outcrop. Then Aoki focused his attention on the characteristics and carrying props of Mainyana. Soul Heart. The only elf in the elf world that has Soul Heart characteristics. The effect of this feature is also very peculiar. Whenever a companion falls in front of him and loses the combat ability, the special attack ability of Magiana will rise. It may also be because of the concern for the companion that a small universe broke out. The existence of Soul Heart characteristics is also because of the Soul Heart carried in the props column. Strictly speaking, the Magiana she is seeing is not the real Magiana. That soul is her. Such a soul is what Azot's most talented scientist, Eliphaz, spent all his life creating. The magical spirit, Magiana. In fact, her body is the Soul Heart. About 500 years ago, the genius scientist Eliphaz of Azot collected a large amount of living energy of elves, injected it into a container, and created artificial life, which is this Soul Heart. Then Eliphaz created a mechanical body for this Soul Heart, which is the Magiana as seen in front of his eyes. This is the pinnacle of mysterious science. It is also because of this Soul Heart that it almost made the Azot kingdom to perish. Because Eliphaz loves his country too much, and his talent is really too strong. He wanted to use his own power to protect this country, which was why Magiana was born. Matching it is the mechanical city wall created by Eliphaz for the Azot kingdom and the entire mechanical kingdom. As long as you find the organs in the castle, you can combine the walls of the entire kingdom through special machinery to become a huge aerial fortress. And the energy core of this air fortress is the Soul Heart of Magiana. I don't know where to learn the news. In order to compete for this aerial fortress, people began to compete for soul. The royal family not only failed to protect the country because of the soul, but also almost started a civil war. In order to stop the war, Eliphaz sealed both Magiana and the fortress. The place where Magiana sealed was the Nibel Plateau. It may be because the violent Polkan destroyed a mountain and awakened Magiana in the seal, and this is what Aoki sees now. Therefore, as long as the people of the Azot kingdom know the existence of Magiana, and get the soul of his body, and unlock the seal of the fortress, he can become the new king of the Azot kingdom. And there are a lot of weapons hidden in this air fortress. These are the treasures that Eliphaz left to the kingdom of Azot. The combat power that these weapons can explode is not comparable to that of the rocky fortress. This is the pinnacle of the development of mechanical and mysterious science. The talent of Eliphaz is absolutely the crown of the elven world. Even now www.mentalnovel.com is one of the best talents in the world. 500 years later, the machinery and mysticism of the Azot kingdom not only did not make any progress, but also because of the loss of some of the research achievements of Eliphaz, they caused their mysterious scientific ability to decline. In the kingdom of Azot, the supreme glory of all mysterious scientists is to learn and master the research results of Eliphaz. The more you master, the more respect you will receive. There is no innovation of its own. Maybe there is only one person named Jarvis who can touch the level of Eliphaz slightly. This person is also the one who Aoki let the flash flames help him find. He created a mysterious science that made Aoki quite hearty. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1125 Small Broken Diamond Variant and Magiana. Aoki squeaked softly, click click, as if he heard a cry. The metal elf ball slightly opened a slit, revealing a pair of red eyes. Magiana saw Aoki with a smile on her face. Looks very friendly. But Magiana didn't feel Aoki's heart. This made her feel very strange. Soul Mind has a very strange ability, which is the ability to feel the mood, thinking, and physical condition of other elves or humans. If any elves are injured, Magiana can feel the pain and suffering, and desperately help. This is Magiana. She has a very gentle temperament and likes to take care of elf. Knowing that Magiana has such ability, Aoki is of course prepared in advance. Similar to the ability of a wave guide force, it can be blocked with superpower. With a curiosity in her eyes, Mariana slowly turned her head to look at the other elves. Seeing the Dumb King, Crowhead and Mrs. Huiji, she suddenly looked surprised. The spirits of these elves are very pleasant, and seem to have a strong bond to the human in front of them, and they are very close to each other. For the elves to have such feelings, in the eyes of Magiana, this human is not at least a bad person. All of a sudden, my senses of Aoki were getting better. As for her being caught by the crow's head, this was long forgotten by Magiana. Slowly poked his head out of this ball, looking at Aoki's expression unchanged, but also relieved a little. Then he saw Bangla and Boscadora with injuries on their bodies. Suddenly, she got up from the ground, waving her metal hands, and came to Bongil and Boscadora, preparing to use her power to treat them. This is the character of Magiana. Looking at Magiana, Aoki didn't know how to express her heart. Originally thought that she was indifferent enough to be able to directly control her, and then took out the soul of her body and studied it carefully. But now I find that I can't do that. However, it also proves that at least he is not completely cold-blooded, and humanity has retained a large part. Bongil and Boscadora saw the anxious look of Magiana and did not know what to do. In particular, Boscadora even blushed when she saw Magiana approaching. But because of the metal casing, it is not conspicuous. But Aoki and Bangla found out, Magiana stretched out her two hands, and in front of Bangla and Boscadora, then a snoring sound turned into two bouquets. Seeing these two words, Bangla and Boscadora were stunned. He smiled happily immediately. Magiana felt that the two elves were really happy inside, and also showed a happy expression. But soon, Magiana saw Polkan, who was lying on the ground sleeping at this time. There were some scars on his body, but he was recovering at a rapid pace. This is the green grass field that Aoki let Mrs. Huiji release in advance, just to not leave a bad impression on Magiana. Now Polkan's injuries are almost recovered. Magiana looked at Polkan while she was asleep. Although she didn't know why he slept here, she was not willing to wake him up. I haven't seen him sleep so well for a long time, but I don't know, because of her existence in the dream, Polkan could sleep so well and so sweetly. When Aoki was about to communicate with Magiana, an elf ball on her body suddenly flashed pink light. Holding this elf ball in his hands, Aoki's eyes suddenly looked surprised. Elf ball with small broken diamonds. Waiting for so long? Is the little broken diamond finally going to complete the mutation? Throw the elven ball and summon a little broken diamond. The small broken diamond at this time is completely different from the ordinary small broken diamond. The first is the color of the diamond, which has all turned pink, and the second is her size. Ordinary small broken diamonds are chunky, but this small broken diamond looks very slender at this time. In the progress bar seen on the Aoki chip scan, the degree of abnormality has reached 99.9%. Slightly surprised. Although the degree of abnormality of the small broken diamond is very fast, before coming to the Carlos area, Aoki saw it. At that time, it was only 80%. Now it suddenly soared to 99.99%. Just one last hundredth of a percent can complete the mutation. When Magiana saw the small pink diamonds emitting pink cluster at this time, her eyes were filled by her. Never seen such a beautiful diamond. This is what any girl wants to have. And Magiana felt as if there was a connection between her soul and the little broken diamond in front of her. Aoki noticed this. Eyes were attached with superpowers. and at this time saw a connection between Magiana's soul heart and the small broken diamond. A magical energy with a lot of vitality is being injected into the body of the small broken diamond. Life energy. The soul is originally created by gathering a large amount of life energy, and the fairy energy is, to some extent, equal to the life energy. Magiana is the elf of the steel and fairy. Now it can be seen that she is transmitting the energy of the fairy line with a small broken diamond, and still without any preparation from both sides. A small thumb-like horn slowly floated from the small broken diamond. The energy of Magiana is input into this small angle, and then this small angle transmits the energy to the body of the small broken diamond. Corner of Xerneas. Seeing this little horn, Oki's eyes shone inexplicably. I don't know what has to do with Xerneas. Oki suddenly thought of the feeling of being stared at just now. Will it have something to do with Xerneas? As Magiana's energy was injected, the body of the small broken diamond began to change. The pink energy spilled out of her body, as if turning into pink smoke, condensing without dispersing. Slowly shroud the small broken diamond. Mrs. Huiji walked to Oki's side and looked into the eyes of Magiana and Xiazan with a strong interest. As a fairy spirit, Mrs. Huiji can feel the intense energy of the fairy spirit in the small broken diamond and Magiana. At this time, the energy of the fairy series on Mrs. Huiji was much richer. You must know that Mrs. Huiji already has the strength of the official Heavenly King. Magiana is only at level 50, and the small broken diamond has not even reached 40 levels. Shows such a strong fairy spirit energy. The chip monitors the abnormality of the small broken diamond in real time. Waiting silently, once the mutation is successful, it will become Tanxi. I don't know if it's the first Teensi in the world, but her presence is significant for Oki. An elf who can change Oki's overall strategy. Fifth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Adding more rewards to Lax Store Boss. If you are free, please help Hibiscus. Although we don't know what it is, we follow the flow. It doesn't matter if you are free. By the way, Hibiscus is from Zhejiang. Chapter 1126. Dean, say goodbye to poverty. The first small diamond to begin to change was the diamond on her head. Originally just a diamond, slowly split under the infusion of pink energy. It became 4 octahedron diamonds, and then the extra energy of these diamonds extended downward, and 2 long diamond groups appeared, form a pink crown. The mutation has just begun. In the middle of the small broken bit, the original diamonds of different shapes slowly turned into a huge round pink diamond, dazzling. The body became more and more slender, and the 2 small ears on the head began to change shape and became the shape of a hand. The middle circle of white fluff slowly evolved into a white skirt that wrapped the body of the little broken diamond. The body slowly appeared in the abnormal. The small blue eyes turned into 2 big red eyes like rubies, and a small mouth appeared under the cover of diamonds. The diamonds covering her mouth curled up around her neck, and the ore turned into a round golden ring with a pink 8-sided diamond in the middle. Judging from the current appearance, the appearance of the small broken diamond has completely disappeared. Magiana stood aside and watched the change of the little broken diamond. Then he looked at himself again, feeling a little embarrassed. Hundreds of years of grinding have made her originally gorgeous body and the paint on her body fade away, leaving only a silver-white body and wonderful lines. But compared to the current small broken diamonds, the gap is very large. However, Magiana did not leave. She knew that the little broken diamond was at the most critical moment of her life, and she was the main energy source of mutation. The energy in the soul's heart has not decreased, but it has increased more and more. The mysterious science of Eliphaz has collected a lot of elf life energy from the beginning, and made special settings for the soul heart when making it, which can absorb the life energy that is free from the air and keep flowing earth added to the soul. In this way, the air fortress can always have enough power, and it can also have endless firepower, known as having a fortress that can conquer the world. All energy sources come from the soul of Margiana. Of course, Having such a technologically advanced fortress 500 years ago may be able to conquer the world. But after 500 years, scientific research outside the country has not stagnated, and the strength of the elves cannot be ignored. So conquering the world has become a joke. However, the deterrence by force is quite considerable. The abnormality on the little broken diamond is already in the final stage. The pink mist emanating from her body slowly converged and merged into her body. It can no longer be called a small broken diamond. The broken diamond on her body has already become a complete 8-sided diamond, and her figure has completely changed. The characteristics of the little girl are clear at a glance. "Well," it murmured softly, "the surrounding pink mist is completely absorbed into the body. Originally, because it was covered by sand, the ground could no longer be seen. But now it is driven by unknown energy, and something has been madly out of the sand." Blossoming flowers began to appear at the feet of Dance. Then it seemed as if I had touched something, centering on Tanxi, spreading frantically around. A sea of flowers slowly appeared like this. At a glance, wherever my eyes go, they all become a sea of flowers. Even the flowers are welcoming Tanxi. Seeing this scene, Marjana's eyes were almost heart-shaped. Her favorite is flowers, and the appearance of so many flowers now is heaven for her. Danced elegantly directly in the sea of flowers. At first glance, I have studied with the royal family of the Azot Kingdom, showing elegance and nobility, like a white swan dancing among the flowers. Opening his eyes, Tance saw this scene, and felt a bit unreal. The elves of Oki were also infected by this scene. "I feel very happy." Tance looked at her hands, then looked at her body. Some wondered what happened. Oki walked to her with a smile. Master Oki, Dianx's voice sounded leisurely. After that, Oki didn't respond, but she froze first. "Can your voice be spoken?" "In fact, it is not sound, but just like Polken, through a power similar to ECG induction. It may be waveguide force, or some other mysterious energy. These are unknown." In short, Tanxi hasn't adapted yet. "Congratulations, now you should be called Dean," Oki said with a smile, with a touch of complexity in his eyes. Diane, the princess of the Diamond Kingdom, did not expect to appear in such a situation. "As long as there is Tanxi, it means that you have a steady stream of wealth." Oki just slightly boasted about the days when he had fought for money. It is really nostalgic to think about the situation where hunter missions have been performed for millions of Alliance coins. Unfortunately, such opportunities and feelings will no longer exist in the future. Poverty has nothing to do with myself since then. It is really nostalgic to think about it. Oka's heart has mixed flavors. In the future, you can buy 2 cups of soy milk and drink a cup and pour a cup. This extravagant day is really longing for. Tian. He said the name softly. She hasn't responded yet. It turned out that after her transformation was completed, she would become the existence of the Minister of Diamonds. "Is this Princess Shinsi?" Diane looked at Oki, ruby-like eyes, with deep doubts and puzzlements, and confused. The sudden change made her somewhat uncomfortable. Oki also knows that Deansy feels like a ugly duckling becomes a white swan after winter. The little beggar became a princess of a country. Identity changes are too big to accept at once. Tanxi, all of this is destined when you follow me. You only need to slowly get used to it and accept it. In the future, you will become a real princess of the Little Broken Diamond Kingdom. Oki stood vowed aside, blushing and panting. "Did you, Princess?" Tanxi, "Princess?" With Oka's words, Tanxi's originally confused eyes gradually lightened. Looking into Oka's eyes brought deep worship and respect. "Is everything in Master Oka's plan?" Oki accepted this credit frankly. In fact, it can't be wrong. When the little broken diamond just showed signs of change, no one knew that it was Oki who found her for the first time. Take her with her. www.mentalnovel.com. Various energy and food supplies are available to speed up her transformation. Otherwise, who knows how many years it will take to complete the change in the underground of Neverland, which has relatively insufficient resources. If the mutation is not valued from the beginning, maybe it will stagnate or even disappear. It is not impossible. So when Oki said, He didn't feel guilty, mainly used to it. He'll ask Master Oki to continue to take care of it in the future. Dianxi smiled and decided not to think about it, just follow Master Oki. After all, I have never been treated badly since I followed Oki. First more, ask for a monthly pass, like everyone. Don't forget. Chapter 1127 Tan's Super Evolution on the Nibel Plateau, centered on Shanxi, covered with flowers. And in the distance of the Nibel Plateau, on a cliff, there is a special elf looking at the Nibel Plateau. Colorful eyes seem to be able to cross this distant distance. The corners of the head that unfolded like petals. The light blue sharp corners now appeared a lot of colored sharp corners. Limbs fell to the ground, a forefoot rubbing constantly. Journeys. She was watching Tansy after the mutation on the Nibel Plateau. Woo, he murmured softly. A bizarre energy flew from her and shot at Tansy. Oki, who was having a brief conversation with Dianxi, felt a surge of energy coming from his superpowers, with a hint of wonder. This energy is. Oka's thoughts just appeared. You can see that this energy is shooting towards you. To be precise, it is shooting towards the small horn suspended above Tans's head at this time. It's too fast to respond. This energy was instantly incorporated into the small horn. Is she really it? Oki understood this scene. This is the energy of Xerneas. So when she wanted to conquer Polkanian before, wasn't she also? The little broken diamond turned into dance, attracting Xerneas' attention. In other words, she has been paying close attention to the situation of the small broken diamond. From the moment she gave Oki her horns she gave off, I saw that the horn on the head was wrapped into the energy of Xerneas, and slowly turned into a small ball. Super evolutionary stone. Oki was shocked. What does Xerneas mean? Oki did not understand her thoughts. As soon as Dianxi appeared, she sent her super evolutionary stone. Did she hope that she would build the kingdom of the little broken diamond as soon as possible? But even if it is to establish a kingdom of small broken diamonds, Oki will not choose to be in the Carlos area. Looking into the distance, I can only see the mountains and rivers, but I cannot find Xerneas. The small horn turned into a super evolutionary stone, and slowly fell into Oka's hands. Is it because they can create life and control the resonance of life energy? Oki thought to himself. In the elven world, in addition to arceus, the elves that can control the energy of life, except for the of life, Xerneas, there should be only Dianxi. Tans can create small broken diamonds, which ability is not possessed by other elves. Suddenly, Oki had an idea in her heart. The goblin system in the elven world has just been discovered, and it is mainly concentrated in the Carlos area. The energy of the goblin system in other areas must be much thinner than the Carlos area. In other words, compared to other attributes, the energy of the leprechaun department in the whole elven world is much lacking. If Dianxi can create a lot of small broken diamonds, let alone, the energy of the goblin system will definitely increase. But these are all conjectures. Oki couldn't guess the specific idea of Xerneas. Looking at the super evolutionary stone in his hand, Oki didn't know whether to try it. There is still some frustration between the super evolution between himself and Dianxi. After seeing the change of the small broken diamond, Margiana ended her dance. Carefully walked to Tans and greeted him in friendship. After seeing Margiana, Tans also felt kind. After all, the energy of her final transformation came from the energy of life in Margiana's soul. Tans reached out her hands and controlled the energy slightly. A pink crystal diamond appeared in her hand, and handed it to Margiana. Seeing this fan crystal diamond, Margiana showed a stunning look. With some hesitation, I don't know if such a precious thing should be accepted. Seeing through her hesitation, Dianxi smiled and stuffed the diamond directly into Margiana's arms. Suddenly, Margiana smiled intoxicated. No girl can refuse such a beautiful pink crystal diamond. As if in order to give a gift, Margiana stretched out her right hand. A roar of Kama, a bunch of flowers appeared. Looking at this scene, Dianxi also showed a happy smile, took a flower from the bunch of flowers, and put it on her head. So the two elves became good friends. Oki stood aside, and saw the relationship between Tanxi and Magiana quickly draw an unexpected look. Sure enough, the relationship between girls is getting closer and faster. It's amazing. But now it's finally time to scan the data of dance. Pokemon, Tanxi light purple. Gender, no gender. Level, 50. Attribute, rock plus fairy. Characteristics, permanent body. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, impact, hardening, falling rocks, angularization, shooting down, reflecting wall, invisible rock, bisect defense, primitive power, madness, property swap, power gem, trick space, sharp stone attack, moon power, diamond storm. Teaching skills, gravity, help, healing ringtones, power of the earth, mind transfer, skill learner, none. Light purple. This can be said to have been seen by Oki. After the elf has changed the form, the qualifications change and improve the most. Suddenly the light cyan rose to a light purple. This is exactly qualitative change. Even qualitative changes cannot describe such changes. As for the level of 50, it seems a bit insignificant for the change in qualifications. Tanxi, can you feel the diamond you made now? Oki asked. In his impression, if Tanxi did not have the training, the diamonds he created would be beautiful, but they would not last long. After a period of time, it disappears. I can feel it. Tanxi nodded firmly. Oki was slightly surprised. Then you can make these diamonds in large quantities? Oki asked again. On hearing that, Tanxi was lost in thought, as if she was a little uncertain. Let me try. After that, with both hands stretched forward, a large number of pink crystal diamonds changed from small to large, slowly forming a huge tornado composed of diamonds. Diamond storm. Seeing so many delicious diamonds appearing, Bangla and Boscadora can't wait a moment. After Tanxi has performed his skills, a large number of pink crystal diamonds have accumulated on the ground. Crystal clear, different sizes. Class and Boscadora immediately picked up one of them and stuffed it into their mouths. Bite it down sharply, and feel as if you have bitten the air. You are reading book www.uukanzu.com. Then I saw a lot of pink crystal diamonds on the ground slowly turned into powder and disappeared, and scattered into control. Seeing this scene, Oki nodded. It really is a bit worse. Seeing the disappointment of Bongil and Boscadora, Tance reached out his hand again. After condensing for a while this time, only 2 fist-sized pink crystal diamonds appeared in her hands. Pass it to Bongil and Boscadora. With a little hesitation, the 2 elves threw the 2 diamonds into their mouths again. Gao, Oka's eyes brightened when he heard the sound. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1128. Non-person. It seems that it is not possible to manufacture it in large quantities, but if it is manufactured in small quantities, it should not be difficult for Dance. Oki instantly explained this phenomenon. Therefore, the diamond in Magiana's hand will not disappear. So, now that Tanxi has the ability to make eternal diamonds, Oki was a little surprised. As long as you can create eternal crystal diamonds, you can continuously create small broken diamonds. Test again later. Oki needs to resolve the issue of Magiana first. Magiana. Oki called. Weng. Hearing Oki's voice, Magiana looked at Oki. At this point there wasn't the fear when he first saw him. Tance also looked at Oki. Would you like to follow me? Oki didn't meander, and said his purpose directly. Hearing that, Magiana shook her head immediately. When Eliphaz sealed her, she said that she existed for the entire kingdom of Azot, not for following a specific person. Cannot be a weapon for someone. This is what makes Oki a headache, but it is not without solution. Oki shouted the Dream Demon and let the Dull King and Gengui maintain Polkinen's sleep. Compared to Polkinen's powerful strength, dragging Magiana into the dream is much simpler. The Dream Demon hypnotized her when she didn't respond. Then Oki and Dream Monster entered the dream of Magiana together. came to a sea of fire. This is the Azot Kingdom 500 years ago. In order to compete for Margiana, the entire palace was burning at this time. Aoki stood behind Margiana and a white-bearded old man. This man was the genius scientist who invented Margiana, Eliphaz. Margiana, your existence is to protect the Azot Kingdom, but because of your existence, the Azot Kingdom has fallen into chaos. So I can only choose to seal you and send you away. Eliphaz said. Hearing that at this time, the colorful Margiana was still on her body, showing a sad expression. She likes this country very much, but because of her existence, it has caused suffering to the subjects of this country. Margiana could clearly feel the pain of the civilians. All these pains were sensed by Margiana's soul and gathered in her heart. Margiana just wants to curl herself up to avoid these painful emotions, but she can't, and doesn't want to. Weng. Margiana raised her arms and pointed to bouquets of flowers at the royal palace in the Sea of Fire. This was the last thing she could do. The last thing for the Azot's royal family and the subjects of the Azot's kingdom. Feeling weak and small, Aoki and Dream Demon standing behind Eliphaz are like outsiders. But soon, Aoki's eyes flashed superpowers, and the moment Eliphaz lowered his head, his eyes flickered like Aoki. Aoki replaced Eliphaz in his dream. Margiana didn't notice anything. Margiana, did you feel the suffering of the people? Eliphaz asked suddenly. Margiana is a machine, so there are no tears. Otherwise she must be in tears now. Nodded helplessly, wondering what to say. It's okay, it's not your fault, but you have to remember that although your existence is for the kingdom of Azot, I don't want you to carry this heavy burden all the time. When you meet someone who can truly accept you, who is kind, and the surrounding elves who have a strong dependence on him, then no need to resist. You have the opportunity to start over and you can make your own choices. Instead of being stubborn in the kingdom of Azot, you can live the life you want. This is what your creator, that is, me, Eliphaz, expects from you. I just hope you can live happily. Eliphaz had kindness and petting in his eyes. Margiana looked at Eliphaz stupidly, always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. But there is nothing wrong with the logic. Agree with me? Margiana, Avriz asked again. Margiana nodded again and again. She knew that Eliphaz would not lie to herself. Afterwards, Eliphaz sealed Margiana, and the whole dream disappeared. When Margiana opened her eyes again, her eyes were full of doubts. I seem to be dreaming just now, but it feels so real. The surrounding scenes are as vivid as being in person. The words of Eliphaz echoed in Margiana's mind. Have a good life. Your own life? Margiana always feels like there is something abnormal. Remember that Eliphaz also told herself, don't become a tool in Nanon's hands. For a while, Margiana was a little confused as to which is memory and which is dream. But as soon as Eliphaz had spoken in her own face, it seemed as if she had become a curse, and kept circling in her heart and mind. The previous memories faded away. This is the latest attempt made by Aoki after using Vladimir's dream. Revert everything, just change a few words, and then continue to deepen the impression. In this way, as long as it is not forcibly turning around the mind, ordinary people cannot distinguish between true and false. Of course, if you want to do such a thing, you must know the weakest in the other person's heart, and the place that is the easiest to touch. Also try to be able to restore the scene at that time. If it is for other people who do not know or try as far as possible, they cannot do it. But Aoki knew about Margiana's place in her heart. This has opportunities. How about Margiana? Don't you think about it again? Look at my elves. After following me, you have never been disappointed. The bond between me and them, I believe with your ability, completely can sense it. You need to have your own choice and have your own life. In the end, Aoki deliberately emphasized the words your own life. It is to hope to emphasize the dream that Margiana just experienced. Make dreams and memories indistinguishable. After hearing Aoki's words again, Margiana was lost in thought. No immediate refusal. She wondered if Aoki could be a trustee. Although Margiana can indeed feel the deep bond between the spirit of Aoki and him, but she could not feel Aoki's heart. Margiana. At this time, Tanxi next to Magiana nodded towards her. Diane likes Magiana very much, and Magiana also likes Diane. It was only when Magiana flashed the look of Polkin www.mentalnovel.com Tanxi interrupted her and nodded towards her. Do you agree? In the end, Magiana, who has a gentle personality, does not know how to refuse, and there is no reason to refuse. As pointed out by Eliphaz, Oki was almost satisfied. Nod. Magiana agreed. Shouldn't trust someone, I guess. Should. Probably. Isn't it? This was the only doubt that appeared in Margiana's head after she nodded. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1129 Machinery Capital. Azot seeing Magiana nodded. Oka's heart was ecstatic, but the surface remained calm. Take out a valuable ball. This is specially prepared for Magiana and Polkanyon. Originally, Oki was preparing to double catch, but when he thought of arresting Polkan in his mind, he felt an inexplicable danger. It seems that capturing will cause you a lot of trouble. The subconscious mind of the superpowers made Oki unable to believe. Later, it turned out that Xerneas has been paying attention to this side. Then this iron golem can only be put here temporarily. Let the Dull King leave superpower coordinates on Polkanyon so that he can be found at any time later. Then he took the precious ball and gave him a slight sting on Margiana. The valuable ball put Margiana in, without being blocked. The elven ball locked after the precious ball slammed. Magiana conquer. Oki's arm waved uncontrollably. Magiana successfully conquered. Plus Tanxi. Two elves that cannot be said to be gods, but are better than gods. However, these two elves are not like the elves who can fight directly. Tanxi may be better. If the Mikiana is allowed to participate in the battle, she will be scared away immediately. Compared to Mrs. Huiji, Magiana is more like an auxiliary elf, both in character and skill. However, I have to say that Magiana's race value is still very good. The most important thing is the existence of the soul. Oki threw a valuable ball and summoned Magiana. Immediately after her appearance, Magiana's hands turned into two bouquets of flowers, celebrating her success in being conquered by a trainer. And she will have a home again. The elves of Oki expressed their welcome to Magiana, especially Tanxi, who was beside her at this time. The relationship between the two elves was very good at this time. Oki smiled and said to Magiana, Magiana, welcome to join. Weng Weng. Magiana nodded again and again. Feeling the sincere welcome of the elves, she was also very happy. As for what Eliphaz's words were, she was temporarily set aside. Oki looked at Magiana just like the real elves and had to admire Eliphaz. Use your own power to create an elf comparable to a beast. You must know how long it took the rockets to do so, plus countless resources, and a large number of scientists working around the clock to achieve the extent. Oki beckons to Magiana. She danced happily and came to him. You don't have to wait for a while, I may need to study a little, Oki said with a smile. Hearing that Margiana was no doubt about him and nodded to understand. Putting her hand on Margiana's back, she was in close contact with the soul in the middle of her metal body. Chip, collect data, analyze the reasons for the trip, and how it works. Oki ordered the chip. Task established. The chip's voice sounded in his head, then a large amount of subtle current flowed from his hand to the soul. Magiana didn't feel much, but Oki felt that some subtle energy flowed down her arm into her body. The whole person felt a little refreshed, and fell asleep full. Soul Heart still has this effect! Exclamation mark. Before long, Oki let go. The data of the chip has been collected, followed by simulation and analysis. Then Oki was ready to leave with the elves. As for Polkan, already prepared for him, didn't he listen to anyone else's words beyond the words of Magiana? Then tell him in a dream that Magiana needs to leave for a while, and let him move freely later. Find a place to rest for a night. After dawn, all Tanxi and Magiana are put away, and the rest of the elves are also put away. This trip to the Nibel Plateau not only fulfilled his goals, but also exceeded it. If the Soul Owner's top mysterious science and technology can be analyzed, It will be of great benefit to both Aoki and his elves. The focus thereafter was on the planning of the kingdom of Azoth. The small broken diamond also successfully turned into Tanxi. At the same time, I don't know where to watch the Xerneas from here. I believe it is not difficult to condense the eternal crystal diamond. In the future, the most important part of the small broken diamond kingdom has already been owned. This is the summary of this harvest. Very good. Seems like I forgot something. Aoki, sitting on the back of a desert dragonfly, had a stuck head when recalling this harvest. Seems like something important to forget. At this time, the sticky dragon lying in the elven bowl can only feel some sadness in silence. You may be the first quasi-god elf abandoned by the trainer, and after being conquered, when you count the harvest, you actually forget your existence. How can you say that you are also a quasi-god? Exclamation mark. No face? Exclamation mark. Dot. The other side. After Vladely pointed at Aoki, he immediately sent someone to find the Azoth kingdom and lurked in. I believe we will soon be able to find the person Aoki needs to find. Jarvis. Not Jarvis the housekeeper. Although it may be the role of a housekeeper in Azoth's. Aoki sat in the desert dragonfly directly towards that remote kingdom, and Azoth flew away. Not far from the Nibel Plateau. The Spark team has found it and sneaked into the kingdom of Azoth. So now Aoki knows where Azoth is. Originally, I wanted to let the flash flames lurk for a while, and then look for the person named Jarvis. Unexpectedly, this Jarvis had a great reputation in Azoth. When leaving the Nibel Plateau, Vladari sent Aoki's coordinates to Aoki. Although Azoth is not known by most people, it does not mean that it has no communication with the outside world. In fact, the alliance has been with these relatively remote, still retains traditional culture, kingdoms with ancient history, have a lot of exchanges. The kingdom of Azoth is one of them. So as long as you follow the alliance clues, you can quickly find how Vladely is also an alliance's certified researcher, and is not yet a researcher of this general status of Aoki. He has his own research institute and has connections with many senior officials within the Carlos Alliance. The Carlos League has not yet known the birth of the Flash Flames. www.untilnovel.com also has a last hope for Vladari. However, Vladely has long lost any trust in the League. Today Vladari only believes in himself, and Aoki, who likes him. Half a day later, Aoki successfully reached the ancient country, Azoth. Looking from a distance, it is actually a huge town. There are huge walls surrounding the town. There are huge gears turning in every corner of the town. Azoth is also called the capital of machinery. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1130. I don't know if I can give a suit. Kingdom of Azoth. Aoki fell outside the city walls. Find the mark left by the Flash Flame team. Then enter the forest and come to the agreed place. Come out. Aoki said lightly after arriving at the place. Two figures fell from the tree, followed by two elves. Master Everand. The two saw Aoki, immediately stood, holding their chests in their left hands, and saluting respectfully. At this time, in addition to wearing Matt's glasses on their faces, the clothes on their bodies were changed to the traditional costumes of Azoth. Aoki nodded. Did you get everything? Aoki asked. The two nodded again and again, then took out a space equipment. After taking over the equipment, Aoki said to the two, "It's hard, keep doing your own thing." Upon hearing that, a flash of excitement flashed on their faces. The Flash Flame's second player told them that it was hard. Suddenly the fatigue in my heart disappeared. Not hard or hard, Master Everand. Let's go first, and the later things will be arranged. The Flash Flame team said. After speaking, the two disappeared into the woods under the guidance of their elf. They have the task assigned by Aoki. These two people are the captains of the two small team captains dispatched by the Flash Flame team, and temporarily obey Aoki's dispatch. The strength is not very strong, just the squadron level, but in terms of latent ability, it is very good. In a short time, he successfully entered the Azoth kingdom and collected the information needed by Aoki. Open the space equipment. and change yourself into the traditional clothes of Azot. Then took out a large number of books from it. This is what Aoki asked them to collect: the kingdom of Azot, some information about mysterious science. That's right. Aoki is going to do his old business and sneak in. The goal is to mix into King Azot and get something you want, or to meet a few people you want to see. For example, written by Gwan Elifasi. His research results on mysterious science during his lifetime. But I don't know if this thing really exists. A mysterious science. Aoki became very interested in this science. Wouldn't it be worth knowing a science that could create Mayana, and more than that? Let the blazing flames help him, Jarvis. He also has his own unique creation in mysterious science. It is just that this person's mentality is not correct, and his vision is too small, and it is limited to the kingdom of Azot. Otherwise, what he has studied, even if he cannot become the leader of the underground power of a region like Vladari, he can become a big brother, because what he created is called Super Evolutionary Wave, a kind of ability that can make the elves super evolution without passing through the super evolution stone, and without reaching a certain degree of bond between the elves and the trainers. The emergence of such a super evolutionary wave can definitely change the pattern of the entire elven world. It's a pity not anyone who studies it. However, it is not known whether this person has been researched. After all, super evolution is not yet available. But the results of Ilifa's research are indeed very good. Any of them are the crystallization of wisdom. Aoki scans the data collected by the Flash Flame team into the chip, and then converts it into data and stores it in a database. For human beings, it may be very difficult to study and understand these evils, but the analysis and calculation capabilities of the chip are able to quickly reproduce these things. As long as the chip learns and understands, it means Aoki learns and understands. It took an afternoon. Aoki, while scanning the data, learned the customs and living habits of some Azot people, so as to avoid unnecessary contact after entering. Night falls. By night, he sneaked into the walls of Azot. According to the information collected by the Flash Flames about Jarvis, Aoki was ready to come straight to the door. Speaking of this Jarvis, why is he considered famous in the kingdom of Azot? Because he was a joke in Azot's kingdom. Jarvis' father, who served in the royal family, was a master of mysterious science, and he also served as minister in the royal family of Azot. It can also be regarded as the object to be drawn. Regarding the research of Master Elias, Jarvis' father is considered to be a more advanced researcher. Affected by his father, Jarvis also liked mysterious science very much, and even loved the research results of Master Elias. But Jarvis has a different hobby. That is, I like to tinker with some new, mysterious science innovations. This is a very good hobby, not only to improve my understanding of mysterious science, but also to create new mysterious science. But others at Azot didn't understand it that way. The people here think that Eliphas is the pinnacle of mysterious science. As long as one can learn all the mysterious sciences of Eliphas, he can become the smartest and most powerful person in the world. Although it is true to understand this, it must be said that it is precisely because of this thinking that the entire study of mysterious science by Azot has not been improved for 500 years, but it is because of the research results of Eliphas lost and kept back. Jarvis' father was the last one to have a more in-depth study of the achievements of Master Elias. In this way, although Jarvis often invented something messy and useless, no one said anything because his father was the most important minister in the country. When I speak, I can only say that the sons of a certain minister really have a very in-depth study of mysterious science, and they have begun to create their own inventions. Of course, such words come with some irony. It's a pity that in the unexpected circumstances, Jarvis' father died suddenly due to illness. According to the customs of the Azot kingdom, father's rights and responsibilities require a son to inherit. However, Jarvis has been engaged in innovative research, and did not learn much about the research results of Master Elias. the things created are also humiliated and ugly in the royal court. So Jarvis became famous. But this reputation is not so good. When Oki saw Jarvis' information, he was a little embarrassed. Isn't this a proper protagonist's family history? If someone is crossed and resurrected at this time, it's time to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, punch Nansha nursing home, and kick Behi kindergarten. Of course this is impossible. In later developments, Jarvis may be distorted because of too much ridicule, or it has now been distorted. www.untlenovel.com Jarvis has temporarily abandoned innovation and is working hard to study the research results of Master Elias, determined to make all those who look down on him pay. It wasn't until the last time that he found the record about Magiana in the notes left by his father, that no later story would happen. Oki plans to meet this housekeeper tonight. Jarvis: I don't know if I can give a suit. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass for the reward of indulging the 18 brothers. Jarvis is not an original person. You should know enough if you see enough theater version, but the name is really outstanding. But unfortunately there is no battle dress. Don't forget to like it. Chapter 1131 Geng Geng Night falls. The streets of the town of Azot are lit with street lights. These street lights are powered by the entire King City of Azot machinery. The action at night is very simple for experienced Oki. In addition, he has now reached the level of advanced superpowers. Of course, it is even more no problem. Fly wildly across houses in town. Superpowers wrapped himself, and no one could detect his existence. And the speed has reached the extreme, and even more nobody can see him clearly. Jarvis lives on the street, not far from the central royal castle, in a luxurious mansion. This was a mansion left to him by his father. But he was stunned by many people because of his father's death. It was just that he was afraid of the connections that his father had left in the royal family. He didn't dare to do it directly. His father also gave him some self-protection. But the ridicule of Jarvis' research started with these people. Soon, Oki arrived at the mansion. Because the location is simple and the house is chic, it is easy to find. Without any hesitation, went directly into the courtyard of the mansion. At such a large house, there is not much light at a glance. The yard was also a bit run down, with dead leaves on the ground, and the only big tree was withered at this time, and the bottom shirt was overgrown with weeds. There is almost no water in the central pond. It is estimated that the water elves that were originally farmed can now run, and those who cannot run will die directly. From this yard one can see the situation of Jarvis at this time. The only brightly lit house in the whole house. Oki slowly approached. At this time, you need to pay attention to some safety. Gengui appeared beside Oki. Although Jarvis was in the Azot Kingdom, he was regarded as a Shet. But it does not mean that he is really talented. On the contrary, Oki came to this place because of his talent. Although the elf is not the object of Jarvis' main efforts and struggles, he still has some strength. Oki let Gengui dive in and take a look, Gengui nodded, then immersed himself in the shadows. After half a quarter of an hour, Gengui came out. What surprised Oki was that it was a little long inside. But when Oki learned why Gengui took so much time and found something in it, he came to understand it. It still seems a bit capable. Nodding his head and confirming something, Oki covered his superpowers with both hands and pushed the door directly into it. At the moment when the door was pushed open, a large amount of current was densely distributed throughout the door. This is the first institution designed by Jarvis. As long as an uninformed person pushes the door with such bare hands and enters, it will definitely be half dead before being entered. I believe Jarvis also knows his situation at Azot at this time. Only then will these institutions be designed. However, Oka's hands were covered with superpowers, and there was no effect at will. The moment Oki pushed open the door, Jarvis found it. Looking around, a man in a black robe was standing at the door, and the organ he had designed had not affected the other party in the morning. Oki also saw Jarvis. The purple hair had a pale face, and it was estimated that he had kept himself in the room for a long time without going out. The whole looks a little sly. With a very small orange glasses, wearing a khaki coat. Seeing Aoki at the door, he picked up the golden scepter set aside. It is a little different from his later scepter. It is estimated that this is his current weapon. Then an elven ball appeared in his hand. Staring at Aoki tightly, he could not confirm his identity. Gengui, who was next to Aoki, had a signature smile on his face. Without any hesitation, walked straight in. Seeing Aoki's feet cross the threshold, a faint expression of joy appeared on Jarvis' face. Just before this joy really emerged, it turned into surprise. Several arrows shot from all directions in the room stopped at a distance of no more than 10 centimeters from Aoki. These are the organs set by Jarvis. But when Gengui entered before, he was all cleared by him. Otherwise you don't have to delay so much time. What made Jarvis even more surprised was that Aoki took a big step forward, but none of the institutions he designed worked. He didn't respond until he came to Jarvis. "Is this the mechanism you designed?" "Honestly, let me be a little disappointed." Aoki's voice appeared from under the black robe. He looked up at Jarvis. But Jarvis could only see Aoki's face completely covered by superpowers. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Jarvis had already crossed the elven ball in front of Aoki. This is his last guarantee. It was the only thing his father left him, the only thing that could guarantee his life's safety. A ghost. It was so coincident, like the elves around Aoki at this time. A ghost. Looking at the elven ball in Jarvis' hand, Aoki didn't say anything. Continued, "It seems that your current research on the mysterious science is just the same. Then my plan will change." Jarvis heard Aoki's words for a moment, but when he saw the elf around Aoki, he still felt that his safety was not guaranteed, so he threw the elf ball in his hand. Another ghost appeared in the room. However, unlike Aoki's Gengui, this is because Gengi's color really looks very light gray ghost. Geng. "Now I ask you again, who did you send?" "Never mind him going to shoot," Jarvis shouted. Aoki's mouth slightly raised. Still a bit immature, but overall, not bad. Pokemon, Flash Gengui Teal. Gender, male. Level 61. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Feature, Cursed Body. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Mental Wave, Scare, Ghost Face, Dark Fog. Basic skills, Shadow Fist, Hypnotism, Tongue Lick, Resentment, Black Eyes, Curse, Night Shadow, Strange Light, Assault, Tooth for Tooth, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Evil Wave, Same Life, Wrongdoing. Teaching skills, Sleeping, Shadow Ball, Strong Mental Thoughts, Snoring, Frozen Boxing, Lightning Boxing. Skill Learner, Hold, Poisonous, Provocative, Poison Strike, Venom Shock. Flash Ghost www.mentalnovel.com. Jarvis' signature wizard. Heavenly King. This is estimated to be the main reason that Jarvis can live in Azot under the circumstance of being surrounded by wolves. After a brief investigation by the Flash team, I learned that there are not many Uranus-level trainers in the Azot Kingdom. Therefore, a King-level elf poses a great threat. First, ask for a monthly pass. Everyone, when you have time, remember to give a thumbs up for Hibiscus 3. Chapter 1132. Fat first, not fat. "Oh, I want to see what you can do." Aoki's tone was a bit of ridicule. This ghost is not Jarvis' elf, but a legacy left by his father. Jarvis just wanted to make Gengui attack, but did not expect Aoki's Gengui to be faster. Appeared directly behind him. Aoki's ghost absorbed the energy of Pluto Dragon riding Raidina. At this time, the ghost system's energy concentration in the body was not comparable to that of Jarvis' ghost. So there were no waves, and he was directly subdued by Gengui of Aoki. After all, the ghost spirits restrain each other, especially when Gengui is completely dominant. Jarvis looked very ugly at the biggest hole card his father had left him, but he didn't have much resistance in front of this man's Gengui. When is a man, especially a man, the most embarrassing? Aoki didn't ridicule Jarvis much. Aoki valued his ability, otherwise he would not come. When Jarvis heard Aoki's words, he apparently hesitated, and did not respond to the topic turning so fast. But Aoki was not in a hurry, opened a chair and sat down. Then Jarvis saw the elaborate chair he had made, in front of Aoki, as if he had completely lost his ability. When, by this time, Jarvis understood, no matter in the strength of the elves or in the science of mystery, he could not pose any threat to the person in front of him. Since the other party can come here directly, it means knowing yourself. If you do not remove yourself directly, it means that the other party is not here to deal with yourself, but you don't know what the other party's purpose is. After thinking about it, Jarvis put the golden scepter in his hand aside, and then pulled out 2 cups from the pile of materials where he accumulated a lot of tools. I don't know where to pull out a bottle of wine. He gave Aoki a signal, and determined that Aoki had no objection. He poured 2 glasses of wine, one of which was held in his hand, and the other handed to Aoki. As if to prove that there was nothing wrong with the wine, Jarvis drank all the wine in the glass with a sip. There is also no way. After all, wine can be bold. And now Jarvis' mood is not enough. In the face of Aoki, who does not know what the specific purpose is, he can only drink to strengthen the bold. Even if you die, you don't have to be so scared. Aoki's turn was a little surprised this time. He certainly understood what Jarvis meant. Borrowing boldness. This person seems to be not bad. He took the wine glass with a smile, and did not drink it in his hand. Jarvis poured himself another glass. Looking at his drinking, it is estimated that after his father died, he did not drink less. After 2 cups, the courage is slightly a little bit, and I can look directly at Aoki, no longer trembling. I don't know if it is psychological. Of course it is when this man is struggling for his own career, but has not yet succeeded, and has been ridiculed and disapproved by countless people. Aoki said with a small sip, holding up his glass. The wine is strong. No problem. When hearing Aoki's words, Jarvis' heart resonated. I think this sentence is used to describe him now. Well, fat is not fat before fat can be overwhelmed. After 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Hexy, you can't bully young people. Aoki exhaled a sip of wine and said this sensible saying. I haven't drunk for a long time. I almost forgot the taste of the wine. I never drank after my rebirth, and today is a precedent. Fat first, then fat. Jarvis was clearly stunned by Aoki's words, unable to understand. Aoki also felt a little helpless. Did you just start drinking after drinking so much? In short, you just need to remember the last sentence, and don't bully young people. Aoki said. Don't bully young people. Jarvis repeated. I don't seem to be too poor, it seems. Not a teenager. Jarvis couldn't find Aoki's point at all. Several black lines appeared on the forehead. Ahem, this is a metaphor. Describe. With such a trick, it is almost impossible to destroy the highly unpredictable image created by myself. Forget it. Let's go straight to the subject. Mr. Jarvis, don't know if you are satisfied with your current life situation. Is it possible to fall asleep only with so many institutions set up around me? Does this Gengui feel a little relieved by your side? Aoki raised his legs. Death asked 3 times. It was said that the room, which was still amused, fell into silence again. There was no sound except for the hands of a mechanical clock on the wall that made a sound when it turned. Jarvis' face turned back to his original ugly appearance. There seemed to be some depression in my heart. Once again, I got a glass of wine and drank it. Be bold. If you have any words, please speak straight. You can find me directly and crack my organization so quickly. There are such powerful elves around. There is no such person as you in the Azot Kingdom. Tell me about you. Identity. Your purpose. Jarvis stared at Aoki as if to see him through. Papa. Aoki applauded. Stance should be swayed, and pretend to be unpredictable. It's simple. I'm here to help you, Aoki admitted frankly. Then he continued, as for my identity, I'm not from the kingdom of Azot, but I know better than you about this country, including the customs of your country, the mysterious science you are proud of, and your scientific genius. Eliphaz. Help me? How do you help me? What else do you help me? Jarvis said with a smile. with a slight disdain in his smile. "You are just an outsider. Don't you know that my father is the first minister of the Azot Kingdom, and I have inherited his title, and now I am the best of the Azot Kingdom in terms of status and money. What can I do for you?" Talking, the smile on Jarvis' face was even worse. "Are you?" Oki said with a smile, but it meant that anyone could taste it. "Stop fooling yourself, Jarvis. Everything you have now is only because of your father. Don't say that you don't know. You are just a joke in the kingdom of Azot. I don't know how many people taunt you in secret, nor how many people are holding you as the so-called minister." Oki didn't show any sympathy. He directly exposed Jarvis' biggest scar and exposed it to the sun. Jarvis' face turned red. Maybe he wanted to refute but didn't know what to say, or he was just angry, or his face was a little red after drinking. Who knows? Silence reappeared between the two for a long time. "So what can you help me with?" Jarvis said a little harder. "Right, status, sure, and respect." Oki uttered a few words. www.mtlnovel.com one by one like bullets attacked Jarvis' heart. Jarvis had a complex expression. What Oki said was exactly what he needed now. The right to status, and the respect of the subjects of the entire Azot Kingdom. "So what do I need to pay?" Jarvis asked. There can be no help for no reason. This is the first thing Jarvis learned after his father left. Loyalty. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Everyone, when you have time, remember to give a thumbs up for Hibiscus 3. Chapter 1133 Get Loyal. Loyalty. It's just 2 words, but it contains too much. Jarvis couldn't have done this directly with Oki's few words, without saying anything else. Even if I say loyalty, can you believe that this is a big question? And why do I believe you? It's up to you to be an outsider. Jarvis asked. Oki nodded. It's simple. Your father, as the closest person to Eliphaz, believes that he has done a lot of research on Eliphaz's research results. Then you deserve and get all the wealth he has left for you. I wonder if you have heard of something. Soul heart. Soul heart. Hearing these 2 words, Jarvis' pupil narrowed suddenly. The hand holding the wine glass also shuddered subconsciously. Some wine spilled and wet his hands, but he did not respond. You actually know the soul? Jarvis asked. Oki laughed and said nothing. Now, do you think I can do it? Oki asked. Jarvis fell silent again. As for what you said, I don't believe in the loyalty in your words. Indeed, I can't do this, but I have a way to make me believe in you, Oki said again. After speaking, he stood up and came to Jarvis' presence. What? Jarvis just wanted to ask. Oki raised her right hand and drank. Don't resist. As he said, the palm of his right hand was patted directly on Jarvis' forehead and grabbed his head. For a moment, Jarvis felt as if something was about to enter his head. Want to stop, but thought of Oki before making himself not to resist. In the moment of hesitation, Oki planted the same thing directly in his brain as in Rose's brain. Even because the superpower reached the advanced level, the superpower planted this time was more powerful than the one planted in Rose's brain. As long as Oki is willing, this superpower can be detonated at any time. What did you do? Jarvis asked, holding his head. Oki smiled. I got the loyalty I needed, then explained, I planted a superpowered species in your mind. I can detonate this superpowered species at any time if I want to, and no one in this world can lift it except me. When it was a middle-level superpower before, no one could lift it, let alone reach a high-level superpower now. I haven't agreed yet. Jarvis' face changed suddenly. This does not mean that his life has now been held in his hands. No. The moment I can plant. In fact, you have already agreed, otherwise superpowers cannot be planted. Oki waved and said. Jarvis' face changed. In fact, Oki was right. He was hesitant at that time, but now Oki directly helped him make a decision. Any thoughts that are bad for me, I can feel it. If you don't believe it, you can try it, Oki said with a smile. It is unknown how much real credibility there is. Oki then snapped his fingers, as if touching something. Jarvis' head was sore and painful. "This is to give you a little proof of my control. Rest assured that the superpower species will really detonate. This kind of pain will not occur, because your head will be directly!" A blast action. Jarvis had a lingering fear, and the tingling in his head made him almost faint. Now he has no doubts about the authenticity of the superpowers, Oki said. It was just such an inexplicable place that was controlled by anyone, no matter who it was. The mood would not be good. But now it is true that his own life has been pinched in his hands. "You have collected this medal, and you will continue to enter Azot in the future. They will become your subordinates and help you to do things. All you need to do is to work your research and then become the real number one." The minister is fine. Then, Oki took out a medal from his arms and handed it to him. "This is the Medal of the Flames." At that time, Oki will care for Vladari. Although Jarvis can't show his value yet, Oki knows where he will go. Just need someone to widen his horizons, and this person can only be Oki. Jarvis took the medal. This is the badge of the team leader of the Flash Flame team. From this moment, he is the team leader of the Flash Flame team. As for the rules and all kinds of things, Oki will not care about it, and someone will naturally explain it to him. Then there are 3 elves here, all of which are also given to you. None of them are weaker than your current Gengui. I hope you can subdue them all as soon as possible. I believe this should not stump you. Take 3 elves from his body and place them directly on the table. Hearing that, Jarvis froze, immediately ecstatic. He nodded again and put away the 3 elven balls. Jarvis knows its value. 3 more king-level elves. Although Azot's mysterious science is the highest glory, it does not mean that they are completely derailed from the elves. The basic strength of the country is the elves. Elves are also the main force that guards the entire kingdom. "Thank you, sir." A reverence appeared on Jarvis' face. The big stick and carrot, no matter to whom, whether or not the other party sees this method, just by doing so, it is difficult for someone to refuse. "You show me all the information about Eliphaz, and then you go and subdue the 3 elves yourself. Once you are almost familiar, we need to play a play." Oki waved. Immediately, Jarvis moved all the materials and research results about Eliphaz to the table in front of Oki. Armo bag-like pile of books. Looking at them, Oka's eyes twitched, and it was really troublesome without a computer to store information. But still read it honestly. 10 lines at a time. The chip scans quickly. Anyway, if you really want to analyze the soul, you must do in-depth research on both mysterious science and Eliphaz. www.mentalnovel.com and mysterious science. Maybe can also give Oki some surprises. As for Kivis, he went out to subdue the elves Oki gave him. These elves were the elves of the Jinkun family when they were on Sanshin Island. 2 of them were given to Rose. Now 3 are given to Jarvis, 1 in exchange for resources, and 1 left in the hands. Oki is also ready to reward his men. You have the strength to do better for yourself. Although it is not an elf that has been cultivated since childhood, the combat power may not be fully exerted. But after all, it is a king-level elf. Even if it only plays a part, it is enough. Now Oki has a little strength, and the layout can start a little bit. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Everyone, when you have time, remember to give a thumbs up for Hibiscus 3. Chapter 1134 Show Super Evolution. 2 days later, Oki is in Jarvis' study. The contents of these books were scanned into the chip. In addition, Jarvis completed the control of the 3 king-level elves in these 2 days. 2 days later was also the time when the Kingdom of Azot started the morning meeting. Now that the king of the Azot kingdom is old, and the little prince is too young to participate in politics, the morning meeting is not held every day. Report at intervals. This morning meeting is where Oki and Jarvis are preparing to perform. Jarvis went to the morning meeting in the original time. Later, Oki, who played the villain, took a few blazes of Xioyan team to break in directly, and wanted to attack the king. But he was stopped by the prepared Jarvis and repelled. Jarvis, who suddenly burst into strength, was recognized by the king. Although Jarvis might not be good enough in mysterious science, he did quite well in elven training. At the same time, the rest of the ministers and royal children at the morning meeting saw Jarvis' strength, and believe that in the future, it is estimated that there will no longer be troublesome people. The most important point is that Jarvis' overbearing strength has attracted the attention of Azot's little prince, Prince Rakel. As a young man, he remembered the powerful scene of Jarvis today, and Jarvis protected his elderly father. I believe that when Prince Rakel becomes king, he will have more trust in Jarvis. Just one day, Jarvis won the respect and affirmation he had always hoped for. Although this scene looks a little fake and there are a lot of loopholes, as long as most people believe it, it is a good scene. Aoki then met him again in Jarvis' house. He was given a specific communicator that could reach Aoki at any time, and asked him to keep it safe and carry it with him at any time. There is no doubt that this communicator contains a monitoring system with chip placement, which is not much different from the one carried by Vladari. "Thank you for your help," Jarvis said respectfully to Aoki. Everything looks simple, but Jarvis knew that it would not have been possible without Aoki's help, plus superpowers in the brain. Even if you don't want to, you can only accept it now. Besides, Jarvis is not very unwilling. With Aoki's help, his ambitions could be realized. By the way, I will give you a good research topic. If you can research it, I believe it will be of great help to you and me, Aoki said. Oh, Jarvis is interested. His favorite is to study those weird things. I don't know what the adults said. Aoki smiled and took out a keystone from his pocket. Then Gengui slowly got out of the shadow. Look, I'll just show it once. After speaking, Aoki nodded to Gengui. Gengui, super evolution. As the keystones in Aoki's hands emit energy waves of super evolution, the keystones in Geng's body echo each other. Suddenly, super evolutionary energy envelops it, and then all is absorbed into him. Super Geng appeared in front of Jarvis. Jarvis' eyes widened at this time, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. This is super evolution? Jarvis asked, looking at Aoki and the Super Geng ghost. Aoki's hand wiped on the keystone, releasing the super evolution. Nodded. Yes, this is super evolution, and I believe that mysterious science can study and analyze this ability. Mysterious science. Is it okay? Jarvis himself couldn't believe it. Yes, I'll wait for your good news. Having said that, Aoki rose directly into the air with superpowers and disappeared into Jarvis' mansion. Jarvis stared at Gengui beside him, and thought of the Super Gengui just now. An inexplicable feeling appeared on him. This is it. This is it. This is what I have been pursuing. The mysterious science that can shock the entire kingdom of Azot and has nothing to do with Illifer if it is done. Finally found the direction. Then Jarvis locked himself in the study again, struggling to remember the feeling just now, and then recorded this feeling and inspiration in the book. Aoki was worried that Jarvis would spread the super evolution, not to mention that it is relatively remote from the Alliance, and Jarvis has not seen the super evolutionary stone. He just saw the keystone in Aoki's hands, which is still very vague. Whether or not it is clear is a problem. The most important point is that Aoki can monitor him in real time and control his life and death. If this is all to worry about, don't let him study. 5 days later, Aoki quietly returned to Feniyun area. For the time being, the matter in the Carlos area was resolved, and Jarvis was also handed over to Vladali, so that he sent some people to pay more attention. If you wish, you can elevate the royal family of the Azot Kingdom. Think of the entire Azot Kingdom as the new base for the Flash Flames. This base is much safer than a secret base in the mountains outside Maya. For some details in the back, Aoki was unwilling to go too far. Did not go to Fuai Town. Instead, it covered the whereabouts and appeared directly in the base of the city team of the city. At this time, the Sky Team has completely replaced the former Void, and has become another force in Zijing City. However, under the management of Rose, the Sky Team can no longer meet the needs of the Sky Team. So long ago, King proposed to let Aoki shoot and directly solve the rest of the forces in Zijing City. It was just that Aoki had no time before. Now it's a little bit empty, so I just came straight. If you can, of course. I hope the Sky Team can eat the entire city of Zijing. And because Iron Spin was seriously injured and resigned from the position of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and he took care of in Zijing City, he didn't care much about the Sky Team. As long as the Sky Team manages the underground order in Zijing City, I believe that Taixuan is still willing to see the Sky Team unify the entire city. What he is pursuing now is only stability, and honesty to enjoy the life of the elderly. So after the return of Aoki, the Sky Team began to act with great fanfare. However, this has nothing to do with Aoki itself. He just trains the elves in the secret base of the city team of Zijing Sky. When there are enemies that Rose can't deal with, let the Crow's Head and Maggle pull out. With the help of their 2 elves, it is enough. In addition to the Iron Spin, no one will be their opponent in Zijing City. www.mentalnovel.com. And Aoki will also steal the one left from him, the King-level elf obtained from the Jinquen family. Trip. She is the only one in the Sky Team besides Rose who has the potential to be able to master the Uranus-level elves. The Hunters Guild was uprooted in Fenyuan area. There is no hunter boss in Fenyuan area for a short time. Those families and underground forces who resell the elves are probably happy for a long time. The Sky Team did not stop capturing wild elves. Now that the Hunters Guild is gone and the Sky Team is ready to take control of the entire city of Zijing, why not set up a channel of your own elf sales? These things are still relatively experienced. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1135 Diamond Lie. Due to the arrival of Aoki, Zijing City was completely confused. But in fact these things are not directly related to him. His arrival only added confidence and backing to Rose and others. Did not even show up. He stayed in the training ground specially provided by the Purple Sky Team. Although not as spacious and as large as his backyard in Fuai Town, just training is enough. After reaching the Heavenly King level, it can be clearly felt that the improvement of the power of the elves is much more difficult. One of the main reasons is that there are no suitable opponents to fight, and only a little improvement can be achieved through long training and fighting with each other. Fortunately, there is nothing, and you don't need to participate in any special battle in a short time, but it can settle down, whether it's the Daddy King of the first echelon, the head of the Crow, the Bandler of the second echelon, the boss Ghidorah, or the crustaceans and sea spike dragons. They can calm down and train slowly. One more thing, the small broken diamond successfully became Tanxi, plus the Magiana subdued by Aoki. The conquest of these 2 elves had a great impact on all the elves of Aoki. Aoki tried with Diana's Super Evolution Stone. Without unexpectedly being unable to carry out the Super Evolution directly, the relationship and fetters between one person and one elf are still worse. Therefore, Tanxi cannot make eternal crystal diamonds. The birth of the small broken diamond kingdom needs to be delayed for some time. However, although Tanxi cannot make a huge eternal crystal diamond, but it is just an ordinary pink diamond, there are not many problems. These pink diamonds are the legacy of Tanxi's attempts to make eternal diamonds. These pink diamonds have become the rations of Bangla and Boss Ghidorah. The energy contained in them is much richer than the diamonds made by the small broken diamonds. Of course, with their appetite, Tanxi couldn't feed them. But if you mixed some more and ordinary diamonds from the Rocket Resource Exchange, it would be fine. Not much weaker than eating pure diamonds. Even because of their strong energy, Bongil and Boss Ghidorah have grown much faster, and making these diamonds is also a training for dance. In the principle of not wasting, it was used to feed Bangla and Boss Ghidorah. Aoki also tried to get Rose to find someone to sell these pink diamonds. Not much is taken out. After all, things are scarce and expensive, and sometimes a large quantity does not mean that the price is high. I would rather have the excess eaten by Bangla and Boss Ghidorah, and Aoki would not let pink diamonds circulate in the elven world in large quantities. The used to be so-called diamond lies on the earth, even if the last lie is revealed, but because the diamond is so popular, people still choose to buy it. Elven world hasn't said that yet. But Aoki doesn't mind being the pioneer of this. A diamond lasts forever, and one forever. Let Rose break this banner. Of course, it is only for pink diamonds, because there are not many diamond mines and small diamonds in this world. Although ordinary diamonds are also of high value, in the eyes of others, they are just a type of ore. But pink diamonds are different. As long as Aoki controls the amount of circulation, it can completely become a sought-after object in the entire world. As far as she knows, only pink diamonds can be created by pink diamond. And how many diamonds are there in this world? Aoki's hands may be the total amount of circulation in the world. After understanding the meaning of Aoki, Rose was immediately amazed by the amazing idea of Aoki. Business wizards. If this step can really be achieved, let alone the big one, as long as Aoki can really create pink diamonds continuously, the world's top 100 rich man will definitely have his place. This is one of Tanx's values. Rose put all pink diamonds from Aoki into the largest auction venues in various regions. Then I will arrange my own staff to buy all these diamonds at a very high value. The share drawn by the auction will be negligible relative to the value that can be generated in the future. This is the simplest and rude hype. No matter how much money goes in, there is only one purpose, which is to fry the price of pink diamonds, and then they can slowly make money from it. Fist-sized pink diamonds were frantically fired to a price of more than 100 million alliance coins. All pink diamonds in circulation are not lower than this price. For a moment, pink diamonds became the object of people's pursuit. Especially for the ladies and husbands of the big family, diamonds are already very beautiful. But compared with pink diamonds, they are just like ordinary glass balls. The value of pink diamonds has soared. At the suggestion of Rosa, Aoki held the amount of circulation deadly. He'd rather earn a little less at once, but also put a long line and a long stream. Sky Team's financial flow suddenly became big. At the same time, with the benefits and gimmicks brought by pink diamonds, Rose also opened a sky auction house in the black market of Zijing City. Heading with a pink diamond will suddenly open the sky auction house. The Sky Team has another big financial account. And in the town of Aoki, the Sky Team swallowed the city in the stomach. Now the entire city of Violet is already the site of the sky. The white area of the city of Iris is in charge of the Alliance and the city of Iris, but all the black areas are managed by the Sky Team. Aoki became the underground emperor of Zijing City without even knowing it. Uncrowned king. For the mysterious Sky Team leader, with the exception of a few high-level teams of the Sky Team, the others do not know much. I only know that this leader of the Sky Team is very mysterious and powerful, and can only be reached after becoming a Kada. Especially after the Sky Team swallowed the Purple City. The sudden expansion of the staff even made Aoki more mysterious. The Sky Team, which occupies an entire city, has officially entered the eyes of the League. Just because the Sky Team is under the care of Aoki, it is very peaceful. Under the management of the Sky Team, the dark side of Zijing City, the crime rate has been reduced a lot, and the overall public order has increased. That's why the Alliance opened its eyes and closed its eyes without much interference. If all the underground forces are like the Sky Team, it is estimated that the senior executives of the League will wake up with a smile. The Sky Team also needs time to digest this big cake in Zijing City. Temporarily choose to rest for a long time to come. All this happened during the time Aoki stayed in Zijing. However, his client, www.mentalnovel.com, didn't pay much attention. It was only after a while that Rose and others came to report the situation to him. All I can say is that he is really comfortable with this shopkeeper. With the current size of the Sky Team, most of the resources that Aoki needs can be obtained by the Sky Team. I have to say that I have invested so much resources, manpower and financial resources in the early stage, and now it is finally starting to pay off. With the support of the Sky Team, Oki's development and strength improvement will become more and more stable. Fifth, more. Ask for a monthly pass to pass by pass for the rewards of the Big Brothers. Thank you for your reward during this time. And remember to give Hibiscus a praise. Love you? L. Chapter 1136. The role of Mayanyana, a single elven Deenzi, brought so many changes to Oki. At this time, the Sky Team's resource income has become the largest one of all resource income of Oki at this time. Of course, there is also a large part of the reason because pink diamonds are circulated by the Sky Team. The money obtained after the shot was replaced by high-level resources, and finally reached the hands of Oki. Magiana, who is on the same level as Tanxi, has also brought great changes to Oki's team. Although Magiana couldn't provide Oki with pink diamonds that can exchange a lot of resources, like Shenhe, she rarely participated in combat because of her personality. But Magiana is very qualified as a nurse. It can even be said that it is completely beyond this category of a nurse. Oki finally knew why Polkan, a fierce fighting freak, could be so good. And when fighting, I also like to choose to fight with physical fitness. Part of the reason is that he is able to do so because of his excellent physical fitness. Part of the reason is that she thinks Magiana. Every time Polkan was injured in the battle, Magiana was able to treat him. Moreover, the vital energy in the soul is used, which will not only help Polkan recover from his injuries, but also improve his physical fitness. Although it is not obvious once or twice, it slowly and implicitly improves. But as long as it is long enough, it will have a great effect. Therefore, Magiano is equal to a moving team buff, or the kind of buff with healing and gain. Living with Magiana for a long time, not only do not have to worry about the injuries on his body, but his physical fitness can continue to strengthen. Moreover, the survival time of the elves and Oki, that is, the life expectancy, will be improved to a certain extent. This is the hidden effect of the soul. Most people can't find this slight change, but Oki has a real-time scan of the chip. Small changes in the elves can be found. Combined with some guesswork and calculations, you can understand the benefits brought by Magiana. However, Oki was disappointed that even if the chip collects a lot of data about mysterious science and ellipsis, it also collects the data of the soul, but it cannot restore the production process of the soul, and it cannot analyze the operation of the soul principle. It seems that a crucial part of the information is missing. Therefore, Oki can only temporarily give up the idea of soul heart. Anyway, it's enough to have Magiana for now. All the elves are changing subtly. This has a certain effect on enhancing their own qualifications. In addition, Oki combined the rocket data and the League's data to improve the special energy block. Being able to slowly upgrade the elf's qualifications is much better than the previous ones. Of course, the price and preciousness of raw materials are also much higher. No one else can imitate, because one of the important supporting materials is not available to most people. It is the blood of the flame bird obtained before. At the same time, the expansion of the sky and the sale of pink diamonds also brought a lot of rare materials to Oki. That's why it is possible to make this precious energy block. Its value cannot be estimated. Regardless of the material, the formula, or the technique, it is the most top class in the wizard world at this time. Oki believes that even if it is Sakagi, it is estimated that the most used is similar to himself. This is still under the premise of overestimating the rocket's energy cube making ability. Maybe Sakagi uses no worse materials than his own, but his formula and production methods are inferior to his own. After all, when Oki was making, he learned and used the mysterious science and technology of King Azot. It was originally estimated to be able to use half a year of materials. After using it in Fengwing space for 1.5 months, the rest of the materials that could have been used for 3.5 months have been used up to 1.5 months. This is some of which can only be achieved by the Sky Team's gains. Oki suddenly raised the level of things used by his elf more than one level. It will also be able to be maintained because of the existence of Tanxi and Magiana. When will Tanxi be able to produce eternal crystal diamonds and the kingdom of small broken diamonds will be established? it will be possible to upgrade the grade again. In order to speed up the progress of super evolution, Aoki almost kept Dianxi by her side, and she also wore a soothing bell. It's just that some of them can't be achieved by means of props and this kind of rigid pull. Can't wait. Only slowly. Except those around me. The island built by Aoki was on the right track at this time. Some materials can also be sold for sale. Coupled with the qualifications of Aoki to control the multi-orc selves on the Sky Island, some relative Lilvnovs are selected for sale in Zijing City and the Sky Team Mesonovan store. Completed on-stop self-sufficiency from production to sale. Let Aoki's production line also be used. Pearls, poison needles, honey, goat's milk, and even miracle seeds. Except for the seed of miracle, the other items are not expensive individually, but they cannot bear large and continuous. Not to mention pearls and poison needles, the emergence of goat milk directly impacted the dairy market in Zijing City. The honey of Aoki, the 3 bees, was also used by the elves and the extra sales were also well received. However, the yield of miracle seed is very low, it cannot be a stable supply, but it earns a lot. These credits made Aoki feel like he was hungry even if he didn't do anything now. It feels good to be a farmer. It's just that the island is relatively small, and you can choose to expand it if you have the chance. Aoki stayed in Dorothy City from the time Sky Team swallowed Dorothy City, to Dorothy City being completely under the control of Dorothy City, and then to Dorothy Team to control Dorothy City's black market, open auctions and so on. For such a long time, I have been in the city of Zijing. Every day, besides training with elves, making energy blocks by themselves, exercising superpowers, and controlling multilateral animals to perfect the island, I didn't do anything else. Occasionally I keep in touch with Ogo, Hibiscus, and Mickley, and sometimes talk with my teacher, Liu Shengen, about the breeders' affairs, and discuss the search officer's affairs with President Adams. Aoki told Adams that he would retreat with the elves for a certain period of time, and not arrange tasks for himself. Adams also felt a little ashamed of Aoki after the last incident, so there was really nothing arranged for him. Genji, who recovered from the injury, www.mentalnovel.com, will call Aoki at regular intervals to let Aoki go to his boat to play for a while. He can also teach Aoki to cultivate dragon spirits. But in fact, even if it doesn't, Genji has taught Aoki many things through video calls. After knowing that Aoki saved himself, Genji's attitude towards Aoki was even better. Although not a master or apprentice, he is better than a master or apprentice. Such a stable and fulfilling day. 3 months passed directly. It was 3 months after Aoki left the city. He was needed because of a task that had to be attended. First, more begging. Don't forget to praise Hibiscus. Chapter 1137. 3-month change. 3 months. For Aoki, this is the longest period of development since his rebirth. It can be said that it is very valuable. Allow him to calm down and sort out the state of his elf at this time, and determine the direction and goal for the next period of time. Therefore, this period has a great impact on Aoki. Not only the improvement of strength, but also the determination of future goals. In the past 3 months, the greatest influence brought by the change of strength was Gengui, Dao Wang, Crowhead and Madame Huiji. Because these 4 elves have broken through the 70 level mark. Almost a month, the Crowhead, the Dull King and the Lady Huiji reached the 70 level. Gengui is slightly faster, reaching level 71. However, Aoki tried, and the 71 level super evolution cannot reach the 75 level. It can only reach the peak of level 74, which is the peak of senior Danwang level. It cannot break through and enter the semi-campion level. This is a huge hurdle, not so easy to be able to cross. But the appearance of 4 senior Heavenly King level elves represents one thing. Aoki has reached the level of senior Heavenly King. If he wants, he can fight for the title of 4 Heavenly King. Although the 4 Heavenly Kings should normally break through to the Quasar Championship level to be able to serve, but the situation in Fenyuan is different now, and Aoki's identity is different. and he has such an opportunity. 3 months can raise the 3rd level, which is very good for the current level of Oki. According to the original situation, it was impossible to reach, but these 3 months of Oki suddenly raised the level of the energy blocks used by the elves. Coupled with the influence of Magiyana's subtle influence, this degree can be achieved. In addition, the Dragon King Scorpion reached level 68 and Madara reached level 69. The strength of the 2 elves is also steadily improving. Oka's current strength is increasing, and I believe that anyone who knows it will express surprise and sigh too fast. Mainly because the materials used have changed a lot. If you insist, Oki can use the income of the entire Sky Team, plus the resources he earned after selling his own island, plus the wealth created by dance. So many things are all accumulated to barely maintain Oka's resource consumption at this time. This shows how exaggerated the materials used. There is also such a promotion that is piled up with a little money. Fully understandable. Of course, in fact, it is not impossible to use slightly worse materials, and the impact on the sprites will not be great, but the speed of improving the strength may be slightly slower. However, after the last suspected incident, Oki ignored it completely. For a limited time, as long as he can improve the power of the elf without any sequelae, he is willing to do it. Even if it invests a lot of resources. And this is not without rewards. At least after the strength is raised, the speed of earning resources can be increased again, which is a virtuous circle. It is estimated that now, like Oki, you can use massive resources to enhance the power of elves. There are only a few people in this world. In addition, the 3 elves levels of Bangla, Flaming Chicken and Boscadore have reached level 65. The giant marsh monster reaches level 64, and the mosquito coil frog emperor is slightly slower, reaching level 63. In general, the elves of the 2nd echelon, because of some gaps in their qualifications, temporarily opened up a little level difference. But it doesn't matter, just like the 1st echelon and the 2nd echelon, there will always be some level differences between each other. However, as the level gets higher and higher, the gap will become smaller and smaller. At that time, there may be no need to distinguish between the 1st echelon and the 2nd echelon, which can be distinguished by different team configurations such as sandstorm teams and rainy teams. It is worth mentioning that because after a long run-in period, the Dream Demon finally became thoroughly familiar with the rhythm and fighting methods of Oki. Coupled with the input of a lot of resources, the Dream Monsters, who are not badly qualified, have also kept up with their ranks. It may be that the savings have been long before, so the 3-month level suddenly soared by 5 levels, from 64 to 69. This improvement is not small. It may also be related to Oki's increasing emphasis on dream monsters, because after many attempts, dreams can affect humans and elves too much. A real dream combined with real interpersonal relationships, and finding the entry point in it, is likely to be able to directly change the mind of this person or elf. This ability can no longer be regarded as a dream. It can be said to be a type of hypnosis, but also a long-term, subtle type. After using it a few times you can see that it works very well. The dream monster's strength has improved. Focus requirements for her are not mainly fighting, but more of an exercise in hypnosis and dream-making ability. This ability may become one of the abilities that Oki depends on in the future, because as a rebirth, he already has some informational advantages. If he can use them more efficiently, why not? In addition, the crustaceans and sea thorns have reached level 45. These are not promoted through combat, but are slowly accumulated due to the increase in energy in the materials used. After all, the crustaceans themselves are accumulating energy. The sea Spinosaurus Oki did not feel that he had reached the time when he evolved into the Spinosaurus King. The Yushin team has no opportunity to use it for the time being. The Dragon King can let the sea dragon grow for a while and then evolve. And Chilulian, to be honest, she has been entangled in Oki is not as simple as a day or two, but Oki just does not let her evolve. Level is on the brink of 29. Slow to suppress. Oki is also good for her. Kirlian's qualification at this time is blue. If you use the qualification potion, you will be promoted to dark blue after evolution. But this failed to meet Aoki's requirements. If you can, Aoki definitely hopes that Chiyulin will be promoted to the purple level after evolving into Chinaldo. She can be said to be the most likely of all elves in Aoki. You must not give up the long-term benefits for the moment's gains and losses. So even if Chiyulin kept lingering on Aoki, he wouldn't let go. However, in order to help her, Aoki and Dazuang will use superpowers to help her clear up her superpowers every day, and also keep her with Magiana and Dianxi, hoping that she will be subtle and invisible influences. But let's not say that the three girls stayed together a lot. Finally, Leo Road. Xiao Liolu finally participated in the training and will be teleported to the island every day by Aoki to fight the wild elves of the appropriate level. At this point, the level has reached level 15. www.mtlnovel.com. Finally, the last Tance and Magiana. Although their fighting requirements are not very high, I still hope that they can have a certain combat power. And the higher the level, the greater the benefits that can be rewarded. So Tianxi and Margiana have reached level 55. According to the analysis of the chip, there are still some changes brought about by their strength improvement. Tianxi makes diamonds faster, and Magiana's halo effect is stronger. Therefore, whether you participate in the battle or not, you still need to upgrade your level. Second more. Begging. Chapter 1138. Collapse. Aoki flew towards Kanaz on a desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly can no longer keep up with him. But it doesn't matter much if you don't hurry. After the crustaceans evolved into Tyrannosaurus, there is no need to worry about flying mounts anymore. Kanaz City. Devon Company Building. In my office. At this time, Doa's office has been transformed into an elven training room. As for the affairs of the German company, he has been temporarily put down. It was also what Aoki said to Ogo that affected him. Ogo found Master Hibiscus and told him his goals and ideas. Master Hibiscus agreed. For the time being, let Ogo drop all the affairs of the German company and concentrate on training the elves. Being able to take second place in the Shenyao competition proved Ogo's potential. Mr. Hibiscus, as a frequent visitor to the Alliance meeting, certainly knows the importance of strength. Anyway, his body is still tough now, so let me grow up for a while. The Zvich family really needs someone who can reach the top by strength. Otherwise, others will always consider the Zvolch family as a merchant family, and then consider the family's overall strength, and finally personal strength. Dou is the most hopeful person in this generation of Zvochi family to reach the top by his own strength. After understanding what happened and why, Aoki also had to sigh. The growth rate of this world's big brother is faster, and it is estimated that the speed of having the championship strength will be faster. Coupled with the full support of the Zvich family, I don't know what impact it will have on the future. The wings flapped by this small butterfly of Aoki have gradually formed a storm. For example, the task that needs to be participated in this time has something to do with him. Do you want something to drink? Dou just finished training and took the elves with him. Some sweat came from his body, and he asked with a towel and sweat. This is what he learned from Aoki. Wanting to make the elf and the trainer more tacit understanding, participate in the training together, can have a good effect. Come at the bar. Aoki hesitated and said with a smile. Hearing words, Dou stunned. I have never seen Aoki drinking alcohol. Aren't you not drinking? And it doesn't seem like your age is enough to drink? Although he said so, he took out a bottle of wine from the refrigerator, put ice cubes, and poured himself and Aoki a cup bottom. The degree of this wine is not high, and drinking a little will not affect it. Ogo usually likes to drink a little bit. This way he can be more passionate. He had let Aoki drink before, but he was rejected by Aoki. Now he wants to take the initiative. Aoki laughed and said nothing. I always chose not to drink because I always felt a pressure on myself, forcing myself to keep an absolutely calm mind. But now that the strength has risen, there has been some change in the mentality of the entire person. It doesn't matter if you drink a little, Aoki said with a small sip. The wine tastes lighter, but the taste is good. In previous lives, He liked drinking very much. This was a way for him to relieve stress, and he gradually developed a habit. But after rebirth, it was never drunk. I told you long ago that drinking is a feeling, not to pursue that kind of alcohol stimulation. Ingesting a little alcohol will make your work more exciting, but you can't drink more. 1 glass a day is the limit, Ogo said with a smile. This is what he learned from his father. He is a little older than Oki, so he meets the drinking age in the morning. But just drinking this a little bit every day, no one would care about him. Ogo's self-discipline is still very high. The two just sat on the sofa and drank in silence. No one broke this rare peace for a while. After a while, Oki put down his glass first. Have you received this assignment? He didn't expect it to be so fast, Ogo said with a smile. Silent again for a moment, Ogo continued. I didn't expect this guy to go so fast, but we have to hurry up. During this time, Feniyun area has experienced so many things and it can be regarded as our opportunity. To cross this sky, I have to challenge the 4 heavenly kings. Oka's eyes flashed a little complexity. I thought the transition would be fast, and I was trying to grow, but I didn't expect that this guy would take a step ahead. After separating from the Carlos area, the two did not communicate again. Oki went to Phoenix King's space, went to the Nibel Plateau, and trained in Zijing City for 3 months. It adds up to 5 or 6 months. In these 5 or 6 months, Du's strength has changed dramatically. Isn't it because of the last time I told him that Rangdu let go of the Yulong family? Oki was slightly ashamed. I seem to have a little influence on these regional champions. In the original direction, Du is still his chief search officer. Do you want to challenge the 4 heavenly kings without transition? What are we going to see? Stimulated? Du was a little confused. Oki said with a smile. Isn't that what? You don't know what's happening in the Feniyun area now? It's an eventful season. I always think it will become more lively soon. After the Sky Team completely occupied the city of Violet, they set up an intelligence system in accordance with Oka's requirements. Do not seek to what extent. At least when major events occur, you can know earlier. When the Feniyun Alliance dealt with the Hunters Guild, although the Lava Team and the Ocean Team did not have any big moves and seemed to shrink, but actually there were not many small moves in secret. At least many of the original Hunters Guilds were later included in the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. Oki estimates that these 2 organizations will not be quiet for long. Hearing words, Du scorned. Even if you don't go to see it, it has already stimulated. President Adams did exactly that. Just the 2 of us? Ogo asked. Before waiting for Oki to speak, 2 figures appeared outside the door. Brother Oki, Brother Ogo, we are here. Then, one of them hurried towards them. It is Hibiscus. And the Ming Sao man who walked in with her, wearing a large white coat and holding a piano in his hand. Mickey. Oh, here they are, Oki said with a smile. Furong ran to the 2 of them. www.mentalnovel.com. The nose suddenly twitched. Looking at Ogo and Oki in disbelief. You 2 are drinking. Oki, you seem to be young enough to drink. Mickley also came over. It looks like he has been arrested. Oki and Ogo glanced at each other. The smile on their faces remained the same. Would you like to come a little? Hearing that, Mickley froze, immediately smiling and nodding. Okay. Hibiscus stood aside, and just watched Mickey join them. The images of 3 people collapsed in her head for a while. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Friendly reminder. Children should not drink alcohol and hurt themselves. Chapter 1139. Uranus Challenge. 1 day later, the 4 arrived at Baiyan Mountain in the Guandu area. This 4-day King Challenge will be held at the Baiyan Shan competition venue. Although the main challenger is Du, it does not mean that there is no one else. The format of the 4 Heavenly Kings Challenge is for all people who want to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings. They need to play several rounds first, assign a place and determine the winner before they can challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings. Du is just one of those people with a high success rate. Immediately after arriving at Sylvan Mountain, the staff arranged their reception in several houses in the Silver Mountain Alliance building, waiting for the official start of the contest. To challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings, You can choose to secretly or lightly, as long as both parties agree. In order to show the alliance's strength at this time, the Guandu area chose to open. All the new generations in various regions were invited, as well as some heirs of large families, or senior officials of alliances in various regions. The status and free people all rushed towards Bayan Mountain. Oki and Hibiscus represent the Feniyuan alliance, Ogo represents the Zvolch family, and Mikli represents the Coordinator Association. In addition to the four of them, many other people in Feniyuan also came over. This can be regarded as another prosperous after the Olympic Games, because the person has great representative significance. The younger generation of the Alliance began to formally take over the power of the Alliance. Guandu League's four kings at this time, some of them are a bit older. Some people want to retire, so this 4-day king challenge appears. The four Aoki gathered in his room, holding a few lists in their hands, with a brief introduction to the participants of the challenge and their information. Brother Du is ranked first. It seems that the hope of success this time is very high. Furong took the list and looked at the avatar and information displayed on the first page above. Oki looked at the information in his hand. This information was distributed by the staff of the Guandu Union. Everyone invited to watch the game has a copy on hand. The information on the first page is indeed Du Yulong Du, the heir to the Yulong family, the chief search officer of the Alliance, is good at using dragon spirits. Here are the tasks he performed and completed. When he saw that he was good at using dragon spirits, Oki emphasized it. This is the key point. The test is to be taken. Students who do not know may think it is a flight department, but in fact it is not. The Dragon Department is the correct answer. Dukong has long been the target of the Alliance. It seems that everyone in the Uranus Challenge has a chance, but in fact, it is this personal performance show, and others are accompanying. In addition to Crossing, there are several people Oki knew. The owner of the Duong Pavilion, the trainer of the poisonous elves. When he saw the name, Oki was still stunned. Is also going to compete for the position of the four heavenly kings? But unfortunately, what he is best at is assassination. This kind of positive fighting method is not what Ao is good at least not what Ao is good at now. As a Taoist trainer is more than enough, but as a 4-day king, there are still some gaps. Wu Nen, seeing this name, Oki appeared in his brain with a confident smile on his face. Obsessed with cultivating Wu Nen. Get to know Oki while he is examining an intermediate breeder. At that time, Wu Nen also invited Oki to play in the Dark Grey City. I did not expect that Wu Nen also came to participate in the Four Heavenly Kings challenge. But think about the strength of military power. It seems that it is not impossible. He may become an important enemy of Du. Then there are a few people who participated in the God Olympics together with Oki. A tree, Pear Blossom and Kona. They are more likely to just make fun. First familiarize themselves with the feeling of the Four Heavenly Kings challenge. Just like if Feniyuan starts the Four Heavenly Kings challenge now, Oki estimates that 4 of them will also participate. No matter whether they can successfully challenge in the end, it is always right to try to see the world. Therefore, the ranking of the 3 is also relatively low. But Oki is very much looking forward to one of these games. Cross to Connor. I don't know what kind of spark the 2 of them can shoot. At that time, Watana, who was selected as the first seed, was at the feet of Kona, and it was fun. Will this make Ao the 4 Heavenly Kings? Not without this possibility. Finally, at this time, the 4 kings in the Guandu area are now in charge. First and foremost is Orange, the ghostly king of the heavens. She is the first 4 kings of the Guandu alliance at this time. It is said to have a profound relationship with Dr. Oki. Then there is Sheba, king of fighting, one who can use his body to fight against the existence of elves, which can be said to have developed his body to the extreme. The third place surprised Oki, but felt reasonable. Liubo still retained the position of the 4 heavenly kings in the Guandu area, which made Oki unexpected. However, with Liubo's strength, even if he is a champion, there is no chance. so he is not too surprised to be able to play the four heavenly kings. It was just a pure accident that Liu Bo did not step down after serving for a period of time. Why is it still famous? Liu Bo's name, I believe many people are familiar with it, and no one should doubt his strength. The last Uranus is the protagonist of this Uranus challenge. Master Xi Yuan, the current chair of Bell Tower in Yuanzhou City, Chengde District. He was very old, much older than Liu Bo. It was he who was going to resign from the position of four heavenly kings, so this time the heavenly kings challenge. It is said to be ready to return to the Bell Tower and die, hoping to contribute the last strength to the next generation of the League. He has been in the position of the four heavenly kings for 30 or 40 years, and he is diligent and diligent. He is the older generation respected by everyone in the Guandu Alliance. Just when the four of Oki were viewing the information, Oki suddenly felt something. With a smile, he said, Cao Cao is here. After that, his superpowers surged, and the door was opened directly. A figure appeared in front of the door, and his hand made a knock on the door, but he did not expect that the door would open directly. The visitor stunned for a moment. I glanced at Oki, who had just converged, and I immediately understood. Striding in with a smile, the cloak behind him was automatic. Here comes another more expressive. Suddenly, the idea appeared in the hearts of Oki, Ogo and Furong. But when Mikli looked at Xiangdu, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Not good. Here comes more than I can pretend. What? I thought it was Cao Cao. www.mtlnovel.com. I didn't expect it to be Brother Du. Furong took the lead in responding and murmured. Hearing Furong's words, Du dumbfounded again. Cao Cao? Who is it? What a strange name. Oka's mouth rose. But a very powerful trainer in ancient times, who served as the president of the Elf League, ruled the elven world of that period. It turns out that Hibiscus had a look of sudden realization. It turned out to be a great trainer. Of course, some of Ogos who are familiar with history know that Oki is in Husong, but they are more lazy. Du also went out and sat down beside the 4-4th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1140. Dr. Oka's old woman? How about? Any suggestions for me after reading the information? Du said with a smile. Ogo, Furong and Mikli immediately turned their eyes to Oki. The four of them participated in the Olympic Games together, knowing that he is the best at this matter. After entering the 32 finals, before each game, Oki will help them analyze the strengths and spirits of their opponents, as well as the situations and countermeasures they may encounter. So at this time, of course, the three of them are habitually looking towards Oki. See the expressions of the three. What? Anna looked at Oki with a little curiosity. Since all three of them have said so, they must have his excellence. And the four people here are most familiar with Oki, and the other three people only live in supernatural powers. And Oki was born and died together. He also has some understanding of Oka's ability, so he also wants to hear any suggestions from Oki. Watching the four of them focused their eyes on them, a helpless expression suddenly appeared. But for this Uranus challenge, it's not without their opinions. Actually, Crossing You is the person first recommended by the League in this challenge. Everyone else is running. What else do you have to worry about? Tell the League directly. If you don't want to be a 4-day king, you run away. Going to other regions, such as Feni Yuan, is great. Oki joked. Yeah, okay. But did not expect that there should still be people. It is Furong that is not too small. A smile appeared on all five faces. They also know each other, knowing that Oki is just saying. Du is a member of the Yulong family. If he goes to Feni Yuan area, the first person who will not let him go is the Yulong family. It's like letting Ogo go to another 4-king title. Is it possible? Impossible. These family children get help from the family and grow up much faster than others, hoping that they can finally return to the family. Oh, okay. Talk well. Dou on the side coughed, interrupting everyone's silent smile. Oki nodded, and organized the language a bit. Actually, your biggest opponent is 3 in my opinion. 3? Yes. The owner of the Doja Museum in Light Redder City, the poisonous elf trainer the owner of the Dark Grey City Original Dojo Museum, the rock-based elf trainer Wu Nen, and the ice-based elf trainer Kona. Aoki named 3 people. Hearing the names of the 3 people named by Aoki, for the first 2, it is not surprising that they are indeed masters. But this Kona is the player who participated in the Olympics with you last time. Is her strength so strong? Du was a little confused. Aoki glanced dully. More than strong, she is simply someone sent to you by God. The restraint effect on you is even more terrifying than Liu Bo. With her one day, you don't have to think about becoming a champion. Aoki thought silently. The talent is very strong. The current hard power may be a little different from yours, but you can go and watch her video during the Olympic Games. I believe there will be gains. After hearing that, Du was not in doubt. Nodded and decided to go back and take a good look at this Kona's information. In this impression, Aoki is not a person who can speak with confidence. Since he respects this Kona so much, she must have her excellence. How did Talongbu name come from? Didn't you send it up? Simply communicate again, and put forward some points that need attention for these people. Suddenly, Wata proposed. How about, shall we have a few games before the game starts? When asked by Dudu, the 4 looked at each other and were a little moved. They also want to see how far they are from challenging the 4 Heavenly Kings level. And Du is trying to exercise more and fight with different trainers before the start of the challenge. Maybe he can be inspired. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Let's go. Furong is the one who coaxed the most. She didn't like to fight. She just went out to play or something. It was better than lying in the room. Let's go. The cape fluttered and walked out. Seeing this movement, Mickey groaned for a while, and flung his cloak as he did. Nodded silently. It really looks handsome, not bad. Ogo and Aoki walked to the end, turning a blind eye to the 2 Mingzhou people. Seeing is not clear. The 5 walked together toward the league's training ground. But when I went to the training ground, I met a person. Hi, Watari, Aoki. A loud voice sounded behind Aoki and others. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Oka's mind immediately appeared. Dr. Ogo. Aoki shouted together. Ogo and Furong looked at the rare animals, staring at Dr. Oki. Finally see the live Dr. Oki who can walk. After learning what the 5 wanted to do, Dr. Oki said immediately that he wanted to see it together. But Dr. Oki was not alone. After he greeted, not far behind him, a woman appeared with their 2 children in front of them. Oki could feel that Ogo, Furong and Mikli were dead together. This Dr. Oki's wife? So young? Which 2 children are his children? So small? Degrees. Look at Dr. Ogi's full white hair, and now I feel that Dr. Og is always strong. The 3 looked at Dr. Oka with admiration, especially Ogo. I am going to ask for the secret secretly. Maybe I can let my father give me a brother and sister. Oki didn't even have to think about it to know that they wanted to crook. But there is no way. Who makes brother Oki? 2 children. One of them ran towards him directly after seeing Aoki. The other is also excited. The 2 ran back and forth. It's been a long time, Xiozi, Xiamao. That's right, these 2 bear children who came over are Xiozi and Xiamao of Zengxin Town. And that woman is of course Dr. Oka's good neighbor, Xiozi's mother, Hangego. Until Aoki introduced them, Dou and other people bowed their heads in shame. Evil subjective consciousness broken by Aoki belt. Aoki? The following team immediately expanded. At this time, Xiozi and Xiamao were not trainers and did not have their first elves. Dr. Oak also took them to the world this time to see what the real elf battle was, which was good for their future growth. When Xiozi and Xiamao knew that the 5 members of Aoki were going to battle www.mtlnovel.com, they bothered to watch it together. Excited. There was no cover-up, and Du and others did not refuse. So a group went directly to the training ground inside the league. As the chief search officer, Du can use a separate training ground, not to mention that Dr. Oak is here. Unblocked. 5th more. Adding to the rewards of the Wind Sword Spiral Shuriken. Ask for a monthly pass, then. Notice one thing, 10 more tomorrow after 12, and ask everyone for a guaranteed monthly pass. Finally, don't forget to like L update one sprite data welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. It seems that it hasn't been updated for a long time. Pokemon, Crow Headlight Blue, Gender, Male, Level, 70. Attribute, Evil plus Flight. Characteristics, Overconfidence. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Punishment, Surprise Strike, Feather Habitat. Basic skills, Beck, Fright, Chase, Wing Attack, Night Golem, Malicious Chase, Provocation, Key to Assault, Assault, Bluff, Rogue, Fraud, Delay. Teaching skills, Wind, Snatch, Downwind, Divine Slam, Frozen Wind, Snoring, Hot Air. Skill Learner, Evil Wave, Hold, Stand-in, Harsh Sound, Power of Awakening. Middle dot. Electricity, Provocation, Shadow Avatar, Shadow Ball, Swallow Return, Dream Talk. Pokemon, Flash King Light Blue, Gender, Male, Level, 70. Attribute, Water System plus Superpower System. Characteristics, Do-it-yourself. Carrying props, Boss Momentum, Fantasy Blood. Genetic skills, Sleep, Rain, Teleportation. Basic skills, Curse, Yawn, Impact, Scream, Squirt Gun, Mind Power, Fixation, Head Hammer, Water Wave, Mind Head Hammer, Laziness, Heal Wave, Power Gems, Rogue, Bluff, Spiritual Force, Ace, Self-Suggest, Heal Fluctuations. Teaching skills, Meditation, Spiritual Shock, Eye of Miracle Flash, Spiritual Thought Flash. Character exchange. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power. Middle dot. Fire, Stomp, Jet Flame, Earthquake, Surfing, Fist of Frozen. Bipolar, Trick Space, Mysterious Guardian. Pokemon, Gengar Blue, Gender, Male, Level, 71. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Feature, Cursed Body. Carry item, Poisonous Orb. Genetic skills, Fire Fist, Ghost Face, Black Mist. Basic skills, Shadow Fist, Hypnotism, Tongue Lick, Resentment, Black Eyes, Curse, Night Shadow, Strange Light, Assault, Tooth for Tooth, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Evil Wave, Same Life, Wrongdoing. Teaching skills, Sleep, Shadow Ball, Spiritual Thoughts, Trait Exchange, Snoring, Song of Doom, Freezing Fist, Thunder Fist. Acting. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power. Grass, Dream Words, Poisonous, Provocation, Poison Strike, Venom Shock, 100,000 volts. Elf, Dragon King Scorpion Teal. Gender, Male. Level, 68. Attribute, Poisonous plus Evil. Feature, Sniper. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Harsh, High Speed Movement, Poison Tail, Chase. Basic skills, Bite, Poisonous Needle, Stare, Shoot Down, Missile Needle, Acupuncture, Chase, Insect Bite, Highly Venomous Teeth, Venom Impact, Claw Grinding, Poison Diamond, Assault Key, Lightning Tooth, Frozen Tooth, Flame Tooth, Ghost Face, Bite, Deadly Acupuncture, Cross Poison Blade. Teaching skills, Hiccup, Lame, Iron Tail, Water Tail. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power, Rock, Provocation, Shadow Ball, Poison, Poisonous, Earthquake. Pokemon, Madara Teal. Gender, Male. Level, 69. Attribute, Evil plus Ice. Characteristics, Oppression. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Bite, Frozen Fist, Boulder, Icicle Fall. Basic skills, Grasping, Glaring, Provocation, Flash of Lightning, Surprise Blow, Freezing Wind, Random Grabbing, High Speed Movement, Metal Claw, Grinding Claw, Siege, Seizure, Revenge, Malicious Pursuit, Trickery, Throwing, Harsh Sound, Dark Assault Key, Snatch, Punish, Evil Wave. Teaching skills, Shoot Down, Snatch, Knock Down, Sharpen, Iron Tail. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power. Middle dot Flying, Kick Off, Evil Wave, Frozen Light, Shadow Ball, Blizzard, Hail, Tile Break, Swallow Return. Pokemon, Madam Huiji Teal. Gender, female. Level, 70. Attribute, Leprechaun. Features, Flower Curtain. Carrying props, Seeds of Miracles. Genetic skills, Imitate, Seduce, Protect, Tearful. Basic skills, Impact, Rattan Whip, Fairy Wind, Lucky Spell, Flying Leaf Knife, Prayer, Magic Leaf, Grass Field, Fallen Fun, Aroma Healing, Voice of Charm, Flower Defense, Knotting, Misty Field, Moon Power, Petal Dance. Teaching skills, Worry Seeds, Photosynthesis, Healing Ringtones, You First, Seed Bombs, Ultimate Drain. Skill Learner, Hold, Energy Ball, Grass Knot, Mysterious Guardian, Spiritual Strong Mind. Pokemon, Giant Onuma Teal. Gender, male. Level, 64. Attribute, Water plus Ground. Characteristics, Rapids. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Primal Power, Bite, Ice Hockey, New Look. Basic skills, Mud Shot, Arm Hammer, Impact, Scream, Water Gun, Throw Mud, Penetrate, Endure, Mud Bomb, Rock Fall, Hold, Turbid Current, Slam, Earthquake, Brute Force, Arm Hammer. Teaching skills, Waves of Water, Tail of Water, Frozen Wind. Teached by Madara, Power of the Earth. Skill Learner, Hold, Earthquake, Hot Water, Surfing, Waterfall Climbing. Pokemon, Bosco Dora Blue. Gender, male. Level, 65. Attribute, Steel Series plus Rock Series. Characteristics, Hard Head. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Dragon God Dive, Double-Edged Hammer, Invisible Rock, Harsh Sound, Tarzan Top. Basic skills, Impact, Hardening, Mud Throwing, Head Hammer, Metal Claw, Rock Block, Hold, Roar, Iron Head, Rock Fall, Slamming, Metal Sound, Iron Tail, Iron Wall, Body Collision, Lightweight, Heavy Pound. Impact, Metal Explosion. Teaching skills, Iron Head, Earth Force, Iron Tail, Hiccup, Electromagnetic Suspension. Skill Learner, Hold, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Tile Splitting, Shadow Claw, Spike Attack. Pokemon, Mosquito Frog King. Light Blue. Gender, male. Level, 63. Attribute, Water System. Characteristics, Rain. Carrying props, Boss Momentum. Genetic skills, Water Waves, Refreshing, Bubble Light. Basic skills, Playing with Water, Water Cannon, Hypnosis, Foam, Cereal Slap, Begging for Rain, Tarzan Top, Foam Light, Mud Shooting, Belly Drum, Song of Death, Bluff, Bouncing, Loud Sound. Teaching skills, Snoring, Frozen Boxing. Teaching by Ma, Freezing Wind. Teaching by Ma. Skill Learner, Hold, Shadow Avatar, Hot Water, Earthquake. Pokemon, Flaming Chicken Blue. Gender, male. Level, 65. Attribute, Fire plus Fighting. Features, Acceleration. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Flame Splatter, High Speed Movement, Treasure, Falcon. Basic skills, Flame Kick, Second Consecutive Kick, Flash Charge, Flame Punch, Flying Knee Kick, Grab, Pry, Spark, Sand Splash, Beck, Energy Storage. Flame Strike, Flash of Electricity, Bodybuilding, Gas Gathering, Split, Brave Bird Onslaught, Sky Fist. Teaching skills, Hot Air, Kicking, Sharpening, Lightning Punch, Brute Force, Snoring, Kicking. Skill Learner, Hold, Earthquake, Spitfire, Swallow Back, Kick-Off, Spike Attack, Sword Dance. Pokemon, Bangler Quasar Purple. Gender, male. Level, 65. Attribute, Rock Series plus Evil Series. Characteristics, Yangshaw. Carrying props, Rustling Rocks, Bangler Super Evolutionary Stones. Genetic skills, Dragon Dance, Inverse Scale. Primal Force, Invisible Rock. Basic Skills, Lightning Tooth, Frozen Tooth, Flame Tooth, Bite, Stare, Sandstorm, Harsh, Progressive Break, Rock Fall, Ghost Face, Make a Difference, Evil Wave, Tooth for Tooth, Bite, Earthquake, Spike Attack. Teaching Skills, Dragon's Wave, Iron Wall, Drifting Water, Frozen Fist, Snoring, Power of the Earth, Sword of the Cliff Remnant Edition, Lame. Skill Learner, Hold, Earthquake, Thunder, Split Tiles, Jet Fire, Shadow Claw, Sanding Rock, Spike Attack. Elf, Crustacean Blue. Gender, Male. Level 45. Attribute, Dragon. Characteristics, Hard Head. Carry Item, Dragon Scale Quick Dragon. Genetic Skills, Water Cannon, Dragon Dance, Flame Fang, Dragon Dive. Basic Skills, Hold, Anger, Spark, Stare, Bite, Dragon's Breath. Head Hammer, Gather Gas, Bite, Dragon Claw, Mind Head Hammer, Ghost Face. Teaching Skills, Dragon Wave, Snoring, Inverse Scale. Skill Learner, None. Pokemon, Sea Spike Dragon Cyan. Gender, Female. Level 45. Attribute, Water System. Characteristics, Stinger. Carrying Props, None. Genetic Skills, Dragon's Wrath, Dragon's Breath, Water Wave, Clear Smoke. Basic Skills, Water Cannon, Foam, Smoke, Gaze, Water Gun, Tornado, Bubble Light, Gas Gathering, Salt Water. High Speed Movement, Dragon Wave. Teaching Skills, Frozen Wind, Bounce, Dragon Wave, Snoring. Skill Learner, None. Pokemon, Chilean Dark Blue. Gender, Female. Level 29. Attribute, Superpower plus Fairy. Characteristics, Copy. Carrying Props, None. Genetic Skills, Farewell Gifts, Fate, Misty Field, Exchange Field. Basic Skills, Barking, Mental Power, Shadow Clone, Teleportation, Voice of Charm, Lucky Spell, Magic Leaf, Healing Wave, Sucking Kiss. Meditation. Teaching Skills, Frozen Wind, Swapping Traits, Mind Transfer, Swap Sight, Mind Head. Skill Learner, None. Pokemon, Dream Demon Teal. Gender, Female. Level 69. Attribute, Ghost. Characteristics, Floating. Carry Item, Dark Stone. Genetic Skills, Simultaneous, Seal, Wonderful Space, Curse, Trait Exchange. Basic Skills, Cry, Spirit Wave, Resentment, Fright, Strange Light, Black Eyes, Woeful, Illusionary Light, Sharing Pain, Tooth for Tooth, Shadow Ball, Song of Doom, Resentment, Power Gems, Magic Flame, Sublime Strike, Lucky Spell, Magic Leaf. Teaching Skills, Magic Space, Idea Transfer, Feature Exchange, Healing Ringtones, Marvelous Space, Exchange Venue, Fraud. Skill Learner, Hold, Meditation, Spiritual Reading, Shadow Ball, Swallow Return, Ghost Fire, Dream Talk. Pokemon, Tanabata Bluebird Teal. Gender, Female. Level 62. Attribute, Dragon plus Flight. Features, Natural Reply. Carrying Props, None. Genetic Skills, High Speed Movement, Dragon Dive, Feather Habitat, Steel Wings. Basic Skills, Dragon's Breath, Divine Slam, Becking, Screaming, Fright, Singing, Slamming, Mysterious Guardian, Voice of Charm, White Fog, Wheel Singing, Grace of Nature, Banging, Refreshing, Dragon Dance, Cotton Defense, Dragon Wave, Song of Doom, Power of the Moon. Teaching Skills, Meteor Swarm, Inverse Scale, Hot Air, and Clear Fog. Skill Learner, None. Pokemon, Tanxi Light Purple. Gender, No Gender. Level 55. Attribute, Rock plus Fairy. Characteristics, Permanent Body. Carrying Props, None. Genetic Skills, None. Basic Skills, Impact, Hardening, Falling Rocks, Angularization, Shooting Down, Reflecting Wall, Invisible Rock, bisect defense, primitive power, madness, property swap, power gem, trick space, sharp stone attack, moon power, diamond storm, teaching skills, gravity, help, healing ringtones, power of the earth, mind transfer, skill learner, none, elf, Magiana light purple, gender, no gender, level, 55, attribute, steel plus fairy, feature, soul heart, carry item, soul heart, genetic skills, none, basic skills, trick defense, auxiliary gear, gear shift, iron head, help, sonic boom, rounding, phantom light, lucky spell, aurora beam, mirror light shooting, eye of heart, cannon light cannon, flower cannon, teaching skills, electromagnetic levitation, collection, sharing pain, electric shockwaves, healing ringtones, you first, iron wall, mind hammer, skill learner, none, Pokemon, Leo road light blue, gender, male, level 15, attribute, fighting, characteristics, mental power, carrying props, none, genetic skills, cross split, flying knee kick, flame kick, comet punch, basic skills, penetration, flash of light, hold on, double return, attack, energize, teaching skills, none, skill learner, none, Pokemon, moving ape Cyan, gender, male, level 61, attribute, general department, features, motivation, carrying props, none, genetic skills, rip claw, arm hammer, key to assault, tickle, basic skills, resurrection, grabbing, gathering, one more time, noisy, scratching, holding on, splitting, breaking down gradually, double returning, true chi boxing, teaching skills, kick, you first, thunder fist, garbage shooter, frozen fist, wave of water, frozen wind, fire fist, shockwave, snoring, skill learner, none, Pokemon, polygon 2 dark green, gender, no gender, level 30, attribute, general department, characteristics, analysis, carrying props, subsystem, genetic skills, none, basic skills, electromagnetic cannon, magic reflection, texture 2, impact, angularization, rounding, phantom light, high-speed movement, self-regeneration, electromagnetic suspension, signal light, teaching skills, exchange venues, share pain, wonderful spaces, skill learner, none, because sometimes I really forget to modify the information in my own record form www.mentalnovel.com. Therefore, the qualification of Chilean has reached the dark blue, which is wrong with hibiscus. Then if there is anything wrong in it, I hope everyone can point it out. Eel. Chapter 1141 Battle of the Golden Boss. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Several people came to the training room. Dr. Oak and Ozzy took them to the side seat. Do was directly across the road, a confident smile on his face. Okie, they may be similar to their own strength in a few years, but there is still some gap, especially in my last persuasion under Oka's understanding. The family is also their own advantage, and no one will ridicule themselves because they use the family's advantage. This world is originally the strength of supremacy. As long as one wins, you can ignore any doubt. I'll come first, Ogo said, speaking. Loosening the neckline of his small suit will not affect his command to wait. In the unknown, one game will be determined, that is, simple battle, until the point. Dr. Oka said with a smile. Several people nodded. Come on, giant gold monster. Doru was going to take off an elven ball and throw it out after zooming in. Flash giant gold monster. Come up and use the A self. When he saw Doru's flashing giant gold monster, Aoki blinked in his eyes, and the chip started up, scanning the data of this flashing giant gold monster. Pokemon, flash giant gold monster dark blue. Gender, no gender. Level 70. Attribute, steel plus superpower. Characteristics, permanent body. Carrying props, metal film, chocolate fruit. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, arm hammer, mind force, metal claw, electromagnetic levitation, slam, chasing, bullet fist, eye of miracle, mind head hammer, ghost face, strong mind, high speed movement, comet fist, iron wall, destructive light. Teaching skills, gravity, thunder fist, frozen fist, mind hammer, electromagnetic levitation, frozen wind, signal beam, exchange venue. Skill learners, hold, spiritual shock, awakening power. Middle dot flight, destructive light, earthquake, spiritual mind, shadow ball, tile splitting, rock fall, stand in, cannon, knotting, rain, rock sanding, whispering. Level 70. Navy blue. Aoki glanced at Ogo with a surprised look. It is indeed worthy of being the champion of the future. Just when Aoki thought that his strength was improving fast enough, Ogo actually raised his flash giant gold monster to level 70. Senior Heavenly King level. With the innate advantages of quasi-god spirits, ordinary senior level elves have the power to fight. This is also the case when super evolution is not discovered. If this flash giant gold monster can be super evolved, the burst of strength will definitely not be weaker than the ordinary quasi champion elf, and the flashing characteristics of Ogo's flash giant gold monster also triggered. His physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary giant monsters. The dark blue qualification should also have a lot to do with flash awakening. There is also a long established family that specializes in studying steel elves, which certainly provides a lot of help to Ogo. This glittering giant gold monster, Aoki confesses that, except for Genghis super evolution, he can stabilize his head, and the rest of the elves are most likely not opponents. It seems that the speed of Bangara's improvement is not enough. It is necessary to speed up the pace, otherwise there will be a significant gap. Aoki thought silently. The best way to deal with quasi-gods is to use another quasi-god. Banjira has attribute advantages and disadvantages against the flash giant gold monster. Aoki has absolute confidence in her physical fitness. I believe that after a period of subtle influence behind Margiana, she will definitely be able to rise again. Oh, is it a strange monster? Really think of a rare elf. Dr. Oki, who was sitting beside him, became interested. His professionalism did not allow him to just keep silent at this time. Continued, the boy from Hibiscus is really willing to pay for it. Ha ha ha, good. Apparently, Dr. Okinago's father, Zki Hibiscus, knew each other and the relationship was not bad. That being the case, then I can only send this elf, but I can't lose the game before the Uranus challenge begins. Do saw Ogo's flashing giant gold monster, and a little surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by just excitement. Sure enough, looking for Aoki and they were a good choice for a battle. Did not let themselves down. Do also threw a fairy ball. An orange-yellow elf appeared in the field. Charizard! Roar! Exclamation mark. After the fire-breathing dragon appeared on the field, he excitedly spit out a flame of flame, which was mixed with many golden flames. Others didn't notice it, but Aoki noticed the fire from the fire-breathing dragon. Sure enough, none is weak. The golden flame, the original flame chicken, can only use a ray, or it can be freely controlled after absorbing the energy of the Phoenix King. The flame spit out by this fire-breathing dragon arbitrarily carried a golden flame, and it was indeed the original elves of Dew. Pokemon, Spitfire Dragon Blue. Gender, male. Level, 75. Attribute, fire plus flight. Characteristics, fierce fire. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, bite smash, dragon dance, dragon wave, bite. Basic skills, wing attack, blazing charge, hot air, dragon claw, shadow claw, air slash, grasp, scream, spark, smoke screen, wrath of the dragon, flame splash, split, jet flame, flame vortex, purgatory, hot air. Teaching skills, explosive flame, inverse scale, downwind, iron tail, zenkikan, lightning kun, fire can, snoring. Skill learner, hold, Awaken power middle dot water, dragon claw, destroy light, feather habitat, earthquake, big character explosion, swallow return, rigid wings, sword dance, rock fall, level 75 Spitfire dragon, and the qualification has also been upgraded to blue. This is the change brought by the power of the Yulong family to do. The strength of this fire-breathing dragon is very strong, but it is definitely not the most powerful elf in the hands. What Ari is his fast dragon. The strength of that fast dragon is definitely stronger. However, the strength of this fire-breathing dragon has entered the level of Quasar Championship. Although it may be just a breakthrough, it is also a Quasar Champion. A level higher than the 70-level giant gold monster. Xiaoz and Xiaomao, sitting on a chair behind Oki, looked at the two mighty elves, and the stars of worship flashed in their eyes. Imagine that they are fighting at this time. As for who is Du and who is Ogo, it is unknown. From the head-to-head battle between the two major family clans who can rank in the top 5 even in the elven world. Two gangsters with full strength. Oka's special ability is super ability, then their special ability is banknote ability. The battle is about to start. Ogo's flash giant gold monster is the first to launch an attack. The two future champions of the two regions started their first confrontation here. Flash giant gold monster, Thunder Fist, Comet Fist, Electromagnetic Levitation, Move at High Speed, Spitfire Dragon www.mentalnovel.com Sword Dance, Jet Flame, Hot Air, Flash Flame Charge. As soon as the battle began, it suddenly entered a state of heat. Brother Oki, who will win these two big brothers? Xiaozi couldn't wait to ask. At this point, they had just begun, and after a little temptation, they went all out. Oki smiled and said, "Come on, no one here is disopponent. He still has a good chance of becoming the 4 Heavenly Kings this time." What is the 4 Heavenly Kings? Xiaozi showed his signature wisdom-style question. No matter what it is, I don't need to know. With the aura, I can defeat you. What a special mental retardation. Oki hadn't asked questions yet, and Xiaomao on the side dragged Xiaozi back directly to add knowledge to him. 10 more first change, guaranteed monthly vote cast, ? Grave accent. Chapter 1142 Have a mess. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The battle between Du and Ogo was originally for what to win. It is to help him practice his tactics before crossing the challenge. At the same time, let Ogo know how much is far from the minimum standard of the 4 Heavenly Kings. The two men's battle lasted a full 30 minutes, and ended with a giant gold monster losing its combat ability. However, the injury was not serious, and it is also the headquarters of the Alliance. There is no need to worry about injury. Oki simply dealt with the giant gold monster, and it recovered. After fighting with Du's Hibiscus. Hibiscus is weaker than Ogo. Without transition, I didn't use all my strength, but I also played with Hibiscus and tempered my tactics. 20 minutes to end the fight. Then there was Mickley. Oki will play as the finale. Mickley sent out his A-self Minas directly. Du sent his Tyrannosaurus. Two water spirits collided with each other. Oki had the kind of battle that Tyrannosaurus and Minas had seen on Trial Island. However, at that time, Minas and Tyrannosaurus were not as powerful as Du and Mickley. It didn't differ much from the previous one, except that Mickley persisted for a little longer. 25 minutes after the two men fought, the fight ended. Du has won 3 games in a row. Although Oki and others didn't care, Xiaozi behind him kept cheering on them. However, they can only be regarded as laymen and see the excitement. Dr. Oki and Dr. Oki watched it with interest. From the real strength point of view, Du is indeed much stronger than their strength. But again, Du's age is much older than them, and he can still see the outstanding talents of Du, Furong and Mickley. From time to time, Dr. Oki lamented Adam's luck. In the end it was Oki. Oki did not quit, and took off his coat and put it on the chair. Brother Oki, come on. Xiaozi and Xiaomao cheered Oki together. Oki nodded with a smile. He walked to the place opposite Du and said, "How about?" He heard that Du's expression was a little serious, and he nodded, strong. What they said was, of course. The three of them. Before fighting with the three men, Ogo, Furong and Mikli, they sent fire-breathing dragons, fossil pterosaurs and tyrannosaurus. To Oki's knowledge, Watari also has one of his self-fast dragons. The remaining two were never seen before. Let's go together, Du said, and took out an elf ball and threw it. Oki has long thought about what elves to use. Just throw it out. Hey-raw, a pure blue elf appeared in the field. King of Assassins. And Oki sent Mrs. Hueji to deal with dragon spirits. Of course, Mrs. Hueji has a greater advantage. Oki believes that Mrs. Hueji has the ability to fight for a period of time, even if the dragon is dispatched by Dudu. As for winning, the level difference is too big and almost impossible. But if it's the King of Assassins, that's not necessarily the case. Is the elf of the Royal Dragon family? Oki saw this Thorn Dragon King, and the thought appeared in his heart. Dus cousin Xiaochan's self is the Assassin Dragon King, and Oki also played against him at the God Olympics. The Thorn Dragon King who crossed it is very likely to have been cultivated only recently. Maybe it was the Yulong family. When he was given it, he was on the edge of the evolution of the mohair horse, and after a little training, he could evolve into a sea spinosaurus. The most important thing about the Royal Dragon family is the scale of the dragon. As long as it is cultivated, it can evolve into the Thorn Dragon King. A timely combat power for Du soon formed. And there will be no sequelae, which can be cultivated a little bit better in the future. This way is the means for these large families to cultivate their own members of the line. Especially after scanning the information of this Thorn Dragon King, Oki confirmed this guess. Pokemon, Assassin King Light Blue. Gender, male. Level, 73. Attribute, Water plus Dragon. Feature, Sniper. Carry item, Dragon Scale. Genetic skills, Aurora Beam, Dragon's Wrath, Dragon System, Turbid Flow. Basic skills, Water Cannon, Yawn, Foam, Smoke Screen, Stare, Water Cannon, Tornado, Bubble Light, Gas Gathering, Salt Water, High Speed Movement, Wave of Dragon, Dance of Dragon, Water Cannon. Teaching skills, Meteor Cluster, Sharpening, Bouncing, Iron Head, Inverse Scale, Freezing Wind, Wave of Water, Hiccup. Skill Learner, Hold, Freeze Beam, Blizzard, Destroy Light, Pray for Rain, Shadow Clone, Hot Water, Dream Talk, Waterfall Climbing. But to be honest, there may be nothing else. But envy is really envy. It's just envy. You see, after the Sea Thorn Dragon evolved into the Thorn Dragon King, there are still extra dragon scales that can be matched. Oka's only source of dragon scales is the scale-tailed armored dragon, now lying on the island. But wanting to remove another piece of inverse scale from him, it is estimated that Oki is a long suspect. The characteristics of the sniper, the light blue qualification, and then look at the transfer skills. This is simply the Thorn Dragon King growing up in the dragon's nest. Can you do whatever you want with a dragon nest? The Royal Dragon family will tell you. It is not good to have a dragon nest, and a dragon cave can really do whatever you want. However, this Thorn Dragon King was obtained after crossing. Although it has the strong support of the Yulong family, it cannot break through the Quasar champion in such a short time. At this level, it is estimated that the Yulong family did not know how much resources were consumed. It can be seen that the crossing in the Royal Dragon family is really taken seriously. This Thorn Dragon King is, Oki didn't say directly, but there was a communication between the eyes of the two. Du nodded calmly, yes, thank you for your last call and help. Simple, wait for us to have dinner. Oki waved his hand. After hearing the words, Du also smiled and nodded. The three Ogo who were sitting aside looked at the eye contact between Oki and Tu. It's Catty Hibiscus whispered. Ogo and Mikli nodded again and again, as if they were looking for the roots of feline. Let me see how restrained the fairies are, Du said. Oki was smiling but not speaking. Mrs. Hueji is not a pure fairy. If the fairy dispatches Fast Dragon, then there is really no chance at all. But sending the Dragon King of the Water System and Dragon System, it really is not necessarily. Moreover, unlike the previous ones, They have broken through to the level of Quasar Championship. This Thorn Dragon King still stays at the Senior Heavenly King level. Although the rank is higher than Mrs. Huiji, the advantage of the rank is not as big as the attribute. The only thing to be careful of is the sniper character of the Assassin Dragon King. At this time, the strength of Mrs. Okis Huiji was not weak. Pokemon, Madam Huiji Teal. Gender, female. Level, 70. Attribute, Leprechaun. Features, Flower Curtain. Carrying props, Seeds of Miracles. Genetic skills, Imitate, Seduce, Protect, Tearful. Basic skills, Impact, Rattan Whip, Fairy Wind, Lucky Spell, Flying Leaf Knife, Prayer, Magic Leaf, Grass Field, Fallen Fun, Aroma Healing, Voice of Charm, Flower Defense, Knotting, Misty Field, Moon Power, Petal Dance. Teaching skills, Worry Seeds, Photosynthesis, Healing Ringtones, You First, Seed Bombs, Ultimate Drain. Skill Learner, Hold, Energy Ball, Grass Knot, Mysterious Guardian, Spiritual Strong Mind. Miss Huiji. www.mtlnovel.com. Misty Venue. 10 more second more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 1143 Ultimate Tactics. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Aoki took the lead in giving instructions. Upon receiving the order, a thin pink mist emanated from Mrs. Huiji. There is a lot of fairy energy in it. The misty field suddenly shrouded the battlefield. In this misty field, dragon spirits will be suppressed to the limit, and the power of all dragon skills will drop by 50%. Is this the most severe field restraint against dragon spirits? It really has a terrible effect. Do looked at the misty field completed by the spread, and sighed slightly. Although he and the Thorn Dragon King have not been together for a long time, the bond between him and the Thorn Dragon King is very good. Can feel the very uncomfortable feeling of the Dragon King, Arceus, move at high speed. Although lamented by the fairies' restraint to the dragon elves, Do did not panic, and directed the Assassin Dragon King to start fighting. A corner of Oka's mouth outlines a radian. I closed my mouth and started using the telepathy to command the battle. This allowed the tacit understanding between the elf and the trainer to be higher, and the trainer's commands could be passed to the elf's mind as soon as possible. This is not the first time that Mrs. Huiji and Oki have fought this way. Seeing Oki's use of telepathy, this expression was even more serious. Knowing that Oki is using his full strength, if the advantage of the Dragon King cannot be exerted, then this battle will be troublesome today. The Assassin Dragon King started running around the field, looking for Mrs. Huiji's weakness. He is also fighting for the first time with an elf like Mrs. Huiji, so it is still difficult to make use of the characteristics of a sniper. But then she saw that Mrs. Huiji waving her hands, covering herself with a thin layer of mysterious energy. Lucky Spell saw changes in Mrs. Huiji and guessed the skills that Oki let her release. Feel a slight headache. The Lucky Spell is an auxiliary skill, and the effect is very single, which is to reduce the possibility of being hit by the opponent. This probability will be reduced to the extreme, almost negligible. In other words, the sniper trait of the Assassin Dragon King was directly obsolete. This is why Oki felt that there was a possibility of a war when he saw the information of this Thorn Dragon King. Restraint is too severe. That being the case, you can only attack it. King of Assassins, Water Cannon. Upon receiving the order, the King of Assassins stopped useless wandering, and there was no obvious weakness in Mrs. Huiji. I have seen it for a while, but it quickly disappeared. However, the dragon and water talents of this Thorn Dragon are quite good. The water cannon technique was quickly condensed, and a huge water column sprayed directly from his mouth. The target was Madame Huiji, who was standing opposite him. The power of the moon, and then use the protective color to transform into the grass system. Oki made corresponding countermeasures when he saw the Thorn Dragon King condensing the water cannon. A beam of moonlight passed through the room, through the clouds, ignoring the existence of daylight, and dazzled by the energy of Mrs. Huiji, shining on the Dragon King. For a time, It seemed that the dragon scales on the surface of the body were very sharp, but they gradually became black under the light of the moonlight, as if they had encountered some corrosive liquid. But at this time, the water cannon skill of the Assassin King has been released. Want to trade for injuries? Do thought of this for the first time. Even so, the Assassin Dragon King wasn't scared at all. Sting Dragon King, hold back, rush up and use the waterfall to climb. After the water cannon of the Dragon King was released, he then issued instructions. The next second, there was a scene that surprised him very much. Mrs. Huiji flashed a green light on the white flowers, directly transforming her attributes into grass. Forcibly ate the Dragon Cannon's water cannon skill. Although injured, it was not serious. Green grass field. Aoki did not let Mrs. Huiji deal with the next attack, but used the grass field skills. After transforming into the grass system, Mrs. Huiji lost a grass field skill directly at her feet, and the effect is not much different from the normal grass system elf. Later, a little bit of crystal green light appeared on Mrs. Huiji, and merged into her body. The Assassin Dragon King did not keep his hand because Mrs. Huiji did not make a defensive gesture. Shouting in excitement, when rushing over, he attracted all the water current left by the water cannon skill location, and his body was gradually surrounded by a layer of water with white water splashes. Soon rushed to Mrs. Huiji. A huge water column rose into the sky. Miss Huiji, temptation. Aoki looked at the huge current, without any waves in her heart, and even wanted to laugh. The temptation skill can have a very good effect on the opposite sex elf and reduce the opponent's special attack. Then coincidence, with the exception of a few skills, most of the skills of the Assassin King are special attacks. However, this waterfall climbing is indeed a physical attack. Mrs. Huiji took the attack well. His physical strength was reduced to less than half. I have to say that the Dragon King of Du has been trained quite well. Whether it's physical fitness or control of water energy, it is quite outstanding. It was only a dragon line that was abandoned by the Misty Field, and then restrained by Mrs. Huiji of the Grass Line. Otherwise, without any defense status of any elves, the two attacks of the Assassin Dragon King will not be so calm. Here it is, said Dou, who was sitting on the sidelines at this time. Aside from Michelle and Furong, they nodded deeply. When they looked at Xiangdu again, they brought a touch of compassion. What's coming? Xiaozi sitting behind them asked immediately. Those who know the battle situation at this time have generally understood the Battle of Aoki, and even outsiders like Xiaozi, Xiama and Hangako are not clear. Ogo and Mikli glanced at Furong and motioned for her to say. Such shameful rhetoric will never speak out in his own capacity. Instead, Furong didn't have any taboos about this, and even liked it very much. This is Brother Oka's favorite tactic. Extremely invincible. You can't kill me. www.mtlnovel.com. I will consume your tactics. When hearing this name, Ogo and Mikli turned their heads at the same time, saying that they had not heard of it and had nothing to do with us. What are you doing behind the invincible? Xiaozi, with his eyes shining, seemed to have discovered a new continent. Dr. Oak on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and sat a little to the side. Aoki is fine, this is the name. Forget it. The invincible, you can't beat me. I will use your tactics to kill you. Furong repeated again. At this time, Du on the battlefield heard this name, suddenly feeling tired. 10 more and third more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 1144. Resist the growth of brainless tactical organizations. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Ogo and Mikli expressed their deep understanding of this helplessness at the moment, because they also tried. The two of them played against such a tactic. Very uncomfortable. Ogo's rock spirits, Mikli's water spirits, are all the same when they meet Mrs. Huiji. But none of the Assassin Kings felt uncomfortable. The dragon system was restrained and he would not say him. He was facing the fairy system. But now the water skills can't make any effect. The sniper's traits were also nullified by the lucky spell, and the offense was reduced. The two skills hit, and Mrs. Huiji, who did not make any defense, did not shake. That's the case. Thorn Dragon King, Frozen Beam. Du can only choose ice skills. As the person who knows the dragon best, in order to avoid being too weak during the dragon civil war, then it is best to master a few more ice skills. But the success of the Frozen Beam condensing is that Madame Huiji has changed her attributes from the grass system to the fairy system again. The next moment, when the Frozen Beam was emitted, Mrs. Huiji's moonlight shone on the Dragon King again. Tingling. I feel like I'm burning all over. At the same time, the Frozen Beam hit Mrs. Huiji. But there is no residue of scum. Because of the other effect of the mist field, the sprites in the mist field are not affected by the abnormal state or chaos. Mrs. Huiji, pray. At this time Oki, a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. If there is no attribute to restrain Mrs. Huiji, or to crush Mrs. Huiji's existence on hard power, then you must be prepared to be slowly worn away, especially those male elves. Mrs. Huiji has a pious smile on her face, waving her hands, and a ray of divine light hits her. May the skills be released. After a period of time, half or more of the energy of the elves will be restored. This is another recovery skill of Mrs. Huiji. With the continuous effect of the grass field. Can only say a little disgusting. Du was staring at Madame Huiji, who was making a wish, and for a moment did not know what order to give. But Oki will not show mercy at this time. Let Madame Huiji use the power of the moon again. When moonlight hit the Dragon King for the third time, his physical strength could no longer be maintained. His eyes rolled, and he fell to the ground. I don't know if it was because of Mrs. Huiji's attack or because of Mrs. Huiji's tactics. In short, the winner of this game is Oki. Although there is some invincibility, after all, when the Valuables and Dorku played against them, the elves used Workways a champion elf. But when it was Oki's turn, they used a senior heavenly king elf. But if you win, you win. Besides, it seems that there is nothing to be proud of when the Quasar champion wins the King of Heaven. However, the battle between Madame Huiji and the King of Assassins was regarded as a similar level of battle. It was just that the King of Thorns was restrained too much by Mrs. Huiji. Miss Huiji, use the grass field for the Dragon King once. Oki released the electrocardiogram and smiled at Mrs. Huiji. The expression of crossing constipation at this time. When I looked at Oki, my eyes didn't look right. How could anyone develop such a disgusting tactic? This is sent by God specifically for yourself. But he didn't know that the real one who had targeted him hadn't met him yet. The Dragon King's physical strength gradually recovered, and he woke up, watching Madame Huiji for a moment without knowing how to express it. Brother Oki is amazing. Xiaozi rushed from the sidelines at the first time. After understanding the name and principle of Oka's tactics, Xiaozi fully transformed into Oka's little fan. Although Xiaomao didn't dare to compliment the name of this tactic, when he looked at Oki, the worship in his eyes could not be concealed. Oki left a very deep mark on the hearts of the two young boys. At this time, Xiaozi and Xiaomao should be around 6 or 7 years old, and it will take a long time to travel to become a trainer. Oki smiled and rubbed Xiaozi and Xiaomao's heads. The heads of these two people are not easily accessible to anyone. Opened up. As two people, their hands touched their heads. Ogo and Mikli went to the side and patted him on the shoulder with sympathy. Du and the two eyes had an exchange. Who came up with this tactic? He himself. Have you been so sick? Correct. More than once. Thank you so much for adhering. More than once. Admire. No, no, you are the worst. Miserable. We still have a little resistance. Vomit. In this way, the number of members who resisted Oki's brainless tactics increased by 1. The power of this organization is growing. Du reluctantly put away some of the restored Dragon Kings. Your tactic is really inability to vomit. Oki smiled and didn't speak. Actually, it wasn't as disgusting as I thought it was. Just because the Elf Thorn Dragon King he sent was really just finished by Mrs. Huiji. Otherwise, you can easily change one, and it will not be difficult to play. For example, the previous fire-breathing dragon, fossil pterosaur, and so on. It's much easier to play. Dr. Oak also came over and patted Oki's shoulder with a smile and said, good tactics, if you can. I hope you can carry forward this tactic. Hearing that Oki hadn't spoken yet, but the others were dead, immediately opened the topic. Let's go. I heard that there is very delicious instant noodles in the Union restaurant today. Let's try it. Is it instant noodles? I must try it. Sure enough, after talking about instant noodles, Dr. Oki no longer had the meaning to continue talking with Oki. Ogo, Watu and Mikli were also relieved. This tactic must be good. Definitely not. But in the eyes of the three, the light of God flowed. What elves can imitate Mrs. Huiji's fighting methods at this time? Would you like to go to the Carlos area to conquer a Lady Frost as a second hand? For a time, the inner activities of several people were very active. Oki was thinking, however, there is no tactic of Mrs. Huiji. www.mtlnovel.com. This tactic was just accidentally made by him. He is thinking about this Uranus challenge. Since Who also participates, will the Rockets get involved? If the Rockets also step in, wouldn't it be very stable to take over the four Heavenly Kings? But now the League has little doubt about Azu's identity. If it is possible, in fact, Oki wants to contact Azu once. See if he was framed last time, whether he accidentally or deliberately. If it is intentional, such a person who is good at assassinations, Oki must always be vigilant. Again, Ghost may not be able to protect himself. 10 more and 4th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 1145. The Champions Meet. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. After dinner, rested all night. The next day the Uranus challenge officially began. There were many Oki acquaintances who came to watch this Uranus challenge. Girona, Karana, and Doratiana were watching. Almost all of the top 32 people from the last Olympic Games came, because these people are qualified to impact the four Heavenly Kings in various regions. However, the gap between the top 32 is still a little big. But anyway, these people become the masters of the area's museums, and that's perfectly fine. Girona sat with people from the Shingo area not far from Oki. After seeing Oki and others, Girona hesitated a little, and came over. I haven't seen you in a long time, Girona, Oki said with a smile. The most familiar with Girona here is herself. Girona nodded. Oki was the top 4 in the God Olympics competition, and Ogo was the first place. There was not much difference between the three of them. The last time I made a mistake, Ogo was the first. I have changed it. She was able to become a champion at the last Sinnoh competition, which has a lot to do with the competition being held in the Sinnoh area. The last energy block was a bit behind, and I don't know if it can. Girona rarely asked for help, and when she asked Oki, she was a little embarrassed. Hearing, Oki stunned. Although every time, Girona will send money to his account, Oki also arranged someone to send her energy blocks from time to time. I just didn't expect that Girona's elves kept eating until now. Then after her elf strength has improved, she must be unable to meet the requirements. Without hesitation, Oki nodded with a smile. No problem, but it's still the old rule. I need to observe your elf up close. Some people are willing to send the wizard to collect information for themselves. Of course, they will not refuse, especially this kind of future champion. And we, Oki, you can't be serious about friends, Ogo said immediately. Yeah, and us? Brother Oki, Furong echoed. Others may not know it well, but Ogo learned some news from his father. Oko's ability to cultivate a family may not be inferior to that of his master Liu Shengen, but because of his low profile, he has not publicized it. Adams and Liu Shengen also chose to keep secrets. With such a good opportunity, of course Ogo climbed up the pole. In terms of the relationship between the three of them and Oki, this is not a problem. Oh, I wonder if you can count us. From the other side, another female voice rang. Looking up, they found Karana and Doratiana walking in the other direction. The two went to work in the Carlos area because of Oki, and the announcement of the fairy department. There was still some exchanges. At first Karana and Doratiana just wanted to come over to say hello, but they seemed to hear something extraordinary. The arrogance of the heavens in these areas let Oki customize the energy block. With a try attitude, Karuna would certainly not refuse. After hearing that, there was a hint of helplessness on Oki's face. You brought it to your door, but it has nothing to do with me. For the trained breeder, customizing energy blocks for all the elves of a trainer is a very large project. But Oki is different. But it is the relationship between the chip running for 1 hour and several hours. It's just a bit cumbersome to make. Overall, the problem is not significant. Oki nodded. No problem, Miss Karuna, Miss Dolasana, it's been a long time. Ogo, Mikli, Girona, and Karuna are all 4 who have the potential to win regional championships, and Furong and Dorashinu are not inferior. Unconsciously, Oka's circle of friends already has so many potential people. Now that a few people have come over, they don't go back anymore and just find a few places to sit down. There are some exchanges between the God Olympic Games and each other, so there is no embarrassment to see again. If Sakagi is now notified to kill all the people in the cradle, Oki estimates that the alliance will stagnate for at least 100 years. The impact is absolutely profound. Is to think about. The Uranus challenge begins. In order to choose a place that can challenge the 4 heavenly kings as soon as possible, the qualifiers are directly conducted in the form of a knockout, and the order of the games is uninterrupted. Miss Joy and Geely eggs are ready at the edge of the battlefield. Any elves who have lost their fighting ability can be sent directly to the clinic for treatment, so as not to affect the subsequent games. Without any extra words, the insiders came to watch, so the game started directly. The first game was duo, but opponent Oki did not know. The gap between them is still a little big. Du just sent his Thorn Dragon King and successfully completed a series of 3 to win. These people are invited, and more of a come to the cuts and experience. But as long as they can be invited by the league to participate in the Uranus challenge, for them, it is worth showing off a lifetime. Yes, invited. Those who participate in the Uranus challenge are invited by the alliance. Only when their strength reaches a certain level can they be invited. The second appearance is Ao, his opponent's strength and his gap is also very big. Without any suspense, Ao won. After that is martial arts. Maybe it was the alliance's deliberate arrangement. All battles are strong versus weak. It seems that I want to get rid of the weaker people first, and let them make a cut. Gold-plated. Only a few are exceptional. For example, Kona, who played as a weak side, successfully defeated his opponent. Yesu and Lihu also won, but winning was a bit difficult. From this we can see that there is a gap between genius and genius. Kona, Ikiki and Yuwa will surely receive more attention from the league. It is not unexpected for Oki to win these 3, but there is still a stranger who wins with a weak side, and it looks a lot easier than Kona and others. And this person's name Oki has never heard of it. Herber. His name is Haber. www.mentalnovel.com. A person who has never seen or heard of it, but was invited by the alliance, which made a little doubt in Oka's heart. This person has no specialization. Oki felt a little familiar with the battle command and attitude towards the elves. It's like those rocket members I've seen in previous lives. In other words, those who are powerful but use the elves as tools are almost the same as Oki in previous lives. That's why I feel familiar. But how could such a person receive an invitation from the alliance? It wasn't just Oki who was a little surprised. So was Dr. Oki, who was sitting behind Oki. Such people should not have the qualifications to become the 4 heavenly kings. 10 more and 5th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. For the Sky_Gigi and Worry Big Man 1 reward plus more. Chapter 1146 White Messenger welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Is it the rocket's shot? Seikaki sent someone lurking in? What is the purpose? 4 heavenly kings? However, under the premise that the rockets chose to shrink, it is obviously unlikely. And with Seikaki's character, he will not choose to shoot at this time. It is estimated that Hao had to come because he received the invitation. So who on this side is this Herba? Although Dou and others didn't like the attitude of Herba slightly, they didn't think as carefully as Oki. After all, they had not experienced what Oki had experienced. Oki extended his superpowers and wanted to see if there was anything unusual in the entire venue. Scanned roughly and found nothing. But the more so, the more weird I feel. From Dr. Oka's face, Oki knew that he felt a bit wrong too. However, Dr. Oki has long put down the affairs of the Alliance and put down the matter of fighting. I didn't bring a few elves this time out. Obviously I didn't expect any special situation in this kind of league games. But Oki, calm down. Now that Dr. Oki has also discovered it, it is estimated that the senior officials of the Guandu Alliance will soon take it seriously. The rest is best if he doesn't step in. At the same time, in the commercial street of Bayanshan, the bustling street with people coming and going. In a remote cafe, a noble lady in a white dress with a white hat on her head was sitting alone by the window of a cafe with coffee in her hand and slowly savoring. Take a look at the precious white watch on your wrist from time to time. Except for her, there was no one else in this remote cafe. Not long after, a person in Kwanzaa's black coat pushed in the door and walked in, glanced around the cafe, saw the woman sitting by the window, and Trot immediately walked past. Sit down in the position in front of her, the white messenger called, and then saw a cup of coffee before his seat. Without hesitation, it was like drinking water and pouring the whole cup of coffee into the mouth with one sip. The lady in white frowned, frowning subconsciously, but soon relaxed again. Looking at the watch on his wrist, he said, "This time you came here on time." The comer chuckled, secretly voicing in his heart, "Knowing that this time you came, who dares to be late? Life is important." "How is it going this time?" asked the woman in white. The middle-aged man in black nodded again and again. "We are assured that we are doing things, but this time it is obviously a major event for the Alliance. Will we be involved in this to expose our existence too soon? This is not what your identity needs to care about. As long as you complete this task well, a corresponding reward will be sent to you," the white woman said lightly. On hearing that, a flash of excitement flashed on the middle-aged man in black. "Yes, but there are some changes in the mission this time. This is the mission card." After that, the woman in white got up directly from the chair and slowly walked towards the door. The middle-aged man in black looked at the back of the woman in white slowly walking towards the door, took over the task card, and a hint of vague anger and murderous intention flashed in his eyes. But just when he was about to converge this mind, he found that his body could not move. The body is surrounded by a layer of white energy. Superpower. If Oki is here, you might be able to discover that this is superpower. Apparently, the middle-aged man in black also knew what this was. Suddenly, a frightened expression appeared on his face and his eyes widened. "Can't speak." Mrs. White came to the door and slowly turned around. At this time her eyes had completely turned white, and her superpowers were surging. He said coldly, "Pay attention to your humble identity, and next time let me notice that look. Then you don't have to look at the sunset tomorrow." Heard that middle-aged men in black appeared begging for mercy. "I can't move my body and can't open my mouth. Otherwise I'm probably already kneeling on the ground. This is the punishment for you." The woman in white said the last sentence lightly and disappeared directly at the door. Click. The middle-aged man in black twisted his arms into a very weird angle. Suddenly, a lot of fine sweat appeared on his forehead, but he didn't yell, clenched his teeth, and a lot of blue tendons appeared on his neck. Apparently the pain of the broken arm made him a little unbearable. At the same time, the superpower control was released, and he fell directly from the air to the ground. At this moment, he never dared to show any disrespectful look. The other hand grabbed the task card on the table and stumbled out, quickly disappeared into the crowd. At the moment the woman in white disappeared. Oki, who was sitting in the venue watching the game, frowned. "Is that just a space fluctuation?" Oki thought secretly. Originally, Oki had some confusion, but the unknown totems on his wrist told him that his perception was correct. At this time, There were 9 unknown totems on Oki's wrist, all of which had reached 1/3 of the total number of unknown totems. Such dense quantities, of course, are not wrong with their perception of space energy. Is it moving instantly? I don't know if it has anything to do with this Uranus trial. The first thought that came to mind was this idea. I thought it was a comedy and a distracting mission, but I didn't expect that something uncontrollable and unknown appeared. This gives Oki, who originally had an information advantage, the feeling of being in control of everything and feeling very uncomfortable. It was as if a layer of fog appeared in front of Oka's eyes, making things that could be seen very clearly gradually become blurred. The game ends in the morning. Du, who had finished playing at the beginning, was already sitting with everyone at this time, watching the game below. I have to say that Oka's prediction is quite accurate. After watching the match between Yunin and Kona, Du felt a little pressure. Everyone was going to leave for lunch. Oki, a body affected, stopped. Not others, it is Dr. Oki who is sitting behind Oki watching the game. Everyone looked at Dr. Oki. Dr. Oki said with a smile, "You go to eat first, and I have a few words with Oki." Hearing the words, the crowd said nothing and walked towards the outside together. After everyone left, only Dr. Oki and Oki remained. www.mentalnovel.com. "Do you feel it?" asked Dr. Oki. "Is Haber?" Oki hesitated a little, still a little uncertain. It's rare to see such a serious expression on Dr. Oki's face. "Well, although I don't know what the situation is, the appearance of this person is indeed abnormal. With your ability, you should be able to see some nasty things," said Dr. Oki. After all, Oki is the chief search officer. Except for Du, only Oki was the chief search officer. But Du was going to participate in the competition, so he couldn't get distracted. Then in this matter, Oki may need to take some care. 10 more and 6th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Add more for the amazing rewards of the magical cute guy. Chapter 1147 Self-inflicted. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Dr. Oki briefly spoke to Oki before leaving. Oki had doubts and dogo in their hearts and had lunch. There wasn't much suspense in the afternoon game. Only that Haber, like a black horse, once again beat the weak, won the attention of many people. At the same time, Yisu and Yua were eliminated in this round. Their strength is still a lot worse. Connor won, and her next opponent was Du. But this game needs to be seen tomorrow. Oki is still very interested in the beginning of this fatal showdown. Nothing abnormal happened overnight. The next day, on the field, Oki and everyone sat in the same position again to watch the game. However, this time Dr. Oki did not show up. Only Hanako and ignorant Xiozi and Xiamao were watching. Du and Kono were on the first round. Because of Oka's emphasis, Watana attached great importance to Kono. The night after I went back, I also specifically checked Kono's information, and the final result was that this woman's elf was very restrained by her elf. My family understands their own affairs. Although he is known as a trainer of dragons, in fact many of his elves are flying spirits and are restrained by the ice department. The dragon spirit is also restrained by the ice system. The existence of dragons and flying systems like fast dragons is 4 times restrained by ice elves, and the effect of restraint is still very serious. In terms of overall hard strength without transition, it is not comparable to Kono. At this time, Kono's strongest iron armor was barely reaching the level of a senior heavenly king, and there was a big gap with many of the elves who crossed. I also don't know what kind of madness Du made, and he didn't mean to release any water at all. Originally Kono also knew that she could not win, but just wanted to make a cut and see how much difference there was between her challenge to the King of Heaven. But she thought so. But Du did not think so. Take Kono as a typical elf who wants to test against the ice elf specialization in her. Then the battle was very tragic, and he didn't leave anything behind, plus prepared tactics in advance. The first fire-breathing dragon on the field directly completed a series of 4. Who wasn't planning to hit seriously, took a moment and froze. Can do means using a fire-breathing dragon to make a string of 6. You know, From the beginning to the present, even if there is a huge gap in strength, the opponent will be properly drained. Do has a string of 6 exclamation mark. I don't know where I offended Do. Of course, Ina's temper is intolerable. In fact, Do also saw the hunting heart, and made a good preparation from the beginning. But he didn't know, but his approach completely inspired a woman's self-esteem, especially such strong women. Oki sitting on the stands watched a moment. Was this you asking yourself for trouble? Exclamation mark. Kona obviously didn't mean to fight well, and he passed over a water. But Do just want to force out the full strength of Kona? Question mark. Okay, now you win. What later? I don't even think about it. What will you face when Kona grows up? Burning in anger, Kona sent her ace thorn shell with a cold face. Didn't what want her in a string? It is good. How to see him in a string of 6? At this time, Do was completely unaware, and his head was dizzy for a while, which caused him much trouble in the future. Just when the rest were ready to congratulate Duo, Oki was showing pity. It's not that I won't help you. You can't blame anyone else. Oki forgot it. If it wasn't for the fact that he emphasized that Watanabe should be careful about Kona, it would be an ordinary battle. Do just let the water out and let Kona's face pass. Click one's tongue. The culprit is also gloating. Sure enough, the full-strength Kona won the Spitfire dragon, who consumed a lot of energy with iron armor. Kona's face had looked a little better. If at this time, he might have a chance to recover. After all, it can be regarded as losing an elf, unable to achieve a string of 6. But Do, as if waiting for Kona's iron armor, sent his trump card directly. Fast dragon. He wanted to see how much impact this iron armor had on the dragons and flying dragons. But he does. Even from the perspective of Furong, they felt a little too much. Brother Oki, isn't Brother Do doing too much? Furong began. Next to Girona, Karana and Doratiana nodded in agreement. Oki patted his forehead helplessly. Okay, I completely blocked my back road. Look at Kona's eyes now. Oki finally understood why no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cross the Kana level and become the champion of the Guandu area. This is exactly offending. Go to die now! Exclamation mark. You all treat others as a dish of abuse. Will they make you better in the future? You can imagine the hatred of women. No wonder when Kona was in the Uranus challenge, he had challenged dozens of times, and he must be defeated. However, at that time, Do's strength was still better than that of Kona, and he did not fail. But after more than a dozen times, it was getting harder and harder to cross Kona, and the last time, he almost lost the game. Knowing this situation, the Alliance dare not let Kona challenge this way again, otherwise the Do, regarded as one of the future by the Alliance, would lose his position of the 4 Heavenly Kings. So the League cancelled Kona's Uranus challenge and directly appointed her as one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, but thought it was over. No, everything just started. Later, even if he apologized for communicating with Kona privately, he could not be forgiven. In a word, if you want to become a champion, you must win yourself. At that time, Kona had fully grown up, and it was easier said than done to win her. Every cause is wrong here, Oki sighed secretly, but just after Oki sighed, he frowned, because he just felt a glance over him with a malicious look. Oki at this time was very clear about this feeling. It may be because of superpowers www.mentalnovel.com, or it may be because the rockets are very sensitive to this kind of sight. In short, when no one else responded, Oki noticed. He raised his head calmly, extending his superpowers. Just to Oki's surprise, a vacuum zone appeared when he superpowered across the venue. It's like missing a piece of cake. Very obvious. Then looked in that direction. I saw a middle-aged man wearing black clothes and a pair of sloppy heads. He also looked at Oki. The realization of the two meets in midair. Immediately, the middle-aged man in black showed a mocking smile. 10 more and 7th more. Guaranteed monthly pass, adding more to the Dream and Cool Suwon reward. Chapter 1148 Primal Superpower. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading. so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Aoki frowned and did not loosen. So unbridled, on the League's site! His malice is not just to himself, but to everyone around him. Originally, such a thing could not be done by Aoki. After all, this is Bayin Mountain, as long as it is enough to tell the Alliance to their own feelings. However, after all, it is a false look. Even if the intention of the other party is stated, the Alliance without any evidence cannot do anything. When Aoki lowered her head and thought, and raised her head again, she was no longer in the position opposite the hairstyle. "I leave for a while," Aoki whispered to the people next to him and walked directly outside the venue. They didn't think too much. After all, at this time Do and Kona had fought fiercely. Take a look now, and you can better understand how far you are from challenging the 4 heavenly kings. Aoki left the position and walked directly outside the venue. The opponent has left superpower fluctuations in the air, which is very obvious for the superpower. This is obviously for Aoki. The meaning is very simple. Tell Aoki himself to go there, and have the courage to chase. Aoki just hesitated a little, and chased directly toward this superpower fluctuation. Yigo's people are bold, and they don't believe how many people can really make trouble in Bayin Mountain, the headquarters of the Alliance. Along with the superpower fluctuations, I quickly came to the commercial street of Bayin-shan, then traced to a cafe on the edge of the commercial street. The last wave of superpowers disappeared at the door of this cafe. Aoki standing outside, looking through the window and looking inside. No one was there. The furnishings inside are no different from ordinary cafes. Eyes narrowed, Aoki's palm flipped, a friend ball. He put it on his waist and strode toward the door. Open the door directly. But the moment when the door was opened, anomalies were discovered. It's just that I want to step back now. It's too late. Fortunately, at this moment, Aoki found that there was no danger. It was just that someone had manipulated the door and let the person who pushed it open through a space barrier. The unknown totems on his wrist also told him that there was no problem. Just hit a different space. After Aoki pushed through the door, there was no abnormality in the cafe or the street, and the situation was restored. Look around, and watch the space flowing around. As a person who is more familiar with different spaces, it is not that once and twice to open up different spaces through unknown totems. Of course, I know very well here. An ordinary alien space. At this time, in a different space, a middle-aged man in black was looking at Aoki with a smile on his face. Seems to be waiting for him to come in. "Aoki, right?" the middle-aged man in black asked. Aoki frowned, without answering directly, but being able to call his name directly seemed indeed prepared. "The goal is yourself." "Who are you?" Aoki asked. "Hey, don't think about delaying time. As a superpower, you may not know where it is. The lost superpower is really sad," the middle-aged man said sarcastically. His face seemed to have a strong disdain for the identity of Aoki's superpowers. "Lost superpower? You are also a superpower. What's the purpose?" Aoki asked again. "Different space." "My heart is very disdainful." The squad gets axe. "If you don't want to get some information on you, this alien space can be broken easily. Now I represent our organization and give you a chance to give up your so-called advanced superpower status, give up your ridiculous alliance status, and return to our original superpower group. We will let you know what is true superpowers. You are different from those around you. You have the qualification to be absorbed by us. Otherwise, when you enter this alien space, you will be buried." When the middle-aged man talked about primitive superpowers, there was a flash of insanity and enthusiasm in his eyes. Primal superpower? Aoki stood still, with a look of anxiety on his face. "What is a primitive superpower? If you want me to join you, at least let me understand what kind of organization you are." Heard that the middle-aged man in black was silent for a while, thinking of the task cards that the lady in white had given to herself before. One of them was trying to recruit Aoki to join the organization, and then strangling Ogo, Girona and others. Before they are fully grown, he was the first person sent by their organization, and it was also a sign that their organization was ready to be born. However, he felt that Aoki was right. If he didn't understand, Why should he join their organization? This is also a different space he opened up. So there is no need to worry about Aoki being able to escape. Even if he wants to deceive information from him, it is useless that he cannot get out of a different space. As a superpower, you should know something about the history of superpowers, said the middle-aged man in black. Aoki nodded. Do you know whether the superpowers of ancient times were proud and wanted to enslave all ordinary people, and finally they were overthrown by the ordinary people in one fell swoop? And then the remaining superpowers and ordinary people become a cooperative relationship, and have it survived to this day? Aoki continued to nod. This is indeed the history he has learned. Whether it is the League or the Rockets, the historical information in it is described as such. Fuck his mother. I don't know if the middle-aged man in black is outraged. It seemed to be insulted. It's all about the winning party changing history and putting itself on the moral high ground. In fact, it was ordinary people who expressed their willingness to become vassals of superpowers. Then at a time they planned, they suddenly launched a coup. Some superpowers chose to cooperate with him. Finally, the entire superpower kingdom fell into abyss! They are ordinary people's running dogs. When the middle-aged man in black was talking, the anger in his eyes became stronger and stronger, as if he had gone through the history of that time. Look, this alien space. Have you so-called superpowers taught you such abilities? You know, in ancient times, as long as you broke through to the middle level, you will be taught this ability. But now, 90% of all superpower use methods have been lost. www.mentalnovel.com. What do you think the telepathy is? Even a superpower? In ancient times, this ability was completely when you talked with children, but now you are regarded as a symbol of superpowers! What you call a high-level superpower now is just a joke. You just barely reach the intermediate level, or an intermediate superpower without any skills. Even the degree of control over one's own superpower energy is weak. When the middle-aged man in black looked at Aoki, he showed a strong disdain. It seemed that Aoki's superpower was worthless in his eyes. Aoki's superpower control and use methods are worthless. 10 more 8th more. Ask for a monthly pass, for the important goal of reform, innovation and development. The rewards of the bosses are increased by 13. Chapter 1149. Welcome to my site. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Hear the words of the middle-aged man in black. Aoki was shocked. Turn your thoughts straight. The so-called high-level superpowers in the old days can only be regarded as the intermediate level in ancient times. So is now's superpowers considered advanced? And the middle-aged man in black in front of him, who respects the ancient superpowers so much that Aoki is unimaginable. How did ordinary people in ancient times overthrow the rule of ancient superpowers? And from what he meant, what was the survivor or successor of the survivors of the ancient superpowers? Then he should know the secrets of many superpowers. Slightly agitated. According to you, as long as you join your organization, can you give me some superpower use skills? Aoki asked. The middle-aged man in black took a deep look at Aoki, knowing that he was telling his own words. However, relying on the advantages of different spaces, he did not mean any taboo. That's right, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you can complete the tasks given by the organization, you can also obtain the supreme power. A mania in the black middle-aged man appears like a religious fanatic. I don't know what your organization is. What's your name? Aoki flashed a hint of irony. Middle-aged people are unaware. The enthusiasm on his face did not subside. Godism. Aoki was speechless. I still teach it. The middle-aged person seemed to look at the disdain wearing Aoki. I finally ask you again, would you like to join our? You will have supreme glory. Aoki looked at his expression as if looking at a fool. No, the name is too idiot. Rejected? It was said that the middle-aged man seemed to be choked by his own saliva. When he was ready, all of them turned into drool and swallowed back, choking to his throat, staring at Aoki deadly. Then stay in this alien space forever. You have no chance to regret it. The middle-aged man in black threatened fiercely. Okay, I still like it here, but I'm a little bored. It would be better if you could stay with me, Aoki said with a smile. A sneer appeared on the face of the middle-aged man in black. I don't know. Then, he reached out and waved in the air. A door appeared behind him. Just walk through the door and go back outside. You are here to have fun yourself. I didn't have much thought to play with you originally. If it weren't for the task, I wouldn't be too perfunctory. There was a strong disdain for Aoki in the words. He was very upset about the tasks on the task card and the importance he attached to recruiting Aoki. He has done this for the organization for so long, and has been loyal to the organization. He has not seen the organization attach so much importance to himself. Admitting jealousy is not that difficult. I also sent a white messenger to emphasize my mission. Is it necessary? It seemed to feel the pain of the broken arm before him, and the anger in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black was even worse. But without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the door. Just know to open and go through. Okay, I just don't know why. Originally it was very easy. The space door that can be opened as simple as drinking water, but at this time it was motionless. Work hard again. Still not moving. Ah, why aren't you leaving? Can't you bear with me? Aoki said weirdly. The mockery on his face was undisguised. After hearing that, the middle-aged man turned and looked at Aoki, staring. It's your hands and feet. What have you done? Why can't I control it? There was a hint of shock and unbelief in the words. Not only is this door out of his control, but even this whole alien space has been out of his control. Well, really weird. Don't you say that this is your place? Is it under your control? How do I know what happened? Although he said so, the expression was completely different from that. Seeing Aoki's expression, the middle-aged knew that he had been tricked. His complexion gradually gloomed. Where did you get the method to control the different space? Did the lost superpowers also get the inheritance? The middle-aged man in black asked. When he heard him, Aoki frowned. Inherited? Seems to know something extraordinary. It should be almost there, Aoki said lightly. What? The middle-aged man was stunned by Aoki's sudden words. You should know almost everything you know, and the rest is estimated to be in your role as a little character, and you are not qualified to know how much. Aoki's face did not conceal. After hearing these words, the middle-aged person's face suddenly turned red, and I didn't know how to refute it. But Aoki was honest. He is really just a small character. My family understands their own affairs. Before he said anything, he was interrupted directly by Aoki. Don't you. Let me welcome now. Welcome to my site! ! Speaking, Aoki spread his hands. His superpowers spread at once, and the unknown totems on his wrists flickered. For a moment, the originally slightly narrow alien space suddenly expanded 4 or 5 times, and the surrounding space walls seemed to be stronger. All of a sudden, the different space that made this middle-aged man proud was exploded. The middle-aged man who saw this scene stared at this scene with astonishment. I even wiped my eyes. Very funny. I couldn't believe the changes I saw. How about, not surprised, unexpected? Aoki said with a smile. The squad was axe, but that's it. Except space. The middle-aged man looked at Aoki, his face constantly changing. He finally knew why the organization attached so much importance to Aoki. It turned out to have this ability. That's no way. I can only defeat you first. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man took out an elf ball, dropped directly on the ground. The elf ball opened, and a hump appeared in the alien space. Are superelves paired with superpowers? It's really a traditional way of matching. Aoki smiled, took out an elf ball, opened it in his hand, and an elf appeared in front of himself. Class! ! Arrow spread throughout the space. At the height of 3 meters, Bangira appeared! ! Even if it was just playing www.mentalnovel.com, Bangila's momentum swept the entire space. Very aggressive. Middle-aged people also saw a little surprise when they saw Bongi Aoki. Such a tall Bangala. Immediately, however, There was a slight disdain on his face. It's really ordinary people's thinking. Do you think that an elf is just big and strong? It is really simple with developed limbs. In the discourse, it is obvious that he dismisses Bangula's strong physical fitness. Hooty in front of him also showed a disdainful expression to Bangla. Even if Bangla is an evil spirit, she can't get in his eyes. 10 more 9th more. Ask for a monthly pass, for the important goal of reform, innovation and development. The rewards of the Big Brothers plus 23. Chapter 1150 Super Evolution of Others. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Aoki used the chip to scan the middle-aged man's elf, Hooty Sayang. Gender, male. Level, 65. Attribute, superpower. Characteristics, mental power. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, barriers, power tricks, flame punches, swapping grounds. Basic skills, bend spoon, teleport, teleportation, mindfulness, immobilization, illusion light, eye of miracle, reflection wall, spiritual blade, self-regeneration, mind transfer, exchange of venues, spiritual strong thoughts, meditation, prediction of future, trick. Teaching skills, frozen fist, magic space, Zenki fist, shockwave, flame fist, iron tail, magic reflex, wonderful space, snoring, trick, gravity, mind hammer. Skill learner, hold, mental shock, meditation, light wall, mysterious guardian, sleep, energy ball, seal, dream eating, trick space. Although this Hooty has reached level 65, but only from the data point of view, Aoki did not see any special place in this Hooty. Even compared to the current Aoki, it is simply ordinary, very ordinary. Where does the other's superiority come from? Is it because of superpowers? Bagheera, they seem to look down on us, and give them some color to look at, Aoki said to Bagheera with a smile. Hearing that, Bagheera's eyes suddenly became fierce. Scream! Exclamation mark. Taking a deep breath of raw, just the airflow blew Hooty's beard. The middle-aged man sneered, and stretched out his hand on Hooty's body. The superpowers of one person and one elves are intertwined. Hooty's fluctuations in superpowers are also becoming more and more obvious. Aoki squinted at this scene. Is this way of instilling superpowers unique to them? The middle-aged black man's own superpowers and Hooty's superpowers fusion methods are very different from the way Aoki's previous integration with the Dull King. Under the scan of the chip, Hooty's various values are also soaring. If divided according to the level, it can be seen as a 3-level increase. In other words, Hooty's level at this time can be regarded as 68. However, even the strength of 68 is not enough. Aoki thought silently. Bangla, give them a greeting, sharp stone attack. Aoki said to Bangla. Class. Bangla raised one foot and stepped on the ground hard. Instantly, a lot of rubble appeared around his body. Fly towards Hooty under the control of Bangla. At this time, Hooty and middle-aged people have completed ECG induction. A wall with strange light appeared in front of Hoo ground. Reflection wall can reduce the power of physical attacks. Bangla's sharp stone plummeted after passing through the wall. But even so, Bangla controlled the sharp stone attack and launched an insane attack. It may not be obvious once or twice, but when the number of spiked attacks increased, Hooty still couldn't bear it. Hooty's eyes glowed with strange lights. Eye of miracle. Then a few black energy appeared around his body, and then shot towards Bangla. For a moment, he appeared in front of Bangla. With the blessing of the Eye of Miracles, the mental force can attack Bangla. Bang bang. Spiritual thoughts bombarded Bangla, but saw that Bangla was normal, without any abnormality. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was a little surprised. Doesn't make sense. Aoki's smile never disappeared. Who says that being strong is not an advantage? Bangla, evil waves. Class! Exclamation mark. Bangla created a terrible aura, staring around his body without dissipating. This terrible aura accompanied by the good-discovered Hooty. Instantly, wrapped in dark energy, even if there is a reflective wall, it has no effect on the wave of evil. Hoodie was in pain and called out loud immediately. The middleman standing behind Hoodie seemed to have been attacked, covering his head with one hand, and the pain closed his eyes. Seeing this scene, Oki gave a deep glance at the middle-aged man. Bagheera, rush over. Seeing the painful Hoodie, Bagheera directly walked away and ran on the ground. Don't look at the huge size, but the speed is not slow at all. As soon as Hoodie slowed down from the attack of the evil wave, he saw the rushing Bagheera, and his color changed instantly. This power-type elf does not need to fight when he is close. Teleport. The spoon in Hoodie's hand is bent, and the instant movement skill is activated. Hoodie disappeared. But just when he first appeared, a sharp red spike rushed out under his feet and attacked Hoodie. There is no chance to let yourself levitate. Cliff sword. Hoodie wanted to use teleport again, but Bagheera didn't know when he appeared beside him. Bang! He grabbed Hoodie's petite neck, directly dragged by Bagheera. Evil energies shuttled back and forth on Bagheera's arm. No matter how hard Hoodie tried, he couldn't break the control of Bagheera. At the same time, beside Hoodie, a piece of sharp rocks appeared, suspended in midair, all locked. Hoodie. The tip of these rocks can be seen, covered with a thin layer of black energy. Spike attack with evil energy attached. It's too weak. To be honest, you talked a lot, but the result disappointed me a little, Oki said lightly. Whoosh. Bang bang. With a strong disdain on Bagheera's face, he threw Hoodie directly in his hand and threw it in front of the middleman. After rolling on the ground several times in a row, it stopped. With Hoodie's small body, Bagheera's unconvergent strength is enough for him to eat a pot. With a very disgusting expression, Bagheera wiped her hands on her body as if she had touched something particularly dirty. Middle-aged people look ugly. I don't know what the skill suddenly came out of the ground, and I have never heard of this skill in Bongi. And with such a large Bagheera, its flexibility is much faster than that of ordinary Bagheera. Hoodie was only accidentally dragged by Bagheera directly. Sure enough, it is a person who is valued by the organization. I admit that I am a little undervalued, but you still have to pay for your arrogance. The middle-aged man said fiercely. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, and the wounded Hoodie slowly climbed up from the ground, floating in front of the middle-aged person. I saw a middle-aged man pull out a strange stone from his pocket and press it directly on Hoodie's head, at the same time shouting www.mentalnovel.com accept the divine power! Hoodie! Good middle 2. Who? Suddenly, Hoodie shot a strange energy. Oki is very familiar with this energy, because it is super evolutionary energy! Oki looked in shock at Hoodie, who was instantly surrounded by super evolutionary energy. Can the opponent be super evolved? 10 more is done. Are you comfortable? Ask for a monthly pass, and don't forget to like it. Grave accent. For the important goal of reform, innovation and development, the rewards of the Big Brothers plus 33. Finally, thank you Vong for the 2 rewards. L